to just simply take a deep breath is something I never thought that I would be doing in my wellness work, but it has become the center of what I do every day.
I do it as well. It's something that we teach in my particular martial arts, the meditation aspects of just, and we have a saying, long breath, long life. The longer you breathe and the longer your individual breaths, the longer your life will be. So I knew where you were going with that, and I'm just co-signing because it's something that I swear by, and I wish more people knew about it. You get a lot of health benefit from just controlling and monitoring your own breathing.
Also, going back and circling around to sedentary living, which we talked about in the beginning of this show, is sitting down is not the best way to pull breath in. So when we sit down, we naturally slump our shoulders forward, our stomach naturally protrudes, and our lungs are not getting the most air. So one of the things I've started to do with my corporate wellness work, meeting people right where they are, if they're sitting at their desk, I simply ask them to just pull their shoulders back. You can even work on your breath from seated. But what I really want people to do is find ways to move throughout the day.
Yes.
And I see you walk your laps around this floor, you get up, you do your stretches. Those kinds of things can make an incremental change in how our body responds to stress, how productive we are, how we feel in our mood, our emotional health, as well as getting up and moving around also encourages us to talk to the people that are around us.
I don't want to talk to you.
Uh-oh.
I don't like half of them.
They love you. And I saw a couple of them come in and chat with us. Hey, Mark. Hey, French. We saw them come in and chat with us during the break. And I say that to say that our social health has also suffered in this sedentary lifestyle.
Say that one more time, because I don't think people got that. I think it went over some of their heads.
Our social and emotional health are impacted by a life that is spent sitting down, scrolling the internet, looking at the TV, binge watching Netflix.
Come on now.
You're not outside, you're not getting any fresh air, you're not getting any sunlight, and you're not opening yourself up to talking to people who are outside walking their dogs or strolling their babies or whatever it might be. I say, get up, get out, move around, breathe.
While they're breathing right now, let's remind people how they can find you. I know that the summer session for your community workouts has ended, but what else are you up to that people might be able to partake?
Well, first and foremost, I'm always going to be teaching classes, whether I'm outside or inside. I have a couple of different options where people can find me. You can go online. You can always follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, etc. Or you can find me on the website, ClaudineCooper.com. But I oftentimes just invite people to come see me at the gym. My schedule at the gym varies.
The vast majority, 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia will Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming.
Check out the gym.
It's amazing how fast they change. They just over a century, almost a dead language. Okay, now let's get into Lorenzo's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was a really prominent Israel rabbi who was going to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and do this a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedina, you say it in your show, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinions of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where the Kippah Saruga is essentially derived from. They are Dati Leumi, they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. He's sort of beaming. Look out here. This is the most recent one.
No, which section, I mean?
Oh, I just started already out here. But looking forward, I'm going to make my own Siyam on Shas in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast, your shameless plug. You know I do a definitely podcast, right? Oh yeah, 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history wins out. You know that? That's great. In ninth grade, yeah, that was like 20 years ago. They haven't been doing it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. It's now, yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's a short, like, it's this audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video every single day tomorrow. 2,711 videos. I should, but some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, meaning we call it English ultra-Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trite, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like antithetical to Judaism. How can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger to create a state. You would say,
Welcome.
You are, contrary to that oath, you're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant from a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically took the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What have the parties usually explained though? Jews unified. Oh my, not lucky. Let's just go through them one at a time. What happened to the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like echoes of the Bund survived outside of Russia, like our better ring, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you probably meet them in New York, probably in the Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff, things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
Two other things I think we reviewed about this in New York.
Yeah.
One is in Union Square in Edo Artworks.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and the other one we have the train, and that was
okay, that's it.
the train on the split circumstance, which is fine.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically but we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it with federations stuff like that. Coalition, socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend. In Israel, they have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been powerful for like 19 years, I think, really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were in here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people were close to this. Herzl is moderate Zionism. The middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. And very little kind of like moderate Zionists who are there anymore. I think if they're moderate, we could probably lead to Miami or something. The Jabotinsky party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called Ta, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic looking at today's politics because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, his name is that he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanes. But one of the debates that seems going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. Now, it's a strange name, but there it is. We talked about the Cook's influence has created the .TLB group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of youth and a lot of hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about this club down here? If you left here, you're not. There's a lot of that, but what happened to it? The party still exists, yeah. But what about it? Is it different in character at all? I mean, there's a lot of substance. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of how they what happens to them after the Holocaust? But I mean, they go exactly. Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more Jews Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support from yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
Actually, I read the biography. I looked at before.
Yes.
And then they were against fighting. He actually met with the head of the or something.
Oh, definitely. No, they're definitely
trying to take a different approach, and they actually would go back and disband them. So what wasn't on the internet on this, there was like a different way.
I think that would be fair to say. Remember that, by the way, I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we could take an entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that we separated into it. You're right, there are Haredim, who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. Doing them is a bad thing.
So actually, I just clarify, I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version and not its leaders. It's the average guy in HR who identifies with the idea of Terry Hartley, but isn't necessarily running over to his Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far have they been thrown on the list?
Well, the Zurich Harta, I think, is, for those who maybe aren't familiar, in Zurich Harta, the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with faces stuff, they're putting their signs right up front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like that ultimate tokenism. Like, oh, look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like, they're the most extreme to saw. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right. I'm differentiating the American leaders from their sympathizers in HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but it's just, they think Zionists are heretics, but they won't necessarily say the Arabs are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas stroke in America has a whole different spectrum of policies, because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Degel Torah, and I haven't even gone into the ethnic, the Z axis. I guess it will be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim into their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi, but when the Sephardim get involved and Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, it's complicated. Let's hope Shania is away. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why your crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this. 1930s, father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heinz so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, spends his mom there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the pizza table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like to know Dad? You wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And he says, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation for Jews in Europe. No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew. Today's class will probably lead into Wednesday is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went boldly into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We are still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, we'll probably get to on Wednesday, There's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know if we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. And these are the 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born from the Napoleonic period and were found in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but do watch the recording. Okay, so we get with that? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate strategy. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of digital on the roof kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology. The scientific revolution and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in the ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity included, for example, humanism. Anyone want to define humanism? What is humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
The study of human thought as thinkers think about it.
You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or Mr. Alberstein? Or without very good. Decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as a source of truth and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as the Holocaust to say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. Hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism is it's much more, you know what, I know that's what the priest thinks, I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks, but you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism because, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable, the potatoes life. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that, wait, there are like other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. There's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope, but if you focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first is, bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into enlightenment, so it melts with the Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we could argue against this, and ultimately they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. You remember we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship with Jews as Sederi or Karai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group agitation. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did, it fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to be kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it's mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined in national. So we are dealing with serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiance laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But the rules do not apply to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families in state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher rank level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They like do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they're promised not to lie in court because Jews will be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Judaica, Jewish oath, is being quoted. These are the kinds of things that would go with our society because, again, the state government is a group and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities for others. So, Sheila, do you have a question? Okay, good. So Jews began to threaten with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate on Jews, and they evolve things. So we see big changes happening in light, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses medicine last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's a typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants. Like when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the awful groups. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you that may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther said, "I protest," essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest, and the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on, and so it was,
so like Martin Luther like famously said that how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors and meaning like the cardinals can't even agree with each other on various things, like how do we take that as the word of God? If the men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God is aren't even trust aren't even each other. And wasn't being concerned that like we should be trusting again what the word of God is, we just focus on what the Testament say.
Right, that's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, we're going to big projects. Let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. A very good point. So that's to say where we are now with Jews. The Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African-American slaves? What do we do with them? Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even in the Trump presidency, it's a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean? Almost white.
What's the one consider them white?
White supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead.
Yes, Mr. Blashman, it's the same way when you're the Jews had like almost all the rights to Christians, but like wasn't quite there.
Very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people, so therefore we can like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is for black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes, Mr. Rashad.
I mean, but
So what the fuck happened to you?
in convert people to like stuff like you know,
All right. All right. How did it go? You what? That's okay. You were gonna lose anyway, and everybody knows it. Are you ready to play again, son? Okay. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, well, go eat. Nobody's stopping you from doing that. You're horny and you came to me? All right, well, I'm going to tell you to go to number 4 on your big board. Oh, wow.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s. It's going to be sunny and hot. Highs in the low 90s, 100 or higher in the valleys, AV and IE, and around 80 at the beaches. Down maybe 4 degrees Friday, and it's going to stay in that territory through the weekend. Right now it is 89 in Orange, 76 in Willow Park, 78 in Sherman, 73 in Compton. And we got an accident in Anaheim Hills on the 91. East side of the 91 is the 4 clear. TNA is a crash involving a big rig in a car. No lanes are blocked. Both vehicles on the right shoulder. On very slow from Imperial Highway down to Gibson Canyon. Heading the other direction, westbound side of the 91, Caltrans has the 2 left-hand lanes closed for bridge repair work between the 15 and Main Street. That project goes until tomorrow at 4 a.m. Surprisingly, no delays due to coming out of leaving Corona because of I-4 in Orange County. Another Caltrans project in the Inland Empire 250 southbound. The right-hand lane shut down for construction between Oleander and the Wayville Road. That project goes until early tomorrow. Bringing just slight delays through the snow zone. 15 southbound just before the 210 near Rancho Cucamonga is an accident involving an overturned vehicle and lanes are blocked, but no delays as you come away from the Cajon Pass and DeMore on the South 15. 405 northbound just before Santa Fe Avenue is an accident on the right shoulder. Apparently a vehicle ran over some sort of object that might still be in lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s Rock Ride, featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips. Crank it up all summer. 80s Rock Ride, commercial-free 24/7. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and find your next summer preset now. Live concerts. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. Number set and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. KFR AM 640's labor with Kelly. She's back. She's more viral than ever. It's Tiffany from the Viral Room.
I'm here. Thank you so much for having me back. I'm sorry I wasn't here last week. Bad breakfast. Should have known. I'm third or fourth bite. It was a viral thing. You can certainly felt like I was being attacked in every way, but I'm back. I'm happy to be back. I have a flow of stories to share with you as the little lady, right, Mark? I'm the little lady. Yeah, he's nodding. It's radio. I have to lean into the low lady. Here we go. And speaking about viral challenges, and I heard you talking about viral challenges, things that are happening online that are viral, especially this week. There's another challenge that involves people physically contorting themselves into shapes to go viral. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the rapper and sometimes actress Nicki Minaj. You might be familiar with her, you might not. She's a super popular recording artist, and she, back in 2013, had a song called High School. Now, the video accompanying the song involved Nicki Minaj, the artist, sitting down kind of poolside, and she had one leg lapped over the other. Yeah, she's kneeling, so it's definitely more advanced than just your simplified leg crossing. She's kneeling, one leg has been over the other, and she's effectively balancing on both of her feet, but with her legs crossed in a kneeling position. Okay, hands are suspended, and it's all about looking cute. Well, 12 years later, after this song has debuted, people have taken up and started doing something called the Nicki Minaj High School Challenge. They are attempting to recreate the pose in various ways. But it's going beyond just doing what Nicki Minaj did, which is more or less, it's interesting, but it's not necessarily dangerous. It just requires flexibility.
Well, no. The ones that I've seen, they're borderline dangerous. Actress Brie Larson did her on 2 cans on the table. Okay.
In 2013, not dangerous, just takes some flexibility. Now, 12 years later, people are taking it multiple notches up. And it's because of TikTok and virality and wanting people to, see what you're doing. So people are contorting themselves by crossing their legs, and they're not doing it on flat surfaces. No, they are balancing on everything from stacks of books. So imagine what?
You have to imagine, you can just tune into our YouTube feed right now. You can see it.
There's a young lady balancing, and the other part of this is that you're supposed to do it in really high heels. So people are doing it in 3-inch heels, 4-inch heels. They're balancing on top of mailboxes. They're balancing on top of stacks of books. I've seen people balance, like you said, the actress Brie Larson, on a singular beer can.
Yes.
I've seen people balance on an assortment of things. But here is where the challenge has gone incredibly wrong. While people are enjoying the fun of going viral and having people tune into their ability to do this, recreate this challenge, there's one influencer. Her name is Mariana Burakina, and she decided that she was going to attempt this challenge in really high heels, except for the fact that she fell and she fractured her back just weeks after giving birth. So currently, Mariana is healing from this incredibly freak encounter and this horrible accident, but she was diagnosed with a major spinal compression that did in fact lead to a full-on fracture. So if you're going to try and do this challenge, be forewarned, you could have dire consequences.
I've seen some people bust their ass doing this.
Oh, yes. It's kids, it's adults, men, they can balance. All in good fun if you do it safely, but consequences can be dire. All right, another dire situation that has major consequences, once again, is our collective inability to discern fact from fiction, especially as it pertains to artificial intelligence. Last week, and for the last couple of weeks, there's been a video going around social media. It's been on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Your aunt may have sent it to you, your cousin may have shared it with you, your grandmother, whoever, because it's super cute. And what the video is a big group of bunnies or rabbits on top of a trampoline. And the trampoline is bouncing, and the bunnies are bouncing on the trampoline. It's so cute.
I've seen the coyotes on the trampoline.
Coyotes on the trampoline. You might have seen other animals. You may have just seen a deer. A deer. I think I've seen cows. But the thing is, all of these videos are created by artificial intelligence.
Oh.
They are all fake.
The funny one's fake.
The funny one is fake. And 200 million views later and 25 million likes later after going viral, there are different accounts on social media that are now exposing how fake this video is. They're wanting to educate people on how easily we can be duped.
I can't tell me Santa Claus is real.
I will dare say that. Dare. And how dare you even insinuate such a thing?
No, see, you won't tell me that because you're telling me bunnies on a trampoline, they're not real.
You think I am?
Or don't you think that you, as the nice little lady, should advocate for all fake AI stuff to be labeled?
I do.
You can advocate it. Don't bring your agenda into this show. It's our agenda. Our?
I am absolutely a proponent of all media having a disclaimer at the beginning if it is AI, because we should know there are so many really ingenious images, videos that dupe us at every corner.
Columbus and the Spanish. Yeah, those were, I guess, Spanish Jews or Spartans. So would they be general darker than us?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have daughters who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same skin tone as my mother, my grandmother. And people say to her, "Are you Hispanic? Are you?" You get that too, Mr. Yeah, it's like it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, you can often quote unquote pass for other colors. So we're not talking about blue black Nigerians or something where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of kind of the wild. And also we weren't part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less friendly to America. And what that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to so I did the end they asked me if I was a Mexican person for my translator. Yeah, so I said no Yiddish, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There were limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to deal with creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaica, the Jewish oath, and things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? Because it says, we the people, right? I believe what is the right word? Thank you so much, Mr. Willis. I just got this a few months ago. I already forgot, right? Right that people want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursue the happiness. Right? That's true. I should rewind this. So I have to bring up I already have my passport. But these are perfectly All men are created equal. That's a person right, Jeff? All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. We just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, you still have issues, like in New Hampshire, until 1877, there was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country, an unusual experiment, and Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, is an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right, and that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, which in the Gemara would be based in rabbinical solution, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church with vis-a-vis Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew impressive. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have, until eventually Rothschild came to the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change or rapid change that you have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture, and unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the Sun King, once said, après moi, and then after me, the flood. Meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said, l'état c'est moi. The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple. I'm bringing it down. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn in society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Bouche said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they have to deal with that. But this, and they kind of like influenced
influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? I said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then, oh, Jews too, wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Spartan and Ashkenazim. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this at much more length than we will today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. This is the age where coast of Duriak and things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. You remember they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and in the 1600s. And by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. Like 200 years after being submerged in the south of France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, we should give us equal rights because we're really French. We speak French, this is what we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on conscious jobs and stuff like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. We should give us citizenship. Forget about these Ashkenazim. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they said, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because that's a lot of history real fast.
What's the primary difference between a citizen, equal citizen, and non-citizen?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a free modern corporate member of the society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of it. So in free modern society, before they were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jew, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish. That's distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question, Mr. Lacey. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And when even the term emancipation, just try to understand it, it's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state rejected them. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. The Beis Din said, show up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged. You had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There's no sort of, I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter a higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beit Din in particular loses because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce your conformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together, and we flitter away. Simply, that's the danger. Yes, Mr. Cariente? Ferrante.
How long would it take for, obviously legally, that's how long would it take for society to fully integrate the Jews?
Mr. Ferrante, you're asking a brilliant question. How long would it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, Dreyfus, excellent. Another case in point.
Let's get back to comedians.
Right?
Talk about the
We have
billionaires and
something in the
politicians.
press today.
What do you feel, and podcasters, what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to leverage comedy for their own?
Yeah, it's true. You visit France.
Oh, dude, it was before that. I remember the first time I saw President go on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheapening the office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's running for president with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and be like, so, what are your, what's your foreign policy? Like, it would just, I would be like within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my,
let me finish the story with it.
my wheelhouse. Like, I am just way beyond.
One of the reasons I like Bill Burr is that he roasts everyone. I know he's changed a bit over the last few years and started pandering more to the mainstream audience. I mean, that movie he made called Old Dads was so on the nose and predictable, I almost couldn't finish it. But he does go hard at both sides of politics, which guys like Rogan and Theo Von used to do before they picked sides and drank the Kool-Aid. In that clip, though, he was referring to what I like to call the Dunning-Kruger experience. This is the phenomenon where Rogan will bring on guests who are clearly biased, compromised, or have an agenda, and pretend to have a balanced conversation with them, and then when it eventually comes out that he was duped, he'll just throw his hands up in the air and say, don't listen to me, I'm just a falsehood comedic with shit for brains asking questions. Unfortunately, Joe will probably never get to see this next clip because he's completely detached from any criticism at all. And even though Bill Burr doesn't mention Joe by name, you know he's definitely talking about Rogan here.
There's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that like discover and figure it out, and then there's the people that read it. Like the amount of people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people. Yeah, they can do it, but then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. Somebody said to me one time, "Bill, you know, you're a really smart guy," and I go, "Yeah, in a sports bar."
a central body.
You put me in a sports board. You want me to talk about 70s, 80s sports? I am wildly. I'm scoring very high. All right, you put me in like that board to have to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school a lot. So, whatever. So you're a smart guy. Yeah, compared to what? Yeah, it's all like sort of relative.
Reagan is smart compared to Brendan Shaw. There, I said, you know, you were thinking it too. But the bit Bill Burr left out was that not only does Rogan always bite off more than he can chew, he's employed a whole genre of podcasters who have an overinflated sense of confidence in their ability to comprehend complex issues. Or in Bert Kreischer's case, he's just overinflated. Every time I sit down with a bowl of popcorn to watch Brendan Shaw stumble his way through a conversation nobody asked for, I think to myself, Joe Rogan did this. When Andrew Schultz has the same epiphany that most of us had at the age of 15, and his buddies sit around nodding their heads waiting for him to squeeze out yet another brain fart so they can all sniff it and tell him he's a genius, I think to myself, Joe Rogan totally being smart. Or when Bert Kreischer brings up the machine story for the 5 millionth time on a podcast, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him to tell this story. Joe Rogan isn't just responsible for ruining podcasting, he is well and truly ruined comedy.
The thing with Joe, is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure, and I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy. They only know a specific thing, and what they think is good is not necessarily good. It may be what they like, but on the outside of that, most of this sort of sensitive weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside in the space where it has become limited. And it's sort of, there was a time though that all comedy was not all comedy. I'm not even talking about the alt people. I'm talking about just like interesting stand-ups, right? Weird. Is there all these things exist? Well, they do. So this is what I would say. Like, I get that you don't like that part. That's part of why I love you, because you're like, that feels good. And that's what's great about it. There's some good comics in there. And there's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist in the scene. And it doesn't matter as much. I get why it's not all on him. No, the culture has changed, right? And again, I don't necessarily think for the better, but it's changed in a lot of ways. In that, look, there are comics that don't need drive quotes, and we can crowd work, and they don't care if they do other people's jokes because the traction is with the good. And what they don't realize, I think a lot of people don't realize, is that you're the internet's you're the platform's huge. So in the sense that if you're not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about getting quotes so you can get people to come see you do crowd work, what are you? Or what is your voice? Who do you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find your day out right there. Do anything interesting at all? That's a problem. So in the bigger problem about what you're saying, yes, I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talkie talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place there. Right. Well, there is some good ones that like. I think that kid Casey Rockett's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge. There's way more noise than I've ever seen. It's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant like give it to him. And so like I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were making violence in this country. No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name. Oh, yeah, please. You seem like you're thriving on you. I'm killing you. And I'm like, now because you couldn't survive here. This is a different. It's an animal.
I will never forget when Brandon Shaw hung up the mic and
they come up back to LA. Give it to him. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were going to the highlands of this country. No.
I apparently come up back to LA. One guy on the name's there. You seem like you're thriving out here. I'm killing you. And I'm like, you moved out because you couldn't survive here. This is a difference. It's an animal.
I will never forget when Brandon Schaub hung up the mic and retired from stand-up comedy and said ever since Rogan left LA for Austin, the comedy scene hasn't been the same. Apparently, as soon as Joe left LA, the comedy clubs weren't as kind to Brendan as they once were. The funniest part of that story is that Brendan actually said it out loud for everyone to hear. Like, imagine publicly admitting that your comedy career completely fell apart as soon as Joe Rogan moved to Austin. Mike Ron hit the nail on the head there. It's so refreshing to hear a comic who simply does not give a fuck what Rogan thinks about him, telling it like it is. Even Santino tried to push back by saying it's all good, we can all coexist and it doesn't matter, because he doesn't want to burn that Boston connection. I'm actually surprised, though, that Bobby Lee didn't push back more than that, to be honest. He was happy to hear Mark trashing Rogan and the Austin comedy scene while nodding and laughing along. Ever since the whole Brendan Schaub and Kalila situation, where your boy Brendan tried to hook up with her and then threatened Bobby and Kalila after she rejected him and started talking shit about Brendan with her friends on Trash Tuesday, that's the point where Bobby probably realized that damage Rogan had done to the comedy scene by bringing in people like Brandon. Now we have guys like Tom Segura talking about their diets and workout routines non-stop, while literally hooked up to a vitamin IV, then promoting their new vodka brand in the next breath. It's like Idiocracy meets Trailer Park Boys down there, and anyone who's willing to call it out is a hero in my books. Anyway, if you want to follow the decline of the Austin comedy scene and all the drama and shenanigans that come with it, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon where you'll find
or even less than an army. What if it constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourself? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be the lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things and not other things, and you can say you can do this, you're out of the club, then Napoleon is great. He doesn't want to have a rival in his force. Do we have to obey the rabbis? Mr. Blanket. Who is the answer for the five? The answer for the five, then there is, they want to say there is no double standard for friendship. You know? And again, logically, they're definitely on a good ground for this. And like, it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that. But, you know, this is not a hard answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not want, he does not want to present a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, you know, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance. You know, I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, you know, become winemakers or food keepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are money lending, right? They're still money lending, especially with qualifying money lending. Can you please explain that to us? Are you prohibited to charge interest to non-Jews? Basically, the Sanhedrin answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 1791, Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want. But essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues, the same way we run the Catholic Church, and then we Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the multistream, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. I mean, this is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You can see on the left is there Napoleon, Emperor, and King. Right? We love Napoleon. And over here, amazing, incredibly this image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, great king, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the 10 Commandments. Obviously not a real image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot the name of the back, please remind me, Mr. Sperling.
This was produced by Jews?
Yes.
Right, so here's this would constitute an informal right. So kind of like and I'm sure you think the art like I want to see that.
Yeah, what else can you say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right, yeah, I don't know, maybe why not?
This emancipation was a golden calf for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, yeah, I mean, guys, don't, Rabbi Darrell Weinlein station, never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant.
I'm going to say, isn't that going to stick with the board?
I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. All right, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people were, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. This shows how far gone they've been. But we're still leaving. Mr. Leggy, do you have a question? Okay, so let's go by here now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You have this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like went so far. Like here, for example, you have a clock. But in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. Is there anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, it's right side up.
Just Frank's blanket, so
thank you, Mr. Parenti. It has only 10 hours in it. I said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do everything like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would develop all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos
when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolute crazy period of time that eventually calmed down. The 24? So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it. That'll be the whole time with the new time. I believe. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important era. Building. I want to move a little bit east. So far, we talked about France, because France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time you get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller portion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. So I use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is an slides on that? Yes. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until 1917. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Stacey Rocket with the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery. From my dad's house in Atlanta. He can't show me his house he grew up in Atlanta because it's a freeway now.
So they just kind of built the freeway through your dad's house?
Yes. Oh my gosh, yeah, the house no longer exists. I've never been able to see it.
When you say that, I kind of think of like a freeway going through your window and just cars just driving through your house.
Yeah, and it's super loud in there. It messes with my asthma because all the exhaust.
Yeah, all the trucks. You're just sitting there trying to sleep, and there's a semi.
Does it make you mad whenever you see a truck driving? A lot of the times I think it's a pickup truck, but they hit the gas, I guess, is what the process is in the car, and then they move faster, and then all the smoke comes out of the tailpipe. That's crazy. It's like, get your car fixed.
Yeah, a lot of that, sometimes people do that intentionally. They'll turn their fuel pin all the way down, so that way they can roll coal on people. It's really dumb.
Is that really? So there's a way, so I could do that if I wanted to. I could do it where it's just, it's fumes of smoke. And oh my gosh, Trey, we have a little, got a little friend.
Hey, what's up, Gator?
The little diva girl. She wanted to sit right in between
Her papa and her papa cousin. I wonder if she's confused.
That's how you're talking about. She could be. Well, she's being very sweet to you. My brother Van Selden, who also has a red beard, she cannot stand his ass.
Really? Why?
I don't know. I think it's because he makes these weird noises at her.
Oh,
Selden's not big. making the noises. It's annoying her ass, and he just makes the noises, and then I can't. She freaks. I can't stay on his ass that much. I mean, he's my youngest brother. I don't want him to.
And he's taller than William, so maybe it's like
he beat me up. So it's like he's punking my dog out. It's like I don't know what to do. Because it's like my youngest brother by 10 years, and he's punking my ass. I'm in the apartment. I think with the dog, I think you're just gonna have to swing. You're just gonna have to bite the bullet and just defend your dog's honor. Yeah. Oh my gosh, and Gator's just gonna be watching with the little raincoat on and a little hat and maybe a little cowboy hat and maybe some sunglasses. And then she get a joke. Yeah, well, maybe I need to, because every now and again, I mean, that's what you do in jail, right? Yeah, you go to jail, you find the biggest person and beat him up. Yeah, you can't let somebody punk you. You gotta defend Gator's honor. That's what you gotta do. You gotta just put one right between the eyes. Yeah, just get the gun. Well, he's got the guns that are really good. He's got guns.
There he is. Yo, Pimp.
Hold on, excuse me.
Did you beat your meat? Yeah, you did. Are you ready to play? Okay, I don't give a flying fuck. Are you ready to play? You know I'm leaving a game just so I can play you? Yeah, I am. All right, Pimp. You have an invitation. What are you going to do? I'm ready. Don't buy a thing. That's not fair. You have to play with the free ones. Yo, dog, are you going to go? Thank you. Evolving restores 10 hit points. You're up, Pimp. Evolving restores 10 hit points. Yo, dog. It's your turn. I see a bunch of moves that you could do. Are you going to go? Dude, why aren't you going? No, it didn't. Your Discord, you've been here the whole time. Well, do you mean Play-Doh, not Discord? Are you going to go? Extra psych. Zoot, are you going to go? Well, it's not that one.
Might as well have the same medical experts. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was supposed to have a final thought tonight, but you know what? I thought we could just talk about it. We're talking in the chat about how they feel that this was a complete stunt, and the more I think about it, it seems like it was intentional to put her child up the tank. Knowing that the octopus was octopus, and then you have a news story, and she's got news coverage. And if you look at
Dude, why the fuck did I evolve that?
really, I'm thinking like, wow, she's hot.
Yeah. I made a mistake. Okay, well, let's see you. No, that was a dumb ass move. Because you already had done that. You already had gotten the extra move. Yeah, it does. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Are you gonna go, pimp? Do whatever you think. Whatever you think is good, son.
Set up water distribution. Customers, their bass spoke about the
And I make to our general managers that this needs fixed. Meantime, we will do all we can to support families that are impacted.
Utilities also working with the LA Fire Department to develop a water supply contingency plan for the area. A boil water notice has been issued for people that still have water and may have experienced
I fucked up.
pressure. More information is available at
Yep. I fucked up.
The city of LA's approved a guaranteed income program for domestic survivors. The program is expected to provide $1,000 per month for 2 years to people who partner violence or are foster care between the ages of 16. Martinez says a pilot program a couple years ago worked. Survivors of intimate partner violence were finally able to leave those abusive relationships because they have the means to do it. Results from that first pilot program, which provided money to low-income families, showed those families use the expenses, buy food, pay school tuition, even start businesses like Remote's KFI News. Attorney Gloria Allred's demanding the release of the transcript from U.S. Deputy Attorney Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell's serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking and abuse of minors in connection with Jeffrey Epstein.
In my opinion, if the transcripts were released, then everything, as Maxwell said, should only be released if they're accompanied by corroboration of her statements and or evidence of inconsistent statements by her and or proof that she lied about some of her statements, if she did.
Person.
Maxwell was moved to a low prison shortly after the interview. Army officials in Georgia say 5 soldiers have been shot by an active shooter at Fort Stewart. The base was locked down.
But Nikki helped more than Paris Hilton.
ABC's Luis Martinez says after 11 a.m. local time.
Are you gonna go? How about you go? Bonnie Blue or Lindsay Lohan? Bonnie Blue or what's that other bitch's name? Yeah. Dude, whose fantasies in the group? It's one-on-one, dog. Actually, didn't Lily Phillips do it first? She did 100. I know they don't. Dude, you're in trouble. I have 75 and you have 5. Because your best friend's a bigger whore. Zoot, do you recognize that it's over for you, son? No, it's not. No, I didn't. I'm gonna toy with you. You just what? Why did you just say kill yourself? No, I didn't. I know. Only in this level.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Zoot, who do you want to kill you, the pink or the green guy?
Hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and at iHeartRadio. Here's another way to
Dude, you just did really well.
Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos.
It's over. It's over for you. It's over for you. Oh, what an amazing move. You just saved yourself.
Cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout iHeartRadio. Everywhere you want to listen, including in your home, with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeart. Anywhere you want to listen.
Okay. Okay. And then you're going to play again? That's a mistake. Do the purple one and then it stops me from winning. Purple one in the right side. There you
Real solutions for real people. Here's what's trending now on the new and improved.
So there's no way you win this. You're not evolved. And I'm just toying with you. Literally, I'm just playing with my food. Bye-bye. Yes, sir. All right, you go check your messages from all your dick pics. Oh, Zoot. You're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong with that, so long as they're of age. You just got what? Knocked out of what? What are you talking about, dude? What club? Wait, Zoo, what happened? Zoot, are we gonna play?
Bumps happen, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil.
So he's in jail? Yeah, he's in
He's
jail.
not allowed on the khakis.
Oh, really? The cat? Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, when she was walking around, rolling around in dog doo-doo, and then, yes, I do not want her getting on me.
I don't blame you.
She ain't allowed.
Gator's not allowed. Yeah, when she's rolling around in her dog feces, then I let her do it because she's having a wonderful time. She has a big smile on her face, just rolling around on these piles of dog shit. But it's like, no, yes, I do not want her. I can't be on my pants out.
Yeah, those are like your signature khakis.
Yeah, these are my signature khakis.
He only has one pair.
I have one pair. I gotta keep these things clean because I can't wash them that much.
Right, yeah, then it'll take out all the starch in the khakis and they'll be faded and it won't even
matter anymore.
It won't matter.
You gotta have the starch.
Yeah, the starch is the most important thing to keep the khakis looking spiffy, looking shiny.
You know who always had a wonderful pair of khakis? I used to see on some of the music videos. We were talking about him for a second earlier, but Paul Wall.
Yeah, Paul Wall. He was known for wearing khakis. You know, he really kind of brought that to the forefront. And Paul Wall, he's a real nice guy. He really holds it down.
So you met him?
Yeah, I met him at the SEMA Auto Show in Las Vegas.
What'd you do? Just say, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I just showed him my t-shirt that said Welcome to the Land Where It Just Don't Stop. It's a Fat Pat song, another Houston rapper.
Did he immediately recognize it?
Yeah, he was all excited. He was like, yo, he was all happy.
Oh, that's great. So he knew you were coming in peace.
Yeah,
He saw the shirt.
And then we talked about the Astros.
Is he a fan?
Yeah, big
So
time.
what is up with the Astros? You have won some World Series, but what? There was some cheating or something?
Yeah, basically what happened was they were using the video room to steal signs that the pitcher would make. You would see the pitcher, what type of pitch he was going to throw, so they automatically knew it was coming.
So then they would radio into the guys about that, go up with the baseball bat and let them, and then so they would know what kind of pitch was to come.
They bang on a trash can, and if they banged on the trash can 3 times, it was probably like a fastball. Or if they banged on it once,
Like a slider.
Yeah. It was real unique. They've been doing that for years. I don't know. They kind of just scapegoated my boys.
Well, that's bullshit. Yeah, after the fucking, it was after Astro World pretty much. Is that when everything went bad? When we were there, Astro World was happening.
I do. I remember that vividly. I remember thinking how glad I was that I went to Skankfest instead of Astro World.
Dude, Trey, that could have been the end of your ass. Dude.
Yeah.
I mean, people were getting crushed.
Yeah, and I'm not very sleek, so getting out of the crowd would have been next to impossible.
You better pray God above that you didn't fall down. But
Yeah.
those poor people that fell down, it's like, how do you get up then?
Yeah, you don't. I don't think you do get up. I think you just kind of wither away while Travis Scott is making noises in the background.
Yeah, doing that music. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We watched some documentary and I'm thinking the entire time, this what horrible music to be playing as I can't breathe anymore. What is this hell on earth happening right now? And I'm literally about to die to heaven. Yeah. But who knows? I could be going to hell or something.
Yeah.
It's like my last time on earth is hell too. It's like,
that would suck if you're like right about to enter the pearly gates and St. Peter's like, sorry, we have a direct message from Jesus. Jesus hates Travis Scott and you were at this concert, so
yeah, sorry.
we're gonna have to send you to hell.
Like everything was looking pretty good until Jesus just found out you were actually one of these people at the Travis Scott thing.
Yeah, because you saw the people at that show, and they're like just like 12-year-olds. It seems like.
Oh yeah, a bunch of young kids loving Travis Scott. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I like some of Travis Scott's songs, but I don't know. He doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, I don't even get it, but that's just what happens.
Yeah, pretty much. There were other bands at that festival, like Tame Impala and stuff, that I was interested in seeing.
That would have been cool. That would have been a better, if the death wave is happening, if the people getting trampled, maybe Tame Impala would have been a little nicer.
Yeah, it's better to die to Tame Impala than it is to Travis Scott. But I don't know. I think Travis Scott, I think they all did it in one day, so I think everybody was safe.
Yeah.
At the Tame Impala show.
I think I would like Cat Stevens. I think I would just like a low-key, chill singer-songwriter, like be at that concert if there's a stampede.
What's Cat Stevens like new? He like changed his name to like Muhammad
Yusuf Islam.
Yeah, that's the one. Yusuf Islam.
Well, God saved him. He was out in the ocean, about to drown in the ocean, and then God saved him. But it's very interesting. He didn't do it to the Christian God. He did it to the Muslim God.
Yeah, you're a big Cat Stevens guy.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, well, as long as somebody finds it, whenever they find my body, I do want father and son to be played at the funeral.
You'll be what's the other song? The B string. You'll be riding the B string to heaven. What? Hold on. What is that song? It's called like All Along the B String or something. Or is it the Peace Train?
Oh, the Peace Train.
He was saying B string. I thought he was saying B string the whole time. When he's saying Peace Train.
Beef string. Wait, what did you think
it was? String. I thought he was talking about like the string on the guitar. Oh, like all along the B string. I thought he was talking about a guitar or something.
So funny, no. He's talking about I think an actual locomotive. I don't know. That's the extent of what I know. I don't know if they're trying to get posters on the side of it. Like parts or something. I have no idea.
There it is. There's the Peace Train.
Oh my God! Well, you learned something new today.
Yeah, I could have swore all these years he was talking about riding along the B string.
That's so funny. It's a B string. Oh, a B string is that one of the string, like one of the chords?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I guess kind of in a way it makes sense. I thought he was like playing the song in B, and he was like, "We're gonna ride along the B string, and everybody can listen to the song and really enjoy it." But he was saying Peace Train.
Peace Train. And I'm going to say, I swear to God, I feel like B string would have been better now that I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
Because B string seems goofy.
It's actually cursed.
It's a cursed B string.
Yeah, it's cursed. Maybe he was trying to remove the curse.
He probably was. And at first he was literally going to be singing about the B string. And then he found out about the curse. And then,
yeah, he's like, let's change this to B string.
Yeah, it would sound similar to B string. Peace string.
Yeah.
Peace string.
Worked perfectly. He made a lot of money off that song, probably.
I hope so.
There's some great singer-songwriters, though. James Taylor, probably being the greatest.
What's your favorite James Taylor song?
Probably You Got a Friend. I had to think of one of them.
Hold on, that's James Taylor?
I think. Is it?
Got a Friend in Me song?
No, that's Randy Newman. Shout out to Randy Newman.
He's another good singer-songwriter.
My wife hates Randy Newman because anytime he comes on, I start singing like Randy Newman, and she gets really annoyed.
No, I only get mad on like the third day of that.
Yeah, it's just me singing like Randy Newman. He's like, oh, you got a friend in me.
Just me trying to sing like Randy Newman the whole time.
For
72 hours.
Yeah, it's just me singing everything I'm doing as Randy Newman. It's just like, well, I'm going to get me some water. It's like a Family Guy bit. Remember that Family Guy bit where Randy Newman's playing the piano and he's just singing everything he sees? It's really funny, yeah. Randy Newman's great. One of the best.
Yeah, I love Randy Newman. And who's the other guy? Michael McDonald.
Yeah, I sing that's another one I do.
Because he started doing it for the 3 days, and I just picture.
I've woken up at night to that noise.
It's just me, like,
Not high enough.
yeah. It's just me singing.
That guy, he does that song.
Yeah, he does a version of that. It was on the AT&T commercial. It's him singing, and then a bunch of families doing things. It's like the soundtrack of the, yeah.
I had no idea. How long ago was this? How long ago?
03?
Oh, okay, yeah, I was thinking probably not these days. I mean, they got the freaking, now they just have their spokesperson. I want to see.
Oh, yeah, that girl.
Yeah, that girl.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I think about her ass. Maybe I don't even
I
know.
don't think she does it anymore because everybody kind of harassed her on the internet.
Then they find out she had big bosoms. Not even get it.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that.
I really don't want to get into that one. Seriously.
Definitely not. But that's why they were harassing her. Yes.
Did you know about that, Grant?
Who are you talking about?
The woman from AT&T.
Oh, Melania
Yeah, he knew about it.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You knew her name, dude.
Yeah, you know her name. We didn't know her. I thought it was just like Kelly or
I was just
something.
guessing on the name, perhaps. I don't have it pulled up right now.
Wow, what a guess.
Yeah, you actually got her name. That actually rings a bell. What was the name again?
Milana.
Milana Weintraub.
How do you, are you going to spell that for William?
I'll put it up on screen.
Please do.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, she's
Tastefully
normal on that one. Yeah.
And they were.
But people found certain photographs and they just harassed her on the internet, and so she jumped off the roof at Resorts World.
Gosh, yeah, people have been doing that recently.
It's been happening a lot.
Because then people think, oh, maybe they just had a gambling problem and it was some bad like sadness or something. If they want to kind of spare their families. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, get that one off, please, Grant.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Sorry.
All right.
Integration.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what she's going to do now. Is she going to work for Dr. Pepper? Is there some other company she can work for now that they're not going to care?
Yeah, I think she's going to have to work for a company that nobody really cares about anymore. Like, I don't know, Schwann's food delivery.
You got Schwann, but also Schwinn bikes.
Schwinn bikes, maybe she can ride. Oh, God, this is getting worse. If she rides a bike, they're just going to harass her more.
Yeah, I guess you got to. Yeah, she's going to support bar or something. And it's bad. I mean, AT&T shouldn't get harassed. She's just some lady. I mean, who cares?
Yeah, for real.
Who cares? I know Grant kind of cares, but
Yeah, Grant really loves this woman.
She's great. She was in that what was that space show? Other Space. She was in Other Space.
Terry?
You hasn't seen Other Space?
No, I never saw it.
it's a television show.
Yeah, it's a little short-lived television show with her and the guy that's a taxi driver in Deadpool.
Oh,
I never saw Deadpool.
I saw Deadpool way after it came out.
What do you like better, Deadpool or Van Wilder?
Probably Deadpool. I've never seen Van Wilder.
Ooh, I saw that at the movie theater. And, it's like middle school, and I thought it was a little bit.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it was an R-rated movie. I don't even know how I got in there.
That seems kind of like it has some Umbrella Academy to it. That Other Space show.
Oh, it's super funny.
Oh, really?
So what are these people? Are these people superheroes? Are they,
They're just stranded astronauts.
they have cool outfits?
That kind of reminds me of that show Extinction. Remember that show Extinction? Where it's like there's one woman on the spaceship, and she gets like
violated by an alien, and she has to have an alien baby. Y'all don't remember that show Extinction?
No, looking it up.
Station was it
I think it
on?
was on CBS.
How was the alien baby? Did it look pretty?
Yeah, it looked just like the dad. The
Dad was the alien,
Yeah.
the lady was the Earth.
Yeah, the alien was, I think, was a very good-looking African-American man. I think it was called Extinct or Extinction. I don't remember. But
Was it with Matthew Fox? Is it this thing?
yes. No, it's not that one. It was on CBS. I don't remember.
Well, how were these people able to make a movie after the television show Extinction?
That may have came first. I don't remember the name of the show. No.
How were they allowed to do this after the television show make all these things called Extinction?
I don't know. It feels like it's a common name in the zeitgeist. But
Here we go. It's
yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, it was like, this is terrible for like a kid's show. Like, this man is violating this woman to try and repopulate.
Which one is the African American alien guy?
I think the one at the very end.
I was picturing something much different.
Yeah,
Right? I just had no idea.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird when you see it on the poster, but it's really quite the graphic show.
Gosh, it looks like they're shaped like donuts.
Yeah, I think that's why it was so easy for him to do the violating.
Oh, because it's literally, they're shaped like a donut.
Yeah, they're shaped like a donut.
Which means, what, like a big hole or something?
Yeah.
Another show called Extinct.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that one. It was so weird. I just
Wait, hold on. I feel sad. Wait, hold on. You're messing with me. Wait, I thought it was the
that was the cartoon version of the show.
okay.
They made a kid's version.
Well, that would make more sense. Yeah, my heart was just broken, Trey. I was thinking, oh my gosh, a sweet cartoon. It was different than what I was picturing, but it's actually this.
Yeah, that's the OG version of it. Yeah, I just remember seeing like a commercial where this like woman, she was stuck on a spaceship, and then this guy just appears. It just starts like trying to undo her zipper. It was very creepy. It was really creepy. And then I just remember her waking up pregnant with like an alien baby. Somebody's got to know this show. That's the one I think. It was so weird. It was like it was very short-lived.
What do you think, Trey? Do you think, because you hear these stories of people getting abducted by aliens and stuff, how do you think you would fare up there if they ended up getting your ass? You think you'd be able to be strong up there? You think you'd be spilling the beans on stuff if they were asking you questions? Or what do you even think? How would you react in that situation?
Yeah, I'd probably be telling them everything. I'd like try to be funny and like try to gain their trust and like try to make them laugh and stuff. But I'd be telling them everything. I'd be like, what would they want to know?
I see exactly. That's what scares me. I have no idea what an alien might be all about.
Yeah, I mean, but whatever it is they want to know, I'll do my best to tell them as much as I can.
Because that's scary. That happens to people. People have those stories. What are they doing? What do you think? They're just making that up?
Yeah.
Just crazy people making it up, or they actually got abducted by aliens?
Apparently, Aaron Rodgers said he had a meeting with an alien one time. I remember him talking about that. Yeah, I think he had a meeting with an alien. The alien was asking him fantasy football questions, I think.
Okay, so maybe specific to the person.
Yeah.
They'll ask specific questions.
There he is. Have you met Aaron Rodgers?
No, I think I randomly did. I was right by him in New York last year in MLG or whatever. I think he was there, and I had a little bit of football, and I threw it at him, and he didn't catch it in time, and it hit him in the face, and then I was picturing like we're gonna toss the ball around.
I'm not a receiver, so I know. I should have handed him off the ball and then did a little ran off. And be like, don't do it, pass it. That would have been so cool. He would have had like a real, like, American Hallmark moment with Aaron Rodgers. No, but I messed it up. Yeah, I hit him in the face with a little Nerf football, one of the whistling ones. So it's like he should have. He should have heard it. Yeah, that's so funny. What if like that happens to him a lot? People think he's just gonna catch the football and it hits him in the face every time. It very easily could. That'd be a nightmarish reality to have to live in. That would be, but that is cool. You know, that is a legend in football.
I remember one summer, it was so hard just leaving my front door in the day when I go out to play with the neighborhood kids because it would be like just whistles. Right, yeah, and immediately hitting me with the balls. Little whistling nerves. I was looking them up on eBay the other day.
That's like a sitcom gag. Like every time you walk out of the house, like you get hit by a hairball. It's like what they would play on your like opening theme of your TV show.
I know we need to get that going.
Yeah.
What was Erica? Do you remember what was that show I was watching that it looked all messed up on YouTube and it had the Elliot guy? You remember that?
The question is,
Did she know it?
Mars Attacks.
Yeah, do you know, babe?
Who was the Chris Elliott? Oh, Chris Elliott.
It was a real funny show. What was it? I can't think of the name.
That opening scene of that show, he's riding on a bike because he's a paper boy. Get a life. You should look it up. It's funny. They have episodes on YouTube you can watch.
I've been watching a lot of Inside the Actors Studio.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's great. It really gives you a good look inside the Actors Studio.
Nice.
I need to watch this though. This looks fun.
Oh yeah, no, it's very funny. I was laughing out loud watching it, but yeah, I remember the opening scene. He's delivering paper. There's some pretty lady bending over, and then he sleeps into a car and falls off, and then it just made me laugh for this little boy on the television.
That's funny. Yeah, that's always funny when somebody falls off a bike. I know. When she saw me fall off a bike, remember that, babe?
Recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Wait, was it a bad crash?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, we were in Las Vegas, and
Right on top of the fucking roof of the.
Yeah.
What happened?
Resorts World.
I thought he fractured his skull. He's just going down the street, and then all of a sudden, just
Yeah, we were on Fremont. Yeah, we were on Fremont Street, and some guy recognized us from the.
And then made you fall.
He's like, "Hey, you want to get on this bike?" And I was like, "Yes, I do." And I got on the bike, and I pushed the pedal the wrong way, and I just went,
Oh no, and you hit your head on the ground?
Yeah, I hit my head really hard. We were leaving the Resorts World. Remember, babe?
Yeah, I'm afraid he has CTE now.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Wait, what happened? Did you stay on the ground for a little bit, or were you able to immediately get up, or what even happened? Were you bleeding?
Yeah, I was on the ground for a good 25 seconds, and then I kind of just, I was really embarrassed because we were with like our family, and we were about to get married, and
Their asses falling over on them.
their first impression of me is just biting on the bike and just falling.
Were you moving, or you were standing still and fell over?
No, I was like, I got like a good 2 or 3 steps on the bike, and then I kind of like, no, actually what happened was I was riding really fast down Fremont Street, and I was getting to where I was close to the street, and I had to jump on the brakes, and I didn't brake in time, and I kind of just went. I went down.
It happens. Well, thank God you were okay, especially since you didn't have a helmet on.
Yeah, I was on a Schwinn bike. They were really excited about they had this cool bike. They were like, you want to give it a spin?
It was one of those beach cruisers.
Yeah, it was a beach cruiser. It was so weird because, like,
yeah, and then you press backwards and then it activates the brake on those things.
It was so weird because, like, these random people were like, hey, we saw you on the show. And they were like,
on television?
Yeah, they saw me on that Extinct show.
CBS?
Yeah, I was on this. You were the kid. I was the kid. You were the kid that came out. Yeah, it was really cool.
Did he get on the bike?
Yeah, they were like, hey, you want to ride this bike? I asked Lindsay, I was like, babe, you want to get on the bike?
Where was this, near the Harvest Attack Grill?
Yeah, it was kind of, you know where that,
Slotzilla?
Yeah. Slotzilla. You know where all those, like, stands are, where they have all that fake merchandise? We were right around there. It was really stupid to ride our bikes. It was like right on Fremont Street, right, babe?
What was the guy whose bike it was? Does he come run up like scared?
No, he was just kind of like, you know, hanging around. I think he was giving like bike rides. He was trying to charge people for bike rides. And he had like a Las Vegas Raiders hat on. A big guy. He was like 6'2".
Classic. He's like a Raiders fan.
And he was like, man, I love that show Extinction. And I saw you on it. I've watched that show so much.
So he's just like, hey, you want to get on the bike? Go a little round on the bike. It's on me.
Yeah, a free bike ride. And I was like, sure, why not?
Oh my gosh, and Lindsay's there with her family, and they do a couple things, and then exit. Well, that's the danger. You should have told your ass that, hey, this is a beach cruiser. The brake mechanism is not only on the uniforms, but also when you go backwards.
Yeah, because I was like trying to like hit the brakes on the back, and it just kept spinning in circles. And then like,
There's probably a bunch of people around on Fremont Street.
yeah, I was worried I was gonna run into one of those like bootleg merchandise carts, and I was gonna like fucking crash into that.
That would be a disaster.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
Damn, well, just maybe don't get on a bike again in Fremont Street.
Yeah, I'll get on a bike again elsewhere, maybe on the strip. But
Yeah, this trip.
we have a good time in Vegas. You guys like
We love Vegas.
Oh yeah, I loved it there. Even not drinking and stuff was fun, but when I used to drink and do cocaine and stuff, oh, I'd have a real fun time.
it kind of scares me a little because there's all these lights, but you know,
What do you mean, just all the bright lights?
yeah, and it's very loud.
Yes, for somebody that doesn't, yes, that is sensitive to bright lights or loudness, be careful.
Yeah,
If you're thinking about going to Vegas or whatever, be careful.
epilepsy.
Yes.
Recommend
And
it.
I think they have sensory hours between 2 and 4.
Do they really? 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 p.m. and 4 p.m., but it's kind of boring, so again, be careful.
So really good happy hours elsewhere at that time, but for everyone else, a sensory problem.
Yeah. Walmart does that too.
Is Walmart 2 to 4 p.m. or that's like 2
That's
to
like
4 a.m.?
10 to, it's like 7 a.m. to like 10 a.m. I think they have like sensory hours.
That just means don't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Keep looking forward. Don't talk. What does it mean?
I don't know. I guess they turn the lights lower and they like turn the music down, and it's just everything's quiet.
It's a positive.
They should just do it all the time.
I think Erica was actually the person who told me about that. Sensory? No, I didn't know that. I only knew that about Vegas. I'll give you credit.
Might have been on a TikTok, right, babe?
TikTok's such an
Facebook reel.
I could have swore it was.
I did not. Might have been Erica. Yeah.
Well, I'll take the credit.
Yeah, I told
I'm
Erica.
talking about me. I mean, your ass.
I'll
Your
take-
ass.
I'll take the credit.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that loves Vegas as much as you do.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's their place.
fair.
She was gonna wear a vintage Vegas shirt today.
Oh my God, why?
What, like a casino or one that literally just a general Las Vegas shirt?
It's a general Las Vegas shirt. It has a showground and it has all the old hotels like Circus Circuits and
Oh, cool.
Golden Nugget and everything. And yeah, I think it's like a 1996 Las Vegas shirt. So it's seen better days, but it's one of my favorites.
She was gonna wear it, but I told her to wear the Smith shirt, so I kind of fucked that up.
You tell her what to wear?
Yeah, right, babe?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
So is it something you generally, Lindsay, agree with when he's telling you maybe specifically what to wear on a certain day, or sometimes you're like, what's he thinking?
Well, we coordinate sometimes, so I don't really question it. I'm like, okay, we're gonna do like a matchy couple thing. Like a Korean couple.
Yeah, a little bit. She'll just kind of show me two things and say, hey,
which one?
Yeah, like that one.
I always give him two choices. Shirt, dinner.
It's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and
2 choices, that's not too many. I feel like I can make a decision pretty easily
with 2 choices.
with 2 choices.
I give William like 5.
Yes, I get 5, and then a choice doesn't happen. Right? That's the math on that one. If I get too many choices,
You keep picking.
I'm shutting down. Yeah, I am fidgeting.
You can always have too many choices, but you can never have too little choices, I guess.
Right. Would you agree with that, Grant?
Right, you are also.
What happened back then?
I'm sorry. I fully agree.
Yeah, you can always have too many chances, but you can never have too. Or you can always have too many choices, but you can never have too little choices.
That sounds like communism.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of like what can happen in Vegas if you end up on the roof of the freaking Resorts World.
Yeah, I can't believe that guy did that. That's so sad.
It's really bad if you're feeling down or whatever. There's people you can talk to. Don't resort to that.
Yeah,
especially at a resort.
Yeah, for real. Like call a friend or something. Yeah, don't resort to it. Yeah, I actually knew that guy a little bit.
You knew him.
Yeah, I knew him. Kind of. Like when he got on, I was like talking to him and I was like trying to give him like advice and stuff, and he didn't listen to it. He would always just want to get on that show, and he wanted to get on that show that I was on. Extinct. He wanted pointers on how to get on Extinct.
Sometimes people get tunnel vision and they lose sight of everything else, and then they start making bad choices.
I had a question about that.
Go ahead.
Extant.
Yes.
Was it Extant?
That's the one. Extant.
That's Holly Berry.
Yeah, that show is insane. She like gets like by like some alien.
I thought that was Catwoman where that's happening.
Yeah, that happens too.
That's also a cat.
She gets violated by a cat.
By Mr. Penguin.
Yeah, by Mr. Did you guys like the Penguin? The show, The Penguin, I heard it's awesome.
It was really good.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
I heard it's awesome. We tried to watch it, remember, babe? I thought I tried to play it for you. And
What happened? Did you not like it?
yeah, I think we just got sidetracked. I think we were doing something. Like we were
That's what happened with us with The Sopranos. We watched the very first episode and they got sidetracked.
Yeah, remember when we tried to watch that on our honeymoon, babe, The Sopranos?
Yeah, we got through like half an episode. It was good, but it was just, I have the mentality of a squirrel. I need constant stimulation, and I wasn't providing it.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I mean, people say how wonderful it is. Maybe I need to give it a shot sometime.
Yeah, you gotta get really into the show. You gotta lock in. You can't be doing other things while you're watching The Sopranos. You can't be on your computer and watching The Sopranos at the same time. There's some shows you can do that.
Maybe Minesweeper or something.
Yeah,
Like Wife Swap.
yeah, Wife Swap.
Wife Swap's a good
We
Minesweeper.
watch that all the time. Wife Swap, right, babe?
We do.
My Bad Gypsy Wedding.
You watch that without
That's a pretty good
without
one.
looking up all the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what gypsies call people like us?
What?
Gorgers.
Gorgers?
Yeah, that's what non-gypsies are referred to as by gypsies.
What are you gonna say, babe? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that was a show I haven't told you about yet,
Oh,
but
really?
yeah, or maybe I did. With the big obnoxious dresses.
Oh, yeah. Gorgers. What do they call it? Call us gorgeous?
I don't know. I don't like
For
this.
gorgeous.
Huh.
It could be because we're gorgeous. It could be because I don't even know.
Like
I don't like
redheads?
that.
That's what they call redheads?
I don't even know their thoughts on redheaded people. Quite frankly, they've never really gotten into it. I've watched a ton of episodes, but there's never been a redheaded person.
Right. I always see gypsies like around at the donut shop. They're always like trying to get like free donuts.
Yeah, they used to do that at the storage unit place where I work, trying to get a free store. Yeah, getting the big ones, and then they get the deal for the 1 month, $1 a month, and then they're moving everything in the middle of the month. And then I see them driving up in their BMWs, and I go into the back.
Yeah.
Stop messing with
Are
them.
you like, oh god, these people again?
Yeah, I go out on my golf cart and just go walk around the property. I used to do a lot of that.
Did they let you? Did you just kind of survey the storage unit? Like you just kind of like overwatched?
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, it was 2,300 units or something. It was like the biggest one in California. And apparently, I randomly, my old roommate in LA randomly texted me the other night. And I got a check from the place. Apparently, they got sued or something.
Why'd they get sued?
I don't know. He was so sweet. He saw that he could somehow read the check. I guess he didn't open the letter, but he somehow figured it out. And he called me, which was very sweet.
That is nice.
But yeah, something happened. And he said it's some storage units.
Maybe they kept trying to give deals to too many gypsies, and it was messing up their bottom line, and they got sued.
Yeah, and then they stopped paying us correctly because of that.
Really?
Now I'm getting the back pay, maybe. I don't know.
That'll be cool if you get the back pay. You get some extra money.
Oh, yes, everything would change.
Yeah.
So I'm just praying to God
Were there
that
people?
this fucking thing ends.
Were there people that lived in the storage unit, like divorced dads that had nothing?
Yeah, and then you'd have to kick them out. Normally, I'd let a coworker find them because I didn't have the heart.
Yeah.
Kind of just a sad situation.
Like I can't let this guy.
Yeah, I would like open up the door because it would have a lock on it. And like the setup, like this weird setup, and it's like fucking 95 degrees. And I'm like, what?
Because there are so many people that like live in storage units. They don't have any other place to go.
Yeah, well, in ours you couldn't. There was no rule, and you just couldn't. But I don't know.
Yeah, that must have been a fun job, though.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it was pretty cool. It allowed me to live in LA, and it was so much better than the first job I had in LA. Working for the freaking and scammy ass some call center, and we acted like we worked for the IRS.
How would you? But we didn't. What was your script when you called? What would you say?
I wish I had taken a picture or something because there was totally a script that I was following.
I just imagine somebody like, hello, it's like, hey,
yeah, I get into it. So those are the
extended warranty.
And it was horrible. I hated it. And you had to get there like 7 a.m. And that's when I was hitting the ground hard, doing all the open mics and stuff. And I'd get drunk at night and then have to drive there early in the morning. It was a nightmare.
That sounds terrible. It sounds like the worst type of living situation you could be in.
Yeah, it was just a nightmare.
And you had to deal with like the open mic scene, you know, just being there, like having to grind at an open mic and being amongst like all these people, and you're like, oh, I gotta get up in the morning and go do a call center job.
I know, well, that happened for a while.
Well, I'm glad you got out of that.
But I was thinking, I would have kept on working. I can't remember what it was. I think it was working.
Pandemic.
The earliness was a nightmare. But no, I mean, at the call center, because I thought I was kind of good at it a little bit.
Yeah.
So then I tried to get another call center job after that, and thank God that didn't work. I don't know what I was thinking. Again, I was just going in there saying, oh, I was pretty good at it. I just did it.
But they have like.
And then, but they didn't hire me, thank God.
So with this call center, are you trying to make sales? Like, are you selling like?
Trying to get the people to talk to the sales
Right.
people.
Okay, so you're like the middleman.
I'm the middleman, and they are, but they're getting called from us somehow. It's something where like we're calling them, but they don't realize it. So most people are just real mad. Like, why are you calling me?
Yeah, we get a lot of scam calls, right, babe?
Yeah, I think we had one a few minutes ago.
Yeah, somebody just scam called.
What do y'all do? Do y'all answer it, or what do y'all do when you get them? Because I get them pretty frequently as well.
Too. One time I got this scam call from this guy that wanted to do a survey about real estate agents. I kept him on the line, and I got really angry at him.
You're talking to the guy?
Yeah, I got really angry at him. He kept asking me what I thought about real estate agents. I was like, I hate real estate agents. One tried to have sex with my wife, and I just kind of like kept yelling, made up a story about
What his ass is thinking, dude, did I just get on the phone here? What the hell is...
He just kept saying, okay, I'll make a note of it. I was like, you tell those fucking real estate agents, if one of you call me again, because I was like really angry. I went into this character where I just kept saying, I get real estate agents who hit on my wife all the time. And
I hate real estate agents. That makes sense. I would hate them too. Oh my God.
Yeah, I saw 2 real estate agents yesterday in the crowd, and I kind of just went back into that character and just kind of spent like.
How could you tell they were? How could you tell the 2 people in the crowd were real estate?
Because they said earlier, somebody asked them what they do for a living, and they said they were real estate agents, and I was like, you fucking real estate agents.
I was
Always trying to.
for people laughing.
Nobody really got it, because it was just an inside joke that I had with myself.
See, I would have laughed just the idea of you going after the people for being real estate agents, because I feel like a lot of times real estate agents don't pick up enough heat.
No, they don't, and they're always trying to like screw you out of money.
Yeah, they're not telling you if it's like a place is haunted or something. It's like they need to tell you that.
Yeah, and then they just put you in like a really bad apartment that has like rats. And you're like, this isn't what I was promised.
Yeah.
This picture is insane. I like how your face is halfway covering this guy's head.
I know, it's like he has a real lifelike, realistic mask on.
There you go. That's perfect. Yeah. Good job, Grant.
What if I could sell houses?
Yeah, I think you could do it. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
Yeah, maybe if the comedy stuff doesn't work out, maybe I can start trying to sell some houses.
That would be a funny sketch. Trying to sell houses like you're trying to sell somebody a house. Just doing your normal thing.
Yeah, really trying to sell them a house and I can't,
And it would be even funnier if it was like somebody like was like taking you seriously and like trying to negotiate with you on the house. It's just you trying to negotiate with this person. It's not even anything trying to be funny.
Right,
You're trying to sell a house.
Yeah, it's going to be hard them negotiating with me because I might not want to budge on the number that much. You know what I mean? So they're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah.
They start trying to negotiate.
It's like, can we do $1,200 a month? That's like, no, we can't do. The landlord is dead set on $1,500 a month. We're not moving down.
Yeah, it's take it or leave it.
Arguing with the guy.
Yeah, we're not going to argue with the main dude today.
Yeah, take it or leave it. It's $1,500. GTFO.
Yeah, or GTFO.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, I can also do that.
We already have a catchphrase.
Yeah, take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it, or GTFO.
For anybody that doesn't know what that means, sometimes I see those string of letters and I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
And then I gotta look and then I gotta Google it.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot.
And he always puts Urban Dictionary first, just in case.
That's the best place to find those type of definitions. The other day I saw CTFU and I was like, what's that mean? But it means crack the fuck up, apparently.
Interesting, I did not know.
I saw somebody said this had me CTFU. I was like, what? And it's crack the fuck up.
Did you know that one, Grant? Yeah.
Did you know that one, Grant?
I had no idea.
What's another one? STFU, obviously. People know that. Yeah, people know that one.
There's BTFU. What's that? It's like you got backed the fuck up in like an argument.
Backed the fuck up. Like somebody loses an argument or something easy to say. They got backed the fuck up.
Or there's BTFO. You got blown the fuck out.
So like if you have a bad argument, you're wrong.
Or if you're watching like the Kansas City Royals or something.
So in a sports situation, you also your team has got BTFO'd.
Yeah, you got BTFO'd. That could be the name of
real estate company, BTFO. It sounds like it could be an official sounding like real estate company.
You're about to get BTFO'd if you think you're gonna get anything off this. You need money off this rent.
Yeah, you're about to get BTFO'd if you're trying to.
Yeah, that would be great.
To cover the closing costs.
Right. Yeah, we're in escrow right now, and we're staying in escrow.
Yeah, and if you don't understand what escrow means, I'm not going to explain it.
It's just you being an unhelpful. Like, you like the shit or not, I don't care. Look, you want an AC unit? Not my problem.
Yeah,
Just got BTFO.
BTFO.
Somebody's got to do something like that. You know, just an unhelpful real estate agent trying to sell you a house. He just doesn't care.
Oh man. That was like Jimmy Fallon. What was his character on SNL? The company's computer guy. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, Jimmy Fallon was great.
Yeah, I thought he was real funny at SNL stuff.
Giggled on his
Always would crack the fuck up.
Which did make me laugh. So.
Yeah. Did you like Jimmy Fallon, babe?
Oh yeah. I also liked how he would laugh at his own jokes.
Yeah.
It was endearing.
My favorite
was funny.
He was in that movie Taxi. Remember that movie Taxi?
With Queen Latifah.
I only like that movie because Jeff Gordon made a cameo.
Of course.
What was he like driving one of the other taxis or something?
Yeah. I think so. She was like, I always wanted to be a Winston Cup driver. And then at the end, she finally becomes a NASCAR driver. What? Spoiler.
Is that how that ends?
Yeah, I think so.
So what is the deal with the movie? They're just trying to make money being a taxi driver, or what are they? What's the movie about?
Yeah, it's like they're like a taxi driver that stumbles upon like some organized crime, and they have to like solve the crime with the taxi. It's really quite the film. I remember watching it with my stepdad, Doug Ruiz. Doug like it. No, I think Doug just was drunk.
Oh my god.
Something to pacify his family.
You have two dads named Doug?
Yeah, two stepdads named Doug.
And what are the chances of that?
Pretty high if you're, I guess, if you're my mom.
Yeah, super high.
Yeah. Because, like, she was with Doug Hanning, and he was a little bit nicer, but he did a lot of other stuff, I think, not just drinking.
Yeah.
One time,
He was nice.
yeah, he was a real nice guy. He just worked on siding and would just drink Keystones. But apparently, he told me the story. He said he was in a bad neighborhood, and a cop pulled him over. And the cop said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "I'm here to buy crack, honestly." And the cop let him go.
To go buy his crack.
Sometimes it pays to be honest.
Be honest, yeah. The cop said, "I need you to turn around, get out of here," and let him go. And then he came back.
Chances of that.
Pretty high, I guess, if you're my mom.
Yeah, super high.
Yeah. Because, like, she was with Doug Hanning, and he was a little bit nicer, but he did a lot of other stuff, I think, not just drinking.
Yeah.
One time,
He was nice.
yeah, he was a real nice guy. He just worked on siding and would just drink Keystones. But apparently, he told me the story. He said he was in a bad neighborhood, and a cop pulled him over. And the cop said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "I'm here to buy crack, honestly." And the cop let him go.
To go buy his crack.
It pays to be honest.
Yeah. The cop said, "I need you to turn around, get out of here," and let him go. And then he came back later and bought his crack, I guess. But he's a good guy, Doug Hanning. He's the father of my sister, Amber Hanning. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Amber, and I met Amber for the first time at y'all's wedding. I never met your sister before.
Yeah.
Or your mama.
Yeah, I think Doug was there, right, babe? Doug Hanning?
There was a Doug there.
There was, actually. Okay, so that was
You
the
guys
Doug.
were
I can
goofing
picture.
about it.
Yeah, we were goofing about it. Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, that was hilarious because you spoke after y'all got married. You know, that was very nice, and then you spoke, and it was very, very humorous.
That was fun. That was the best day of my life. I'm glad you were there.
I know. Well, thank you so much for inviting us. It was very good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how has it been? How's married life been? Is it any different than how it was before, or how is it?
What do you think, man?
I mean, yes and no. Not really. I think you get more comfortable once you're married, like, you know, leaving messes around.
Yeah.
Like, I was a great housekeeper before we got married, and now I'm, like, not that great. So, other than that, it's perfect.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's great. There is a lot of messes with this new dog.
Oh yeah, y'all got the dog dropped off.
Yeah.
And it's been good with the new dog.
Do you want a dog, William? I mean, the listeners want a dog.
Yeah, if anybody needs, wait, what kind of dog did y'all gonna get?
It's a German Shepherd.
Yeah, if anybody needs, Grant, what about you? I think German Shepherds are good with kids, and you got your two girls. No, I'm good.
Gator. Poor Gator.
She don't like George.
Yeah, I don't even know what little Gator would do. I mean, eventually she would have to get used to some other animal, like up in the apartment, but I don't think she would do good for a while. No, German Shepherds are big dogs, and they scare me. They can.
It seems like they can be very sweet.
Yeah, this one's cool. She's very invasive in your space.
And if you like that, hit them up.
Yeah, hit us up. She's a great dog. She's baby.
She knows you.
But I think we're gonna keep her, right, babe? We really love her.
We do love her a lot, but she's the worst. Also,
Yeah, her name's Birdie.
Oh, that's a sweet name, Birdie.
Yeah.
Birdie, which is actually a big old dog.
Yeah.
Sure is gonna be. Is she big right now?
she's huge.
Yeah, she's what, like 45 pounds?
Yeah, probably about 50 now. And she likes to walk up on like tightrope on things and sit on my shoulder. So that's why we named her Birdie, because she's like a little bird.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, she's always flying. I always think she's an angel from her grandmother who was German. So we got a little German Shepherd dog.
So she sent us a Nazi dog.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And wait, so what do you think? Yeah, it's a little piece of her grandmother, maybe.
Yeah, I think because her grandmother was German, so she sent us a German Shepherd. It's like an angel from her grandmother.
Well, that's a sweet thing. Yeah, I wonder what, and I also wonder what Gator is too, because we kiss all the time. I'm like, who is this person inside of this dog? Because we kiss a lot. I wonder that, so I really never find out. It's probably going to be really hard to figure out what maybe human part of a human soul is inside of Gator.
Spicy Latina.
A spicy Latina, and God, we kiss, and then she quivers her little lips, and then I want to cry because it's like
So precious.
She's a little torta.
And you'll dress her up, and maybe y'all could get her like a little sombrero. I think she does.
Does she have a sombrero?
Probably.
Like a little dog sombrero.
She's got a sombrero.
Poncho for sure.
Yeah,
She's got a poncho.
Yeah. We sometimes we don't really dress up we should dress up our dogs more.
Y'all's dogs are bigger though. I feel like with a bigger dog, it would be so delightful.
Yeah.
Did y'all see my sister's dog at the wedding with its dress on?
Yes.
What kind of dog was it? I'm trying to remember.
Poodle.
Yeah, it's a poodle.
I remember.
We need a couple of those.
Yeah, we need little dogs because
We recommend.
these big dogs they just kind of like disrupt and then just jump on
And
your
their
leg.
poops are huge.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Gator, they're very small. And she's bothering me. I can just put a little gate up, and then her ass is trapped.
Right. She's not going anywhere.
Yeah, she better be cool with it.
Yeah.
Get her little ass and going nowhere.
Are you gonna take her with you to Jacksonville?
No.
No, she's afraid.
Oh, she's afraid to fly. You're going flying or you're gonna drive?
Flying.
Nice.
Yeah,
A lot better.
Yeah, Gator, I don't know how she would do it. She's been to the ocean one time, and then the sand was getting on her little face because her little face is so close to the ground.
Yeah, she's tiny. Yeah, that would piss me off if I had a bunch of sand in my face. I get it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to. I'm gonna be selfish. I mean, I'm being selfish. I'm not trying to dig around, even though I love little Gator. I'm not trying to dig around with some dog on a fucking cage.
You're trying to find shark tooth.
I'm looking for shark's teeth. I'm not looking for a dog that is now missing.
Yeah, just bothering you on your pursuit of shark's teeth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna be anywhere close to her ass.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But yeah, you just gotta figure it out.
Yeah, I don't want my dogs on vacation with me. I wouldn't want that either.
Yeah, maybe every now and again, but not every. Grant, you want me to find your shark's tooth? Yes. You really would take it from me.
Yeah, dude.
That'd be cool. You actually find a bunch of sharks? Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to find you.
Aren't you gonna make like a necklace of shark's teeth?
I can always start with one.
Yeah.
And then from there.
You were gonna make the necklace.
I'm hopefully going to be able to make a necklace. But I think I'm going to need wire to wrap around the shark's tooth and then to make a little loop so you can put it on some string. I'm going to have to really figure this out.
Yeah, maybe you can get like a gold chain or something.
I don't think I can pull off a gold chain. I don't think. And then I'd always be scared someone's going to come up to my ass and yank it all.
Yeah.
That would happen street.
Yeah, that's what happens all the time on like 6th Street.
People get their chains taken.
Yeah, people are going in and pickpocketing you.
Yeah, I see the fights sometimes on 6th Street a lot. Have you ever witnessed any fights firsthand down there?
We almost got into a fight.
Recently?
Yeah, we did the secret show.
Yeah.
And we were walking back, and this short little Hispanic gentleman shoulder checked me, and he said, "Get the fuck out of the way!" And I was like, "What?" And then he said, "You heard me, bitch!" And he cocked his fist and he tried to swing at me. And I hit him with a pizza box.
I jabbed him in the eye with the corner of a Rapolo's pizza box. I was going to throw him the punch. I was like, I want to beat him.
Yeah, and I put my arm up and blocked it too. So it was a team effort.
Oh, she did. What did it hurt? His eye? Did it like mess with his eye?
Yeah, he was really taken aback.
Yeah, and then
that's great.
His friend pulled his shirt up and it had like a gun.
You're kidding.
No, that happened. Remember, babe?
Yeah, I was actually seeing. They were walking away though, thank God at that point. But
Like flashed a gun at you.
Yeah, I was like, well,
they called us words.
yeah, they said a bunch of words we can't.
That's word.
Yeah, it's just occasions we can't say.
For sure.
But he pulled his shirt up and he had a gun and I was like, okay.
Oh my God.
I knew he wasn't gonna use it.
And you just didn't even see him and he bumps into you.
Yeah, he just bumped into me and I was like, he's like, watch the fuck out. And I was like, he said, WTFO, watch the fuck out. And then he swung on me and I just went,
Were you gonna punch him? Were you thinking about punching him?
yeah, I kind of just froze though. I don't know what I had to do.
You held, you assisted.
Yeah.
He put his arms up to block. I did the jab with the box, and then I think he was so embarrassed that he just got jabbed in the eye with a pizza box by a woman.
Yeah, there were these other two women that kind of like were like, whoa, and they broke up the fight. But I was like, you missed, bitch, as he was walking away. I was like, you missed, motherfucker, come back. Yeah, I was like talking all kinds of shit. And then he flashes the gun and he shows me his gun. I'm like, all right. You ain't gonna use it. I'm like, God, Trey, you didn't say that. You're kidding. You didn't say that. I was being a real idiot.
Houston.
I know, fair enough. Be careful.
Yeah, but it was okay. It hasn't happened since.
But scary.
That happens quite frequently on 6th Street.
Oh my gosh, the other week, we see this dude. We see him because we hear a noise of a crashing metal sign, and we look over, and it's some dude just wasted. And then we're watching him, and he gets in his car. And then I see him drive off, and he's driving all scary. And
did he crash?
Not from what I saw. I watched it.
Was that in Austin, like on 6th Street?
Yeah, right down there.
Was that like on were y'all just hanging out?
Walking back to the car, and then it all happens in the span of us walking to the car. Who knows if the guy made it? Who knows if he killed a ton of people?
It's terrifying. I think that guy actually caused a big wreck on the freeway.
Very easily.
I think he was driving to Troy, Texas, and he caused a massive wreck.
Go to the wrong one ramp or whatever. Sometimes people go the wrong way.
I saw somebody do that last night. When I was driving back home from Shakespeare's. I saw somebody going the wrong way, and I tried to follow him. I was like, what do I do? I saw the one-way sign, and I saw this guy turn, and I was like, I'm going to follow him. And then I see him going the wrong way, and I'm like, well. and I like had to jerk the wheel.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's probably a good idea not following his dad.
Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, like the Waymo, there was a Waymo car, and the Waymo had to like dart out of the way. This guy's going like 5 miles an hour the wrong way on 6th Street. That street is hell.
Remember when I had to drive on the sidewalk on 6th Street?
Yeah, I was like, babe, you're going the wrong way, babe. And then she like had to drive on the sidewalk.
Start going the right way.
Yeah, to get back on the parking lot. I was like, all right, I think I'm gonna drive. And then I drove us home. Fun night.
Yeah, Stone Cold Sober.
Yeah.
By the way, let me just say.
Yeah, fun night.
Yeah, the one-ways are hard.
Yeah, one-ways are the worst, especially in a small block like that, like downtown Austin.
Great, have you ever had trouble with one-way streets? Driving down one-way streets? Yeah, you ever go the wrong way on a one-way street? No, just go the one way it tells you a better roundabout. You know how to use those.
Yeah, those are fun.
I don't understand those.
They're fun. There's one over off 35. There's one in Austin.
Yeah.
But I guess they're useful in directing traffic. I've heard good arguments for roundabouts, but I don't like them. I always just kind of end up going in a circle for like longer than I need to be.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anyone here knows how to use those yet.
Yeah.
So it seems a little bit chaotic.
Me included. I'm just driving in circles.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
And they do it. There are great videos I've seen where people just hit it straight on and get launched.
Right.
Those are in the air because they hit the roundabout. They didn't take the turn.
Those are always fun. I always love a good car crash.
I know, me too. But then I've had bad dreams where I'm like in on a car up on an interstate and I fall off in the car and then
I've had those type of dreams too. But like I've had dreams where I'm asleep, but I'm like really drunk and I'm getting in my car and driving drunk while I'm asleep and I'm like worried that I'm gonna crash. Yeah, I'm stressed the whole time. Yeah, and I wake up and I'm like, ooh, damn, it was a good thing I wasn't driving. Yeah, sleep. Yeah, those are the scariest dreams.
But then what a relief.
Yeah, when you wake up and you realize you weren't driving the whole time.
Yeah, I've had a couple, not recently, but where I'm drinking and like doing cocaine, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, thank God.
Yeah, thank God I'm not doing that.
Oh God, I started doing that again.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not doing that. That's bad.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
But what do you do?
Yeah, I guess you just kind of smoke and walk on the beach and find shrink's teeth.
Yeah, blaze up, listening to Animal Collective. Oh my gosh, I know you enjoy Animal Collective.
Yeah.
I started listening to their live stuff on YouTube last night when I was doing this writing stuff I've been doing. I love it. I love it. They have this wonderful song tongs or however you say that.
Tongs, yeah.
With just Amy Terry Panda Bear. Have you seen that before?
Yeah, I think that was their Pitchfork.
Yes, that is what it is.
That's my favorite of their albums. Sun Tongues. Either that or Feels.
Yeah, Feels is a guy that listens to that a bunch. But Merriweather Post Pavilion.
That's the classic.
I love that. And Strawberry Jam. That was the first one I ever got into, so that's my favorite.
She has a funny story about Strawberry Jam.
What?
It's really funny.
I don't know how funny it is. It's just about my brother-in-law. I don't know if you guys met him, but I don't know however old I was when I came out, 14, 15, and I was rocking out to Strawberry Jam, and my brother-in-law comes in and just like makes the worst face, and he's like, well, there's something for everybody. I'm glad you found your thing. There's something for everybody.
Hilarious.
He thinks that he hated it. Yeah, he hated it.
Oh gosh, well that's his problem.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. Somebody made a really funny comparison. They said Panda Bear is Brian Wilson if he plays a toaster instead of instruments.
I love it because I always thought they sounded like the Beach Boys.
Yeah, it is similar to the Beach Boys.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
That new song, there's a couple new songs. Have you heard the new one? There's one that came out, what, a day or two ago?
Yeah.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah, it was okay.
What'd you think? Yeah, that's what I think too. I love them so much, so it's like I'll happily listen. But
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know.
I saw them live in Houston, and I think it was, I don't remember the name of the White Oak Music Hall, and I was like trying to talk to him. I was like trying to talk to like geologists about hockey, and
That's hilarious.
they didn't even give me the time of day.
I know, that's a dream of mine. I would love to meet Panda Bear and Aviator. I would love, that's my
Maybe
dream.
have them on. Maybe Panda Bear will come on.
Never in a million years.
I think they
There's
will.
no way.
I think they will.
Never in a million
I think
years.
we get them.
Well, we'll try. Grant, we'll try.
Yeah, get on that
At some point in time in the future,
Yeah,
we'll reach out.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll reach out. Well, Trey Campbell, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For being on here.
Yeah, I love it.
Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
And we do have to, I gotta take our mercenaries, Lawyer Joe, Luke, Mr. Alex, Nissan Peppy, Nolan Void, Papa Leonia, Papa Coo, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Bud, and Return of Sean King, Robert Bushel, Ruby Joel Sparkle, Shinakaya from the Big Island, Samurai, Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones Esquire, Skin Bomb, the Gaming Recruiter, the Wizard, Peter Weed Fishes, McFisty, White Magic, William Casey, the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Adventure, Zombie, Warlock, Anthony Whiplash, Markinson, Ashley Belfield, Hasselon, Avery.
On the Shakura. And like people about that. But let's not get too far away. But I will say one more thing about Senator Hirsch. Yes, really important. We'll probably skip over some of his nomination wishes when we get to it later. He was also savage when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Mitzvos. Right? That there were a lot of Jews from online who were saying, you know, what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an argument. That was recognized in a time. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. See this Mishnah, this all kinds of things.
Hello, tell you Franco-Prussian War history buffs out there. I just wanted to let you know that we're going to be publishing a companion book based on our YouTube documentary, Glory and Defeat, about the Franco-Prussian War. It's going to include all the bonus content that was not in the YouTube series, and you can order it by clicking on the link below. It's July 1870, and in Europe, there's been no great power war since 1815. But now, the growing rivalry between the French Empire and the German Kingdom of Prussia is set to explode, and all it will take is one telegram.
They're on their own. Big challenge. As all of a sudden, saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community.
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to Glory and Defeat, the story of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71. In July 1870, Prussian Prime Minister Otto von Bismarck has dreams of a united Germany under Prussian leadership. Prussia already dominates the northern German states in the North German Confederation, but to bind the southern states to Prussia, he needs another war, and he has the largest army in Europe to fight it with. French Emperor Napoleon III and Empress Eugénie also have dreams of a glorious French Empire, but the rise of Prussia in recent years is a threat to France's position. Continued French dominance in Europe and a Germany united under Prussia. To achieve these dreams of glory would also mean risking defeat. All the two sides need is an excuse to fight. And as strange as it may seem, the crisis that starts the Franco-Prussian War begins in Spain.
The Eastern European situation is very different.
Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small.
The Spanish throne has been unoccupied since the 1868 revolution deposed Queen Isabella II. After much debate, the new Spanish government chose Leopold von Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen to be their new king. Leopold belongs to a branch of the Prussian ruling house of Hohenzollern, but he isn't a Prussian, and he only accepts the Spanish throne after 3 separate offers. Bismarck is delighted, but when the news arrives in Paris on July 3, 1870, it's so explosive, it's dubbed the Spanish Bomb. For Empress Eugénie, Prime Minister Émile Ollivier, and Foreign Minister the Duc de Gramont, it's unacceptable that the Prussian royal house might also rule Spain. Gramont, though, senses a win-win opportunity. He reasons that Prussia can be humiliated and forced to back down, or there will be a war which France will win. Gramont makes his case in a fiery speech to the French Parliament. We do not believe that respect for a neighboring people's rights obliges us to suffer that a foreign power, by placing one of the princes on the Spanish throne, can disturb the current equilibrium of the forces in Europe to our detriment, and put in danger the interests and the honor of France. Gramont also sends Ambassador Count Vincent Benedetti to Bad Ems, where Prussian King Wilhelm I was spending his holiday. Benedetti demands that Prussia force Leopold to refuse the Spanish offer, which outrages Wilhelm. He doesn't recognize Gramont's ploy and blames Bismarck for the crisis. The king does ask Leopold's father, Karl Anton, to renounce his son's candidacy on his behalf, which he does. But Gramont is still not satisfied, and now insists on a declaration that no Hohenzollern will ever claim the Spanish throne again. On July 13th, in a serious breach of courtly protocol, Count Benedetti approaches King Wilhelm on the Spa promenade and relays the new demand. Wilhelm refuses to make the declaration and asks his advisor to inform Bismarck about the events in Bad Ems by telegraph. This message to Bismarck is the original Emser Depeche, the Ems Dispatch. Bismarck now sees his chance to provoke war with France. He modifies the dispatch's wording to make it seem as though King Wilhelm had disrespected the French ambassador and has it sent to all Prussian diplomats. His Majesty the King then refused to receive the French envoy again, and informed him through an adjutant that His Majesty had nothing further to say to the ambassador. The provocative Ems dispatch, as manipulated by Bismarck, reaches French newspapers on July 14th, of all days, the French national holiday. And it works exactly as Bismarck intended. The Ems dispatch shocks the French government of Emperor Napoleon III. The Council of Ministers meets on the 14th, and Gramont is forced to justify the demands that he made of the Prussians, since the Council had never approved them. The ministers are divided, but eventually accept the Emperor's proposal for an international conference to resolve the crisis and avoid a war. But Empress Eugénie and War Minister Edmond Leboeuf then pressure Napoleon III to scrap the conference and mobilize the army, and he gives in. This is an informal declaration of war against Prussia. The next day, the French Parliament meets. After fierce debate, members resolve that war will be declared and vote for war credits. The mood amongst many Frenchmen was heated, as Private Serpolet described. Everyone here is fired up. All are shouting, Prussia, Prussia. Yesterday the band played La Marseillaise. Everyone was jumping in spite of the 60-pound wounds we had on our backs. I wish you could be here when a new dispatch arrives. We don't hear each other. We all run to the weapons rack. We overturn the beds. We fight. We roll. The sergeants want to intervene, but we slam the door in their faces. Discipline is relaxed. We no longer see so many punishments. When you talk to the French soldier about war, he wants to massacre everything. Le soldat français, quand on lui parle de guerre, veut tout massacrer. Prussian writer Theodor Fontana isn't in Paris, but he later records what he'd heard. Countless bands, some more than 1,000 strong, marched through the streets, often led by soldiers and preceded by the tricolor flag. They constantly shouted, "Long live the war! Down with Bismarck!" Thousands more joined them, applauded, or sang along to the Marseillaise. The police let everything go. Then torches appeared, and others lit street homes on fire. The drunks swung and hurled them into the trees, so that some began to burn along the boulevard. Then they went home at dawn. France is about to declare war on Prussia, and the press and many Frenchmen are infected with war fever. These developments are also being reported in the German press, and Prussia and its allies were ready to react.
Nowadays, it's a little song because, well, we're still
on the 15th, Wilhelm I leaves Bad Ems to deal with the crisis from Berlin. Crowds of Berliners cheer his carriage from the station to his palace, and in the streets, thousands more sing patriotic songs like the Wacht am Rhein and the Preußen. The night of July 16th, Prussia and Bavaria mobilized their armies. On the 17th, in the Bavarian capital of Munich, 30,000 people gather to cheer King Ludwig II, and the state parliament meets on the 18th. The debate is lively. Some members support going to war under the defensive alliance with Prussia, while others want Bavaria to only maintain armed neutrality. Some Bavarian lawmakers oppose joining the war because they're worried about the safety of the Palatinate region, which borders France. Pastor and parliamentarian Anton Westermeier shares those fears. Die spanische Thronfolge habe mit Deutschland nichts zu schaffen. The Spanish throne question has nothing to do with Germany. It's merely a question of dynastic interests. Both sides made mistakes, and now peoples must bleed for the sensitivities of their princes. I do not want the Palatines to suffer the horrors of war, but if a thief gets into the neighbor's house, I must lock up my own house and cannot bring help to the neighbor. When the dust settles, Bavaria has voted for war, and King Ludwig telegraphs the decision to the Prussian king in Berlin. The southern kingdom of Württemberg is also less than enthusiastic. Its leaders fear the Prussification of the kingdom and endangering their good relations with neighboring France, but they mobilize anyway. The Grand Duchy of Baden also borders France, but has good relations with Prussia. If there's war, only Prussia can protect Baden, so the Grand Duchy mobilizes. Once the Grand Duchy of Hesse mobilizes, Prussian King Wilhelm I is now in command of an entire German army, and there is still no official declaration of war. This week, the famous Ems dispatch has given those who wanted war in France and in Prussia the honorable excuse that they need. The French War Party rallies around Empress Eugénie, who also wants to preserve the throne of her ailing husband for her son. Bismarck plans to use the coming war to unite Germany under Prussia. And unlike the failed revolution of 1848, Germany is to be created not by the people, but by princes and generals. In his eyes, North and South Germans are now marching together against their old enemy to create a new Prussian Empire. The fact that Napoleon III and King Wilhelm I hadn't actually wanted war was now irrelevant. And next week, the Franco-Prussian War will officially begin.
He hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by...
On July 19th, 1870, the North German Confederation's parliament meets in Berlin for an emergency session about the imminent war. King Wilhelm I opens the session with defiance. Following the example of our fathers, we will fight for our freedom and for our righteousness against the violence of foreign conquerors. And in this struggle, in which we pursue no other goal than to permanently secure the peace of Europe, God will be with us, as He was with our fathers. At 2 p.m., the French declaration of war arrives. The Imperial French government accuses Prussia of trying to upset the balance of power in Europe by putting one of its own on the Spanish throne, and of insulting its honor with the Ems dispatch. The result is war. Consequently, the French government considered itself obligated to provide without delay for the defense of its honor and its injured interests. Determined for this final purpose to take all the measures offered to it by the situation created, it considers itself from now on to be in a state of war with Prussia, en état de guerre avec la Prusse. The declaration of war is announced to Parliament after the king finishes speaking. Emotions are running high in Prussia, not least because July 19th is the 60th anniversary of the death of King Wilhelm's mother, Louise, who enjoys cult-like reverence to the king. The next day, Parliament responds with an impassioned message to the king. We trust in God who punishes bloody outrages. From the shores of the sea to the foot of the Alps, the people have risen up at the unanimous call of their princes. No sacrifice is too great for them. The public voice of the civilized world recognizes the justice of our cause. The German people will finally achieve the peaceful and free unification valued by all peoples at the place of its choosing. Your Majesty and the allied German governments may consider us and our brothers in the South ready. Our honor and our freedom are at stake. Es gilt unsere Ehre und unsere Freiheit. King Wilhelm I is less enthusiastic about war than his own parliament. Despite his age, he'd only ever fought 2 wars and did not want this one now. And he belatedly recognizes how Bismarck and the Duc de Gramont each had their own agendas for bringing it about. Prussian Karl Marx also takes a more sober view of events than many of his countrymen who are caught up in the war frenzy. He wants a Prussian victory, but for reasons different than those of many other Prussians. Franzosen brauchen Prügel. The French need a beating. If the Prussians win, the centralization of state power will be useful to the centralization of the German working class. The German preponderance will also shift the center of gravity of the West European working class movement from France to Germany. And the German working class is theoretically and organizationally superior to the French. The die has been cast, and the Franco-Prussian War has begun. The princes of the German states prepare to defend their national honor, and Emperor Napoleon III prepares to defend that of France.
This is basically the story across Western Europe as well.
The French Empire is also preparing for the start of the fighting. On July 23rd, Napoleon III issues a dramatic proclamation to the nation. There are solemn moments in the life of the people when national honor, violently aroused, imposes itself as an irresistible force, dominates all interests, and takes in hand the direction of the destiny of La Patrie. We are not making war on Germany, whose independence we respect. We wish that the peoples who make up the great Germanic nationality freely determine their destinies. As for us, we demand the establishment of a state of affairs which guarantees our security and assures the future. The French authorities see their cause as just and are trying to win over the other European powers. But public opinion has turned against France, which doesn't have any allies. In 1868 and 1869, there had been talks with Italy and Austria about potential alliances, but no treaty had been signed in 1870. Napoleon III does have letters from Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph and Italian King Vittorio Emanuele II, in which they promised not to negotiate with third parties without French consent. The French Emperor sees these letters as an expression of moral obligation to help France in case of war, but the governments in Vienna and the Italian capital of Florence disagree. Serious talks do take place in July 1870 between France, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, and they don't go well. The Italians demand passage through Austria to attack Bavaria, but the Austrians refuse. If it enters the war, Italy also wants France to end its protection of independent Rome and the Pope, so that Italy can annex the city and make it into the country's capital. But the church is a pillar of support for the Second Empire, so the French aren't in a hurry to abandon the papacy. Plus, the French feel that Italy still owes them for French assistance in the Sardinian War of 1859, so they won't make the Rome deal the way that the Italians wanted. Austria-Hungary is hesitant about fighting on the French side for a few reasons. The government is worried about the many German speakers in the empire who are sympathetic to the so-called German cause against France. The Austro-Hungarians also fear that if they intervene, Russia might come in on the Prussian side. This is not actually so far-fetched, since King Wilhelm is the Tsar's uncle. Russia might also decide to join Prussia because the Prussians offered to help the Tsar against Polish rebels back in 1863. As for the United Kingdom, they stay out of the war as well. Relations with France have been strained since they fought together in the Crimean War, and Queen Victoria is the mother-in-law of the Prussian crown prince. France does make a very ambitious plan with Denmark, which lost the war to Prussia and its allies in 1864. The idea is for a French expeditionary force to land on the North German coast or in Denmark and advance into the North German Confederation alongside the weaker Danish army. But this plan also falls through after Britain and Russia pressure the Danes to remain neutral. France is now fighting the largest army in Europe alone. While the French are canvassing Europe for allies, but finding none, the mobilizations which started even before the declaration of war are bringing troops to the battle zones.
Jewish redactors to go and steal children to present them.
Both the French and the German armies feel prepared for war, but one is much larger. The Germans are moving about 460,000 men to the front, while the French figure is about 300,000. Before the main forces reach the battlefields, skirmishes are already breaking out along the border. Mostly these are cavalry reconnaissance patrols, and they usually don't get far. On the 19th, French chasseurs d'Afrique cross the Prussian border at Saarbrücken and capture some customs officers. The same day, the Prussians also take their first prisoner, a Zouave who had allegedly fallen asleep for white wine in an inn on the German side. The first official deaths of the war come on the 24th. A squadron of Baden Dragoon officers led by Württemberg General Staff Officer and later airship inventor Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin runs into French troops at Chirley. Claude Feriol-Pagnier, quartermaster in the 12th Mounted Chasseurs, and William Herbert Winslow, a lieutenant in the 3rd Baden Dragoons, are both killed, the first men to die in this war. Though it's possible that a few French soldiers have already been killed. 27-year-old Winslow is from Scotland, ironically making a British native the first fallen German. This week, the French declare war on Prussia but fail to find any allies. There's nationalist rhetoric on both sides, and the Franco-Prussian War claims its first lives. Those two men have died because the diplomats, generals, and politicians have allowed themselves to rush into war. These elites have used emotional terms like nation and honor to stir the passions of the people and manipulate the press. At this point, the storm they've unleashed is beyond control of even Napoleon III and Wilhelm I. And next week, the storm will only grow stronger.
There's some practice and belief if we break it down. You know, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists.
On the German side, mobilization is going well. Thanks to precisely timed train schedules, the German armies reached their starting positions less than 2 weeks after mobilization began. A Russian observer views this German efficiency with a bit of sarcasm.
That was meant to be sort of a nasty
the ox destined for slaughter seems to know in advance in which cooking vessel it will end up. Some men do in fact die of heat stroke on the march. Huge logistics centers supply the gathering German armies with the food, fodder, weapons, and other supplies that they need. 518,000 men and 2,000 guns assemble into 3 armies. General Steinmetz's first army around Trier and Prince Friedrich Karl of Prussia's second army near Mainz are made up of troops from the North German Confederation. The third army, called the German Army, concentrates around Speyer and includes units from Prussia, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, all under the command of Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm. French mobilization is not going well. Some regular units have to travel from their garrison town to their bases at the other end of the country or even Algeria before heading to eastern France. Other units are rushed to the concentration areas before they've been brought up to strength and fully kitted out. The result is chaos, as General Alexandre Michel reports when he arrives in Belfort. Didn't find my brigade, didn't find the divisional commander. What shall I do? The French plan is to supply their armies from prepared depots close to the expected combat zone. Minister of War Edmond Leboeuf has even stated, the army is so ready that we don't even have to buy a single gator button. But now the chickens of the corrupt system of the Second Empire come home to roost. Incompetent and unscrupulous officials have lined their own pockets instead of filling the depots, and there are serious shortages of food, equipment, and even ammunition. French generals send desperate telegrams to Paris, but there's not much that can be done now. In the midst of this mess, the French army of the Rhine, totaling some 300,000 men and 3,000 guns, takes shape. One wing in northern Alsace under Marshal François-Achille Bazaine, and one along the border with the Bavarian Palatinate under Marshal Patrice de Marmont. Both commanders are experienced and decorated veterans of the campaigns in Italy and North Africa. The armies of France and the German states now face each other in tense anticipation of the decisive confrontation. But before the main battles begin, let's take a look at how war is waged in 1870.
Traditionally frowns on the new. And with some sober Chadash Asur and Torah, the idea of saying, hey, this
the Franco-Prussian War is a conflict of the industrial age, the age of the first mass military forces. So let's talk about how those forces are organized. The largest formation is an army, which numbers up to about 150,000 men. These armies are further subdivided to allow commanders to move them and use them more efficiently in battle. An army consists of up to 4 corps. Corps are made up of divisions, and divisions are formed from brigades. Armies, corps, divisions, and brigades are commanded by generals. Brigades are then divided into regiments, each of which is commanded by a colonel. Prussian infantry regiments have about 2,900 men, and French Régiment de Ligne have about 2,500. A regiment has 3 or 4 battalions, and each battalion is commanded by a lieutenant colonel and has 3 or 4 companies under a captain. Each company is divided into platoons under a lieutenant. During the actual fighting, orders are usually given to the men at the regimental or the battalion level, so these levels are quite important from a soldier's point of view. Below the regiment, subunits might be different amongst the different branches of the service. For example, the infantry have companies, but the cavalry have squadrons, and the artillery have batteries. On the German side, there are also infantry regiments of musketeers, grenadiers, and fusiliers, but these are just traditional designations. French Marines are an elite ground unit. Chasseurs are light infantrymen, and the Zouaves and Turcos are colonial troops, mostly from North Africa. Both sides also have elite guards units. One major difference is that the German army is made up of conscripts led by professional officers, while the smaller French army is nearly all professional soldiers. Napoleon III had urged the creation of a mobile guard of conscripts since 1868, but the loi Niel hasn't been passed by Parliament. The Germans, therefore, have a significantly larger pool of trained manpower than the French, now and for the foreseeable future. These massive armies that take to the battlefield in 1870 are also armed with the latest technical advances in weaponry, thanks to industrialization. Arms manufacturers like Schneider Creusot and the Krupp Works have equipped the French and German armies with mass-produced weapons of unprecedented killing power, especially needle guns and artillery. It's the infantry that will do the bulk of the fighting and the dying in this war, and they're particularly exposed to danger when fighting in the open or in urban areas. Their modern breech-loading needle guns have moved tactics away from the lines of the 18th century. The guns can be loaded lying down or kneeling rather than standing up, which allows troops to make better use of natural features or buildings. The Prussian Dreise rifle had helped win the war against Austria back in 1866, but in 1870, the French Chassepot outclasses it in range and accuracy.
Following the Snagder customs. An obvious one is the
Hello folks, this is Captain Bo from Hungary. Beautiful, bright English language, favorite gun channel of YouTube. I have two interesting 19th century military rifles for you today from the beginning of the breech-loading era. The one is a Prussian Dreise rifle, it's a needle-fire rifle, and the other one is a French Chassepot rifle, which is also a needle-fire rifle.
For us, Nicolet revealed for us, that's what they, so that became a very specific value as well. Going back and forth. Okay. Let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question.
Let's talk about the development of the two rifles. Nicholas Dreise started working on his breech-loading concept in the 1860s. He presented his first model to the Russian Ministry of War in 1857. And after a long development and trial periods, in 4th December, the ministry finally made the final decision and ordered 60,000 pieces, and they also offered Dreise some funds to establish a factory for producing the new rifle. Most of the new rifles were stored in the arsenals in Berlin and London were plugged on and taken up in few weeks. And the defeat of this rifle was actually against the German people in 1849, May 6 to 9. It was used against the rebels protesting against the government. The father of the French needle rifle was Antoine Alphonse Chassepot. He was clearly inspired by the most modern army of its age, the Workers' Prussian Army. He started working on the breech-loading concept in the 1850s.
that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with, developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, we Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many times over. That's kind of the
performance in the War of 1864-66 proved the French that to counter the Prussian threat, the development of the infantry arm was inevitable. The French concept was a trial for a long time here as well. And finally, in August of 1866, the rifle entered service. Although a large production capacity supported the quick rearmament, it took nearly 3 years to change from muzzle loaders. Both rifles are needle firing breech holders. However, it is easy to see that the Dreiser is, let's say, a transition from muzzle loader to breech holder, while the Chassepot is rather a transition towards the modern military rifle. The little rifle system is an early breech-holding system. The heart of the rifle is the needle version of the firing pin that has to penetrate the cartridge case or from paper to reach the priming compound integrated into the cartridge itself. Its rate of fire was 2-3 times more than the rate of fire of the muzzle loaders, and it could be comfortably loaded, kneeling in prow position behind the cover as well, which is a great advantage. Here are some 15 meter range tests with the two cartridges made according to the original military specifications. I've been shooting these rifles for a long time now, and although I know that the Chassepot is superior, I also think the Dreiser can also be as I started out with 2 or 3 half-liters. The Russian army had the advantage of the long service time handheld rifles, but the French were just getting used to the new system. The Dreiser is a bit clumsy, but it is not especially complicated to operate. It's much less training than a muzzle
infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Hepatitis C, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can.
The Chassepot is comfortable and should feel stronger than the Prussian rifle. It should be hard to close if some needle remains in the chamber, but it still works. Enemies fire and you divide us to shoot tests. It is also interesting to see that nearly the entire paper casing of the cartridge left the essence of the powder through the muzzle.
Mr. Kraft, do you have any comments?
First of all, it wasn't. You say that
we are much less literate in our
The most important difference between the two rifles is the caliber itself. The Dreiser designed his rifle the caliber of a standard infantry arm was between 70 to 80 meters, and it fired heavy lead armballs. This was his guideline instead of the 50.4mm caliber for his concept. The Chassepot has a great advantage here. The caliber is only 11 millimeters, while the bullet was also lighter, resulting in better ballistics performance and flatter trajectory. Less on a bit about external ballistics, the result of the small caliber, the lighter bullet was the increased range. First, the trajectory of the Chassepot rifle is much flatter, meaning that the ballistic curve of the bullet will cover a much larger portion of the battlefield, but also the maximum range is increased dramatically. We got proof of this by the sights on both rifles. The Chassepot sights are much taller. But to tell you the truth, this range is equal to the By the time both rifles were accepted, the close combat formations were still part of the manuals, so the military leaders were convinced that the rifles would be effective against columns, masses, squares, at larger distances as well. But they were wrong. As from the 1866 war, each army understood that the close formations have to be broken up on the battlefield to avoid losses. The bayonet of the Chassepot rifle was also a quite modern design. The other gun was attached to the muzzle with a rail and the bayonet lock, much more advanced than the socket bayonet of the Dreiser rifles.
Expressions of religiosity.
The solution for gas sealing the action is also different. The original model 1841 Dreiser lacked belly seals. The face of the mold was cone-shaped that fitted to the breech and directed the gases away from the face of the shooter. This was later improved by Rabbi seals in later models, but it was never perfect. A good amount of gases always escaped the joint of the breech and the bolt. The Chassepot was sealed with an ingenious solution. The rubber seal was compressed by the gas pressures pushing back a piston that completely sealed the action. This rubber seal had to be replaced time by time as by use the rubber hardened and then it lost some gases, but
with a fresh new rubber seal. This concept was completely guessed at. The heart of the needle rifle is the firing pin on needle. The Dreiser rifles seems to be long and fragile. It is really not how we imagine the firing pin of a modern military rifle to look like, and it is often repeated. This was the weak point of the Prussian rifle. I only partially agree with this. First, it takes much more to break this needle than what we think. The needle serving my rifle is now 5 or 6 years old, and it's okay, it did not break. Of course, it needs some proper care, because the needle penetrates the powder container of the cartridge to reach the priming compound, therefore it is stressed by the burning gases. This is true, but it is very easy to replace, and the soldiers always carried some spare needles in their backpacks. The needle of the chassepot is shorter and thicker, but this concept is much closer to the modern firing pin concept. As the percussion cap is on the back of the chassepot cartridge, it is not penetrating into the burning chamber where the powder is exploding, so it will last much longer. Let's compare the two cartridges as well. Both cartridges are paper cartridges. Both hold all the components of the charge, like powder charge, the projectile, and the primer as well. This is why we can call them self-contained cartridges. However, there's a great difference in the bullets. The Dreiser bullet has 30.6mm diameter, it has a range of 4. It is called a line play bullet, and its weight is 33.2 grams. This bullet was much smaller than the bore, so it was inserted in a carton bed called the Spiegel, creating a sabot. So the bullet itself did not engage the rifle directly. Understanding the benefits of the smaller caliber bullets, in the spring of 1870, the transition to a smaller 12mm 21-gram bullet started. As large quantities of the old cartridges were on stock, also actions in the wars of 1870 and 71. The carton bed of Spiegel was the main reason for the low engine accuracy of the Dreiser. The muzzle velocity of the line play was around 300 meters per second, so it was very slow. The trajectory was highly curved. The bullet of the chassepot rifle was a much better design. It was longer, it had a better ballistic form, and engaged the rifle directly, resulting in increased accuracy. The muzzle velocity of the bullet was also higher. It was around 400 meters per second. However, the French cartridge itself is far more complicated than the Russian. It needs nearly 3-4 times more to make one French cartridge compared to the Prussian cartridge. It also needs much more components. There was a great difference in the terminal ballistics as well. In 1868, the French surgeon made experiments with exhumed human bodies to compare the wounds caused by the small caliber chassepot and the larger caliber Dreiser bullets.
40 years before the election. Okay, so let's go. This guy's my favorite, Pension Dino. I'm actually doing this year. Talk to me about this. Yeah, right. Pension Dino is great because I don't know. You know what it is? No. He's killed in Order. The Hebrew revolt spreader.
The small caliber was underrated by many, as they believed that the stopping power of the larger caliber heavy less slugs was much better. The tests, in fact, proved the opposite. In all distances, the high-velocity chassepot round inflicted much severe damage than the small flatbed bullets. This was the result of the larger impact velocity and the better defense. The wounds caused by the chassepot rifle were inflicted ever in each cell.
We know that in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, the villages, who owned like the whole thing outright, the orchards, the mills, you know, those the right? The Schlachter and Kovic, the municipal forest, and the forest owned everything.
A good proof of this are the ballistic shell index. The line bullet cuts a straight hole with minimal energy transfer. The entrance and exit wounds are nearly the same in size, and the permanent cavity, the permanent wound channel, is moderate. The chassepot bullet's effect is much different. It has a large temporary cavity as well, causing a strong damage to the surrounding tissue. Due to this effect, even if the entrance wound was smaller, the exit wounds of the chassepot bullet was nearly 7 to 13 times larger than the entrance wound. The combat experiences shows that this bullet caused explosive displacement of surrounding tissue and all horrific wounds never seen in basketballs. But in 1871, most rifles were already obsolete. The metallic cartridge was the future, and many of the main military powers already made the transition, like the Austro-Hungarian monarchy adopting the center-fire metallic cartridge with banner rifles. As the rifle reached its limits in development, its most important weapon was the large caliber. On the other hand, the chassepot, it was much easier to convert, and the caliber was good as well. This also proved the superiority of the French rifle. Seeing the outcome of the 1870-71 war, we can also understand that it's not enough to have a better rifle. You must have proper training, and more important, proper leadership behind it to seize the opportunities offered by the increased firepower. Even if the chassepot was capable of remarkable range accuracy compared to the Dreiser, the firefights were still fought at a distance. So people, thank you very much for watching. If you want more from the military rifles and techniques from the background, please visit the channel. Until next time, stay cool and keep your body dry. In addition to rifles, bayonets are also an important weapon for close combat. This places an incredible strain on the men involved, and one French soldier will report, "It was like I'd gone mad. I was foaming at the mouth. Oh, how many a poor man and father of a family I might have run through." It's the field artillery, though, that is the king of the battlefield. Modern field guns are the incarnation of the brutality of industrial weapons, as a single shell might kill or maim dozens of soldiers. One witness will soon describe their effect to Prussian field cavalry. The most ghastly injuries are caused by shells. Half or completely torn off heads, and skulls showing the bare brain. If a shell hits the chest or abdomen and stops there, it sometimes tears everything out so that one can see the spine open from the front. Artillery tactics and movement on the battlefield will be critical in the coming battles, and here the Germans have the advantage. The Prussians have the excellent C-67 breech-loading cast steel gun from Krupp, while the French are still using bronze muzzle loaders. Bronze deforms quickly when in use, and the French cannon do not shoot as far or as accurately as those of their enemies. One weapon the French do have that the Germans don't is the mitrailleuse, an early machine gun. Its 25 barrels within a barrel are mounted on a wheeled frame and operated by a rotary crank that allows rapid fire. But since it couldn't easily swing from side to side, its effect is somewhat limited. Psychologically, though, it will unnerve the Germans, who will soon report their fear upon hearing the distinctive rattling of the firing crank.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Whether cuirassiers, dragoons, hussars, lanciers, or uhlans, no longer plays the decisive role that it once did. Horsemen can charge infantry who are armed with modern needle guns, but they're still useful in pursuit, rearguard actions, reconnaissance, or escorting prisoners. To be a cavalryman, though, still carries much prestige. In 1870, uniforms are colorful rather than camouflage, and designed as much for looks as functionality. The colors help soldiers to distinguish friend from foe in the fog of war. But the red French trousers will be a problem. German riflemen can better target them, and the French will suffer a disproportionate number of abdominal wounds. French colonial uniforms are also political statements to highlight their empire, like the turquoise turbans, which were impractical in European conditions. The famous German Pickelhaube is already an anachronism in 1870, even though it will last until 1916. These then are the armies and weapons of France and the German alliance that are now ready to launch into modern war. On July 28th, Emperor Napoleon III boards a train for the fortified city of Metz in Lorraine to take command. He declares that French civilization will triumph and brings along his 14-year-old son Louis to witness the coming victory. Meanwhile, German commander-in-chief and Prussian King Wilhelm I is also on the train. He's heading to the French-Bavarian border along with his son Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm and Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. This week, the French and German armies have reached the combat zone along with their imperial and royal commanders-in-chief. Next week, they fight.
All kinds of interesting ways in which if you're trying to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things.
The first battle of the Franco-Prussian War begins on August 2nd. Napoleon III hopes that his armies can roll through the Rhineland and on to Berlin and divide the North German Confederation from its South German allies. He orders Marshal Bazaine to advance on the Prussian town of Saarbrücken to start the offensive, but there's no real plan. Bazaine thinks the attack is useless, since his army lacks supplies and thousands of soldiers still haven't located their units due to the chaotic mobilization. Some have even deserted. Extra French units are on the way from North Africa and Rome, where they've been protecting the Pope, but they haven't arrived yet. The Emperor's illness and indecisiveness have undermined his authority, so Bazaine changes his orders. The Marshal only sends 3
Folks, look at this athleticism.
It's really unprecedented.
They attack a small German outpost west of Saarbrücken,
You think
defended by
we have
auxiliary
precedent for
regiment
this?
and a squadron of
You
Polish
need
cavalry
to get the fuck out of here.
German army.
I love these
After a
dudes.
3-hour firefight, the French are victorious, and the Germans leave behind 8 dead and 60
I love this
wounded.
when she wore D-pad. She was ready to
French
fuck
guns
shit
then
up.
bombard Saarbrücken, though the Germans have already left and declared it an open siege. The German press is outraged, but the French press couldn't be happier. The newspaper Le Bourgeois reports breathlessly about 14-year-old Prince Louis firing off one of the guns. He just received his baptism of fire. He was admirably cool and was unimpressed by the danger, as indicates his name. Son sang-froid devant le danger a été digne non qu'il porte. After the bombardment, 1,000 French troops entered Saarbrücken, but they withdraw on August 5th. In his post-war memoirs, Bazaine is very critical of North. Operations are useless if one does not also seek to assert the captured points when hostilities begin, especially one such as
I
Saarbrücken.
love these dudes.
This insignificant battle in Saarbrücken will be the only engagement on German
I
soil
love these
in
two.
the entire war. The same day that the French attack at Saarbrücken, King Wilhelm I takes supreme command of the 3 German armies. He also sums up the German case for war.
This lady is a beast.
To the army, all of Germany stands united in arms against a neighboring state that has declared war on us surprisingly and without reason. It is a matter of defending the threatened fatherland, our honor, our own hearth and home. The Lord God will be with our just cause. Gott, der Herr, wird mit unserer gerechten Sache sein. Just as the French abandoned Saarbrücken in the north, the first major battle of the war begins in the south. The Germans realize that the big French offensive is not coming, so they go over to the attack. The town of Wissembourg, or Weissenburg, is a key railway hub at the junction between Bazaine's northern and Macmahon's southern French forces. The sous-prefet of the town has begged for protection. so Marmao obliges. But now these units are without clear orders in a position where neighboring forces can't support them. If the German Third Army can take Wissembourg, they'll dominate the local railways and split the French army in two. 40,000 Prussians and Bavarians are ready to cross the border and attack the 5,000 French infantry and tirailleurs algériens defending the town. On a rainy and stormy August 4th, the German attack begins with a bombardment by Bavarian artillery. When German troops reach Wissembourg, they report that they surprised the French over their morning coffee. There's fierce hand-to-hand fighting as the Algerians defend the train station, and German troops capture the Geisberg Hill and take Wissembourg by storm. French General Abel Douai is killed when a nearby mitrailleuse explodes. His body is left behind by the fleeing French units, and the Battle of Wissembourg is over by 1:30 in the afternoon. German losses are 1,500 killed, wounded and missing, while the French lose 2,300 men and 700 prisoners. The Germans have won the battle, but they've taken heavy losses at the Geisberg, a pattern that will repeat itself in the weeks to come. Time and again, the French entrench themselves on the high ground and wait for the Germans to come into the range of their chassepot rifles. Although it should be noted that some French units were still using the tabatière. The chassepot is a problem for the Germans. Since their Kaiser rifles can't shoot as far, they're forced to attack just to get into range. The German commanders reckon with up to 50% losses before their men can come into direct contact with enemies. Prussian officers in particular try to lead by example, and as a result, suffer extremely heavy casualties at the head of their units. Third Army Commander Crown Prince Wilhelm writes of the problem in his diary. We lost a conspicuously large number of officers and enlisted men, whose impetuous desire to get at the enemy simply caused them to refrain from taking the necessary precautions. Bavarian infantryman Florian Kühnhauser's description is far more vivid. There were often whole rows of corpses already giving off an unbearable smell, and thousands of flies busied themselves with the blood, which had already turned black.
Ferguson here, keeper of firearms and artillery for the Royal Arms Museum here in the UK. Now, you'll be familiar by now with the French chassepot, or the celebrated early action rifle. Relatively small bore, high velocity, precise, powerful, relatively quick to load. It's a breech loader, which is critical at this period in history. Certainly if you're soldiers using it. What you may well be less familiar with is the backup option, which is the tabatière system. I say system because this is a conversion system applied to muzzle loaders. So a whole family of weapons, primarily the Model 1853 infantry rifle, chasseur rifles, and light infantry, and then various carbines as well. And even later on, 1822 model 4-body flintlock, percussion muskets, all of those converted using this system. Really quite clever. I've got tabatière, which is a reference to this door at the back of the barrel where the breech is, which is reminiscent of, so they thought, of a snuff box, which is what tabatière means. Why is there a door in the back of your rifle? Well, if you are planning to equip as many troops as you can, not just your frontline troops, but those that might be fighting on your own ground, for example,
You look at what you've got in stock and how you can convert it. British did this with Snyder, Americans did this with the Tractor spray fields. That's very simple. All you do is chop the back end off the barrel. Obviously have to rebuild the rifle, reshape or potentially restock it. But economically speaking, it's a lot cheaper than all new chassepos. And you put a door in the back, which allows you to exploit the relatively new technology of the self-contained cartridge. Primer, and a rim, and a case. Essentially, in that respect, Gladiator is more modern than the chassepo. The chassepo system was chosen for very specific reasons to that period. It was great, but within a few years, really, it's clear that it's the self-contained cartridge system that's the way forward. Now, the French were quite happy with the chassepo at that time. That's not why they went for this system. This was just the easiest way to convert muzzle loaders to breech loaders. So let me show you how it works. You put your hammer at half cock. Instead of a nipple, you have a piston, essentially. Plunger. You have a hatched thumb platform here, and you flick that open. Load your cartridge on the pouch, close it up, and fire. Pretty quick, pretty rapid to use. When you fire it, you put the weapon on half cock again, flick open your door again, and you give it a good old yank to the rear against spring tension, and a big extractor, similar to the extractor on a modern shotgun, pulls that ring to the rear, and hopefully overcomes any black powder fouling and gets the case out of the breech. And if you're lucky and you're old enough, that empty case will come scooting out through this ramp that's been cut, and then the barrel actual tang of the barrel has been lowered right down, which A, gives you better access to the breech for loading, and B, means, as I say, in theory, you get some ejection going on. Move your head out of the way, and the case should at least trickle out of the back of the gun, if not shoot out of the back of the gun. In that respect, it's superior to the British Snyder, which is essentially an identical system of the load. I'll show you the face of the breech. There's the firing pin hole. And if I hit that piston, that plunger, you see the firing pin stick out back. That hits the cap on the back of the cartridge, and away we go. So, that is the Tabatier system. I enjoyed that, everybody. We have a deeper dive into the Tabatier system, family of weapons, and its immediate predecessor, from which it was converted. The model 1853 series in this case, the muzzle loaders. We should have quite a good selection to show you. That's over on our YouTube channel, Royal Armories, and I'm also doing a weekly series on essentially random firearms from the collection, and you might well find that enjoyable as well. Thanks, guys.
The German victory at Istanbul carries the war onto French soil and splits the French army in two. Just 2 days later, the Germans attack again, twice. The next target of the German offensive is the town of Wörth. It's defended by MacMahon's army of 50,000 men, including the survivors from Istanbul, who dig in on the hills west of town. After heavy rain on the night of the 5th, 88,000 men of the German Third Army attack on the 6th. French soldier Saint-Genet describes his experience under fire from German artillery. C'est une tempête de feu. Hublotière se remplissent de cadavres. It's a storm of fire. The hops fields fill with corpses. When I can at last see clearly, I settle down and look. Not an enemy on the horizon. It's just like before. Tall, dark fir trees and still poplars. Bavarians, Prussians, and
Württembergers stormed the heights from three sides. Attacking uphill yet again, the Germans suffer heavy losses but successfully drive the French from the hilltop villages of Elsasshausen and Frischweiler. The Württembergische Feldbrigade has orders to cut off the French retreat, but Generalmajor Gustav Freiherr von Starkdorf decides instead to join the attack on Frischweiler, which is already won. His decision to ignore orders causes some on the general staff to question the reliability of the South Germans, and this will be hotly debated after the war. Von Starkdorf's mistake and German exhaustion allow the French cavalry to launch a desperate charge to cover the infantry's confused retreat. French officer Gustave de Morceau from the Douai division describes the bleak move. In our before twice mauled division, only our battalion, which escaped the demoralization of defeat, maintained sufficient order and poise. MacMahon telegraphs the news of the defeat to Paris from his headquarters in Reichshofen, which is why the battle is known as Wörth-Reichshofen in French, but Wörth-Frischweiler in German. German losses are about 10,500, while the French lose about 10,000 killed and wounded and 6,000 prisoners from their much smaller force. To make matters even worse for the French, General Pierre de Failly's 5th Corps is stationed only 40 kilometers away at Beach, but for reasons that are still unclear, he fails to march on Wörth despite his orders. On the German side, the battle is celebrated since it marks the first time that Prussians, Bavarians, and Württembergers all fought side by side. This symbolism was not lost on local pro-German pastor Karl Klein. Wörth-Frischweiler is where North and South German Brotherhood of Arms was cemented in blood. As the Germans charge up the heights west of Wörth, another bloody battle is raging further north at Speicher. 25,000 French troops under General Frossard are entrenched on the ridges north of the village, following their retreat from Saarbrücken. The Roterberg Hill is a nearly impregnable fortress on the high ground, and French troops there begin to fire down on the 20,000 advancing Prussians below. Prussian General von Kameke mistakenly believes that the hill is weakly held, so he orders a direct attack, which turns out to be a near-suicide mission. The cliffs are so steep that German soldiers remove their boots so their feet can better grip the rock. Despite being a tactical mistake, the attack succeeds because German commanders don't hesitate to sacrifice their own men. It also succeeds because of the absence of de Failly's French 5th Corps, which is also within 40 kilometers of this battle, but does not intervene here either. The attack on the Roterberg will later be lionized in Germany, but many German officers are horrified by this weak tactical decision. 4,866 Germans are killed, wounded, or missing at Speicher, along with about 4,000 French. General Constantine von Foix-Leitz describes Kameke's attack as, quote, unbelievable and appalling, and he criticizes his fellow general for dispersing his men and needlessly widening the attack. French soldier and future historian Arthur Chuquet will also criticize German tactics after the war. Despite their contradictory efforts, and although the action was haphazardly carried out with no plan, the Germans had the advantage thanks to their audacity, martial confidence, and their selfless camaraderie. The Prussian dead covering the slopes near Speicher are buried in mass graves at the foot of the Roterberg to save time and effort. This now overgrown cemetery can still be visited today. Despite these problems, the German armies are victorious in every major battle this week. French General Trochu reports on the state of French troops. 4 days suffice to lower the morale of our troops, to proportionately increase the confidence of the enemy, and to unsettle the emperor. This week, the French abort their offensive, and the Germans are victorious in 3 major battles. When the news reaches Paris on August 7th, writer Edmond de Goncourt notes in his diary, "There's a terrifying silence, and on the horizon, a Paris where noise seems to have died away." The French armies are divided, demoralized, and in retreat. They're not defeated yet, and the guns will break Goncourt's silence again next week. Let's start with the military situation after last week's fighting. The double German victory on August 6th had come at an incredibly heavy cost. Nearly 16,000 Germans and 20,000 French had been killed or gone missing. German commanders recognize that the French are using the superior range of the chassepot rifle, which forces the Germans to make risky attacks on fortified positions. But it's also clear to the General Staff that German discipline and morale are strong enough to achieve tactical victories in spite of the high cost, which will lead to more suicidal attacks. Commanders on both sides have also noticed that the German artillery is dramatically outperforming the French. The German High Command, though, is worried about decision-making. Chief of Staff of the Prussian Army, Helmut von Moltke, for example, was quite upset when General von Steinmetz didn't stick to the plan at Speichern last week. On the French side, the defeats of August 6th and the ongoing retreat of the French army is having a serious effect on the morale not only of the soldiers, but also the civilian population. After just a few days of fighting, there's already a crisis. Some soldiers desert, and the remainder are exhausted from fighting and marching. There's also a change of government in Paris on the 9th, as Liberal Prime Minister Olivier is forced out, and the Bonapartiste Comte de Panicao takes over. The French plan to fight on and across the Rhine has failed, and it's now obvious that the war will be fought in France. The Army of the Rhine is also split in two. In the north, 4 corps are nominally under Napoleon III, but in practice are under Marshal Bazaine. In the south, Marshal MacMahon has parts of 2 corps plus a cavalry division. These 2 forces are now operating without any direct contact. MacMahon moves his forces southwest to Univille, which he reaches on the 9th. The Emperor and Bazaine moved their army west towards the fortified city of Metz, and by August 11th are just east of it. Sixth Corps leaves MacMahon to join up
Really
with Bazaine,
unprecedented.
and MacMahon now begins to organize his remaining units, plus a new corps of
The
mobile
name of
guardsmen
my first
at
album.
Chalon-sur-Marne.
Perhaps.
As the French retreat, the 3rd
Why?
German army shadows MacMahon to the
Because
north,
that's fires
and the 1st and 2nd German armies
You're sweating
move
some.
from Bazaine towards
Look
Metz.
at this move.
Friedrich Engels summarizes the
Scotland.
disastrous situation of the French for his British readers in the Pall Mall Gazette on August 9th. The superiority of the Germans in numbers, morale,
Yes,
and
athleticism.
strategic position
Folks,
must now be such that they can
it's
instantly
really
do
unprecedented
anything
athleticism.
they want with
Folks.
impunity. Napoleon, however, has to all
Folks.
appearances almost hopelessly fragmented his troops after 2 days of fighting, and cannot allow himself to dare a main battle. The French army now stands outside of Metz, and Marshal Bazaine wants to
Oh,
continue
fuck
the
yeah,
retreat
baby.
to reunite French forces.
This is rocking.
But Napoleon III wants to protect Paris, and he isn't ready
I haven't
to abandon the East.
ever taken a piss. Our 5-year stream, congratulations on Magic the Gathering. How many over this 24/7, 365? Bitch!
But the Second
Pardon me.
Neither the Germans nor
I'm
the
so
French are
sexy.
quite sure where the other's forces are, until a squadron of Prussian
The
dragoons
West Side Pimp,
stumbles
baby. I
upon
gotta take a
French
whiz.
camp
I gotta
just
drain this
surprised
snake.
by
Woo, woo, woo.
At the same time, Bazin is worried about crossing the Moselle River, but the Emperor changes his mind and orders a dangerous retreat, even though the enemy is close. The French withdrawal across the Moselle is made all the more difficult because of the recent heavy rains, and bridges put up by engineers are clogged with baggage trains. While the main French force is trying to get away, the rearguard clashes with the advancing Germans on the 14th. The Battle of Colombey-Neuilly. The French Third Corps under General Claude Théodore Ducas is between the villages of Colombey and Orny. They hold a strong defensive position on high ground, anchored on a stream, trench system, and some high buildings. Nearby is a division of Fourth Corps between May and Neuilly. Opposing them is the Prussian 26th Brigade under
Look at this
Major General
athleticism.
Colonel von der Goltz.
It's really unprecedented athleticism. Doug, I don't know what the fuck happened in the Franco-Prussian War. I don't even know why they don't call it the French-German War. I would have called that shit the French-German War. Fucking British.
Based on our YouTube documentary, Glory and Defeat, of the Franco-Prussian War. It's going to include all the bonus content that was not in the YouTube series, and you can order it by clicking on the link below. It's July 1870, and in Europe,
I got so much history.
power war since 1850.
No aliens, though.
Now, the growing rivalry between the French Empire and the German Kingdom of Prussia is
Come
set
chill
to
with us. What's your
explode.
name, girl? Oh, that's a bitch. I love her. She's sweet. Really? She hates me. But I think she's hot. She's a lesbian. So am I, baby. So am I.
To Glory and Defeat, the story of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71.
Who won the Franco-Prussian War? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
Has dreams of a united
Really?
under Prussian leadership.
Listen, I don't think I've ever heard anybody even talk about the Franco-Prussian War in real life. One time I heard it referenced on Home Improvement, but aside from that, nobody knows what that shit is. Why? Why not?
There's going to be two phenomena that happen.
This shit is so boring.
One that I want to mention.
Squeeze.
Second phenomenon was picked up on Wednesday.
Yo, dog, I want to see everybody like, oh, this right away so fucking funny. Juke. What up, Juke? You little bitch.
Decade of the 19th century, when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be free, like the stealing coming from the West. When they were saying, do you want to do another spin? I did all of them, bro. They're seeing them are saying, but they should go at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m.
Juke.
Saying, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday.
Dude, why didn't you show my clip? I'm tired. Juke.
That they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Masculine movement.
Clips. Why didn't Ghost Glow Stick? I wonder if these bots are doing anything. I wonder if anybody's like, this motherfucker. Clips. Bigfoot stick.
Let's figure out what we can do to adapt.
You're banned from the chat. How did he ban me so quickly? Dog. This is the worst.
Basically. They sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a crossbred, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a masculine to live on my street.
Pretty easy.
They didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw in this class, right? 95.
Thank you for the follow. It's not even sleeping in. See you when I see you. Bitch. Clips. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's good stuff. Were we just watching somebody snow shovel? It's the worst.
So this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild, one of the most
Yo,
important yeshivas.
dog.
It was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Rothschild, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with the seasons. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back. Like with the Siddim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to
Pretty
go
easy.
back
No
to
one
the
gives
same
a
thing.
shit.
We find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text. So we are going to double down.
Kenny Hoops.
We are going to
Kenny Hoops.
one of the things Litvarks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the
Have fun.
So we're going to make sure
We'll see. Kenny Hoops. I love your clips, dog. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. Yo, dog. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. LZL Prime. Oh, that motherfucker got it, son. Joe Rabbi's Disco. This motherfucker. This shit is so funny. I would hate me. I would absolutely hate me. Oh, I'm gonna shit myself. How many followers you have, bitch? Oh, 1851. That's so sick. King Nubs. King Nubs, here we go. Da, da, da. King Nubs, let's see your shit, dog. Be a decent person. Be respectful to one another. I'm all of those things. You got 20 viewers.
This was the response.
Oh, it's a race. Wait 1 minute after following.
This is Nefesh HaChaim by the Chaim of Rothschild, the student of the Vilna Gaon, and this is basically Kabbalah for Litvarks. And I gotta tell you, this play on mine.
Oh, no way.
It is easily, in my humble opinion,
Motherfuckers, I gotta fix that shit.
So much so the great Oscar Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said he's going to find out how many students. This is amazing. It's not the experts. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. This is such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story because we have 1 minute left.
May 5W.
When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording for this one. It's the personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s.
Oh, baby girl. Hey, thanks, Rabbi, for the follow. You're welcome, girl.
Where we left off last week. Monday, we left off Monday, we were talking about the finger moves. So we left off, I'm doing great. This is coming late. Don't say great deals. Where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Tillman asked some
Girl.
good questions there because
This bitch
we
love
spoke
that shit.
earlier about the
G
stages
Dolphin.
of anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like why would in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? And to realize that there is definitely regional variation between communities
It is a divine druid.
ideas. Again, the weirdest
Some
thing
would say
about
it is
anti-Semitism,
field.
the kind of
This one is
supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems
Thanks
to
for
be
the
a
follow.
virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into this, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos, and there are hardly, any Jews in the Inuit land. And when we look specifically
Oh, baby.
at the 17th century,
You have to wait 1 minute. Go
Europe,
fuck
there's no
yourself.
question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements.
Crazy Japanese. Oh, bitch, you're getting it.
That's not to say that the bloodlines did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did in the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to major elements.
Thanks for the follow, Rabbi.
One last thought in this regard. I think one of the challenges.
Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. Come on, Kickbot. Kickbot. Yo, lady, nobody cares about your shit. Why isn't your Kickbot working, woman? Dog, the Franco-Prussian War is so boring. I don't even know what the countries are. I don't even know. Where was it fought? Europe? So boring. Dog, it's 6 hours of YouTube that I don't know. Why is this war so difficult to understand? I can't get more than 1 minute into this fucking YouTube video and I'm like bored. I never even heard of that Franco-Prussian War until that fucking Home Improvement episode. I am the denominator. Dog.
It's not always true that Jews are blameless.
The Franco-Prussian War.
I don't think that I can say
The Franco-Prussian War.
There is no case in Jewish history of Jews
Dog.
being caught murdering a child.
Who was Bismarck in it? Is he the? Did they name the donut after him?
Kidnapping, killing a child. That has happened even in Brooklyn with getting a child.
I'll have science. Gotcha, bitch. Oh. Do you really think they named the donut after him? Do you think he liked them? I don't think he does. I don't think anybody knows. Oh man, the Franco-Prussian War is so boring. Who won it? I don't know. It's like when you tape like a baseball game, and you just kind of wait to the end to see who won when it already took place. The Franco-Prussian War is like that.
If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him.
Who do you think won it?
The anti-Semite needs some kind of
I don't know.
to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great.
The Germans? Because then they call it Germany?
Jews are blamed for it, the better construct is
because it wasn't Prussian anymore.
Oh my gosh, people felt this way.
I'm guessing. I don't know though. The Frenchmen?
It must be true. It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself.
Somehow it went from being called Prussia to
explain
Germany.
all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
Yo, dog, Spazzy. 24 hours stream, no sleep. Well, that's tight. I'll keep you company. You like spam?
Are there some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was
Yo, dog.
in proportion and understandable with what the Jews had done to them? Like, even no matter what the Jews have done, doesn't warrant barbarity. But violence we can sort of understand a little more, let's say, again, I mean, whatever the BLM march is ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, like, do we have instances where less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome armies and with powerful
You're banned from this channel.
international relations. So maybe
Actually, I was just timed out for 6 days. 22 hours or
right?
something.
Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67. And then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case,
Steamy cakes. Okay, you're the last one.
when Egypt was finally able to study Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that, we can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. It's like international countries around the world, always interactive. Normal. Political and economic conflict.
Like, do you ever have that? I guess it's meditating, but responding in a more, less violent way.
Yeah, you're asking a complicated question, which is totally derailing the 18th century. And but you're also conflating two issues. We talked about Gaza. I said Hamas. They're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a maybe Nazi SS second choice. They're because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually explicitly, public statements, they think it's better for them to
That shit.
in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material.
Chugi TV.
And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking it far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime about the history of Israel and the Middle East. We have that now. Let's go to yes, back in time. Here we go. So, we should do that. Right? Okay, so I gave this up for a few years ago. I started recycling under up. And you may have seen this in our popular show.
Thanks, Chuki. Chuki's nice as fuck.
Really great because
Herbal salad.
Israel, fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially
Who won the Franco-Prussian Wars? I don't know. I think it was Germany or France. I don't know. Prussia?
that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in a very good modern Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Rothschild?
Thanks for the follow. Sit back and relax. Kick back and relax.
262.
Thanks, dog.
So the century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of
more data than anyone ever. Who told you that? It's just something I say. Really? I'm sure like IBM has more data than you do. Oh yeah, was IBM a person? Douche. Big loaf. Oh, I gotta watch this one. These are so funny. Big loaf, you slut.
1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. These are closures. That kind of closures right. It's kind of like the major themes of the time. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century.
Oh, 1 minute. Fuck that.
But there may be really big
oh, nice clips though. Really nice clips. I wonder why like companies don't spam. I guess they can pay for advertising. Okay, what's gonna happen here? Now this is a good question. Oh shit. Oh shit.
And all of a sudden, you know, a new environment for the Jew altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures.
Wait, nothing came up.
18th century Jewishly.
Let's see what happens, dog.
Who is the founder of Chabad. Very important figure. An unusual.
Oh, dude, it fucked up.
We'll try and talk about
it fucked up.
On Monday, the entire background. But among the Hasidim,
yo, dog.
He stands nearly head and shoulders above many of his generation.
It fucked up.
Next, the
spread positivity.
Famous Rabbi
oh, I'm doing that, dog.
This is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them I kind of like to look at it maybe because the sequel don't.
Oh, come on.
He is, of course, representing the
let's see if this shit works.
The Hasidic movement.
Deleted by a moderator.
And they, of course, take on the name
CFT dog. Wah. Okay, that worked. Alright. Dude, not the Franco-Prussian War. It's the worst. Dog. YouTube. Oh, I'm tired. What? Aliens?
So that's how the traditionalists get the name.
Phil Schneider for 14 hours. That's what I want. If you could talk with Phil Schneider, what would you? Oh, that game is tight.
They're also known, of course, as Litvaks because they're from Lithuania, Lita. But today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has its roots as well, but we are
shot by aliens.
Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. We live at a post group and we all anyways. Mr. Grants, these messages were about. But obviously,
what's your favorite kind of alien?
This is good.
All of them?
I think robotics are lots of fun. I should tell you, one of my daughters became like what they call spitz chabad. Super chabad. She's like, they have so many chabad out here. If someone whispers, they heard someone read in the book that the Rabbi might have done his finger immediately. That's like, shut up. They learned that here, well, you know, And they're loving it. They're living the dream. They're doing great. Anyways, and my daughter, you know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story.
Oh, they have a deleted video.
Once I should tell a story. Hopefully this video won't go around, but she was about 8 years old. We were sitting in a sukkah, and I'm talking about Unisana Tokef that we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unisana Tokef, that, you know, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? She runs out of the sukkah crying. You know? Like, she had so much clarata at 8 years old, any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of what Simon Token threw her away. So that's a young person she is. Third,
she can get it. I just want everybody to know that guy's daughter, she can get it. What's her name? I don't know, but she can get it. We got like 10 of them. They all can get it just because that one's so fucking smart. Really? That bitch asks great questions. I love women who ask great questions. This is like my thing. Hey, Rabbi, what's your fetish? Like bimbo milks. But aside from that, bitches who ask amazing questions. What's the best question you've ever been asked?
We got Tracy Dolan joining us today. Michael, you're joining us from North Carolina. Hope everything's fine. And North Carolina. South Carolina.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. This is really impressive. That athleticism. Come on. Israel.
Issues taking
Come on. I like how ChatGPT calls me the boogeyman.
Everything is. How are you guys?
Not bad, Katie. Colorado. How's it going over there?
It's doing great, and I'm so excited to have Tracy on today. I just love her. I love her work. I think it's more relevant now than ever. So I can't wait to dive into some of these. You know, we're hearing that phrase everywhere, right? The psionics. Yeah, she's been at this for a very long time, and I can't wait to get insights from Tracy.
Remember, Hooked on Phonics. This was like back in the 90s. It was like a kids' education program. Like Hooked on Phonics worked for me, so I'm hooked on psionics. That's what I think should be the new thing, right? Just teach kids how to be psionics. I'm actually really happy that Tracy can join us today, and she's been covering the subject of consciousness and remote viewing for quite some time, even when the subject was taboo in the UAP field for crying out loud. Which is weird. Nothing should be taboo in our field of research, but unfortunately it is. She's done so much great work, and I feel like she's very shy. She doesn't want to put it too much out there, but I think she should, because what she's done is contributed big time to not only studying, working with people, and the amount of time she spent at like Monroe Institute, and just get it out there, get your information out there. She really needs to. And I'm really excited about this. So she's joining us from New York, and I'm looking forward to picking her brain about it. Is there any questions, Michael, you're looking forward to asking her, or anything that's sort of been bugging you?
I want to ask her about her meditation practice. That's one of the things that is increasingly interesting to me, but doesn't get a lot of play in the UAP space, because we're so interested in like what the phenomenon itself is. But on the other side of these experiences are all these practices and ways of managing your own mind and experience that kind of give rise to them or at least open you up to them. And she seems like she has a lot of experience with it. So yeah, I'm interested in that line of question.
Pretty cool. Like, Katie, you've known Tracy for some time now. Is there a question that you always want to ask her, or maybe something, a clarification on something?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to her about all the new work of Dr. Hennessy Powell and others, and Lisa Strickland about the telepathy tapes and how all that plays a role in all of this. So
See, I'm telepathetic. I'm not telepathic. So I have no abilities on that, but I'm so impressed with people that can have abilities or that at least practice their whole life to get to where they are. So yeah, I'm looking forward to picking our brain on this. So without further ado, guys, here's our episode with Tracy Dolan. With another interesting topic today, we have Tracy Dolan who is joining us today. Tracy, welcome. I believe you're from New York State right now, somewhere in the vicinity.
That's where I'm living currently. We'll go with that.
Seriously, it is awesome for you to join us. I know we were talking a bit at Contact and Ezra about having you come back on and talk to us about your work and of course your life and everything that you've accomplished so far in this field of study, which we're starting to hear more about consciousness and remote viewing. Psionics has become a hot topic recently in the news. We've got Rothschild and News Nation, of course, reporting on all of these wonderful new mental abilities that supposedly we have or always have had. But you've been investigating this and researching this a long time, even before this was even remotely on the table of something that Rothschild could touch on, because even though we had UAPs and aliens, the fact of talking about the consciousness aspect or remote viewing, that still remained taboo. I believe you mentioned that before the episode recording, that it sort of just remained on this, like, let's not touch this shelf of ufology, and yet you're working in this field, and you must have felt at some point that this would be either make it or break it. Either it would make it into the community's consciousness or just completely disappear off the table, and yay, it has made it into more prominent status, if you will. I think this year's Contact in the Desert was, I would say, predominantly about remote viewing, about the abilities of the mind. There was a lot of stuff on, usual suspects, if you will. But I thought that was fantastic that, it's becoming more prevalent, and you've been a pioneer in that. So thank you so much for joining us on the podcast, Tracy. And I thought I would ask my first question. We'll kick off to Michael next, Katie after. But how long have you been working in this field? And what have you seen over the last, I would say probably, let's say the last 3 years, regarding your field of work being more noticeable now and more recognized in the field of ufology?
Well, I guess unofficially, this has been my life. And I think that's the case with a lot of people, and they haven't been talking about it because it hasn't been that accepted. It hasn't been sort of safe to talk about, right? There's a lot more to lose if you do talk about it. So officially, I guess I struggle to find where I make that distinction, actually, officially and unofficially, because it's been going on for so long. Like, this has been a big part of my life since I was 6 years old, but really came on the scene at the time of becoming an emerging adult, so in the 20s. Is when it really started showing up. But I think when you feel kind of on the outside of something, you either just carry on or you decide to kind of study yourself, And so that was always my approach when I had no one to talk to about this. And so that's why I went into psychology. That's why I went into medical anthropology and world religion. And psychology of religion, and everywhere I can sort of look under look under something and say, hey, is there something here? Cultural anthropology, you name it. And without fully going directly into your question, I just want to say that what was most interesting to me in medical anthropology, which is one of the things I did in the latest part of my degree, was that all of these things that we're talking about are normal in many other places of the world. You know, this is considered a normal part of your health system, right? All of the transpersonal aspects, your dreams, your body experiences, your death experiences, I'll be conservative and say suspected contact experiences, all of lucid dreams, all of this is considered part of your holistic health system. And so for me, that was one of the greatest permission slips to just sort of unapologetically start to recognize what I had seen happening in myself and what I had seen happening in other people in some schools of mine that I attended. And so it's always been there as my primary interest, always. And yeah, going through academia, you know, was my attempt to study and normalize it for myself first. Make sure that I was of stable mind, you know, and learn more about it. Well, I was trying to figure out how academia could teach me more about it, and it really does lack. Like it could color in some outer areas, at least where I went, right? But the thing that hit it the most directly, other than taking transpersonal psychology, but I was on the East Coast and I didn't have all those options. Medical anthropology and how it normalized it. And it more than normalized it. It made it feel like a responsibility that we should be taking on, you know, with our children, with our nuclear families, extended families, our friends, a new way to do therapy. Just new considerations about who we really are, a more normal, holistic outlook of who we really are. So, sorry, that's a long intro there.
Holistic, so are you saying according to more like Western points of view, like the way we live here in the West compared to maybe in the East or other countries?
Yeah. So typically in the West, right, we will compartmentalize, like when we need to go to the doctor and it's our ear, we have to go to an ear, nose, and throat specialist, or if it's this, we have to go to this. Like often, you know, you have something going on in your esophagus and you go through all the motions to get that area of your body looked at in a lab, you know, empty it out, look at it in the lab. But if there is anything showing slightly above, slightly below, they don't do it. You know, like you have to go to a separate doctor, go through a separate system. So everything is so compartmentalized. I mean, there's a reason so that they can try to specialize in those areas. However, when we go to a psychologist in the West, again, I'm generalizing, not all psychologists, but and psychiatrists, we generally can't speak freely about these types of things. So that's what I'm referring to. They're not really recognized. You know, if you're having, you know, suspected contact dreams, like forget about it, right? People aren't going to talk about that unless they are feeling completely safe and the therapist has a reputation that they're open to the possibility and not hostile to it, right? So that's what I'm referring to. So yeah, kind of East versus West, but that's even saying that is generalizing, you know, a little bit too much. But now with, of course, with the telepathy tapes and Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell's work, it's opening up yet another door to this discussion on a far larger level and more compassionate kind of conversation about all of this. So it's taking what I was sort of studying and experiencing myself, to be honest, and making the conversation way more open. And as you mentioned, this was the first time at Contact in the Desert that I saw a huge shift, because often I was talking about remote viewing, but part of the reason I was only talking about remote viewing was because it was a little safer than going into everything else, you know. But this year, there's been a real handshake between abductions and UAP and consciousness that's completely different. It used to be kind of the fringe of the UFO conferences, remote viewing alone, right? We're rarely ever talking about telepathy unless it happens to come up in a presentation where people are talking about abductions and they're saying it was a telepathic sort of communication. But really, yeah, it was really kind of off to the side. And now you're right, it was very dominant and it was wonderful. I mean, I just absolutely loved it, because really these things all tie together. I mean, everything is happening through the perception of our minds, right? So now that we're marrying these, we can kind of open that dialogue and open the thinking more. And I think another thing it's doing is helping people talking about it is helping people recognize it in their own lives, which will help take the dialogue farther. Right. Yeah. So anyhow, I'm sorry, I just rambled. If I did not answer your question,
you did. And you're right. It's more prevalent now more than ever. I mean, like I said, in the news, Contact, like we start talking about it more and more. Michael, off to you, man.
So I see this like kind of trajectory of like people in the UAP sphere are starting to acknowledge other dimensions of those sort of weird experiences that people have, but it's like very incremental. It's like, okay, well, maybe there was some like telepathic contact experience. Well, maybe like remote viewers, because like some remote viewers have like viewed UFO bases and stuff. But it seems to me like there's just a whole smear, a whole gradient of like really weird stuff out there that doesn't have anything in principle to do with the UAP subject, but that's just kind of like the trajectory of how we're getting to it. But we just have to talk about it in that way here in this conversation. Like, what do you see as the whole gamut of interesting and strange things to do with the mind, and what experiences have you had that led you to be so interested in these things, if you're okay talking about those personal experiences?
Yeah. So what was the first part of your question again? It was
like, what's the whole smear of like of stuff that's not just remote viewing? It's not just like some abduction experiences have telepathic elements to it. There's obviously like lucid dreaming or astral travel and things like that. Like, what are all the things that you're interested in, even if they don't have anything to do with UAP?
Well, I mean, I'm always hesitant to put it under this umbrella, but it's the easiest umbrella to put it under is psychic phenomena, which include, it's actually expanded perception, I think, is a better umbrella. That has less stigma, that is more true. Expanded consciousness, expanded perception, our ability to perceive things that are outside of what we would call consensus reality. So that would include, lucid dreams, out of bodies, near-death experiences, suspected contact experiences. Again, I'm just saying that to be conservative. I'm calling it that. Abductions, precognitive dreams, precognitive visions. And I mentioned that to answer the second part of your question. I've had so many things, but I don't talk about them a lot. I talked about some of them in my most recent lecture, so I'm just getting used to talking about them more. But out of order, because a lot of things happened leading up to this. But a perfect example is, and a lot of people probably had things like this. My father was 67, and he was full of life, I mean, he was skidooing across Canada, working for Habitat for Humanity. He's working too. He's refereeing hockey games for juniors. He's running this, running that. You know, like there's no slowing down. He was full on, you know. And one day I was in the middle of the day, lying down in the bed, and just merely staring at the wall. Just, you know, I think I wanted to sleep but couldn't, you know. Wasn't in any sort of drifting state, hypnagogic state yet, or anything like that. You know, I was perfectly awake. But I was staring at this blank wall, and I saw this vision. I don't even like to use that word too much. I actually call it an overlay because I think it's more accurate. Like, if we all know this is our main reality, I was able to tell the difference, you know, like this was something else that overlaid on top of it, right?
Like a hallucination, like you were delusionally believing that you were seeing something that was there. It's like a different
correct. Yeah, so that's why I like to call it an overlay. I could, you know, I was aware of both at the same time. And I saw my father sitting in the back of my car and smiling at me in this very unusual way. And that was all that happened, but this knowingness came over me that he was saying goodbye, and that this was final, and this was it. It was so strong. So it was just very simple, very basic, but all the information was there. I immediately called my sister, who sometimes has dreams, and asked her, you know, if you had any dreams about Dad, and she said yes, and she'd had 2 dreams that he died, but she ignored them. So I called my mom, and I was not going to say this to my mom. You know, I just said, how's his health? I had this dream, just wondering how his health was, and she said he just had a full bill of health. He'd just gone to the doctor. He was good, and he was out doing this, fixing that, and I think a couple of months later, I just buried it, you know, because you don't know that this is going to be anything. I think you have to err on the side of not thinking that, and then see what happens, right? What else are you going to do? So that's what I did.
Even if you don't bury it, what else are you going to do with it? Like,
yeah, exactly. And you can't, I feel like it was irresponsible to upset my mom and then have her thinking this all the time, you know? And so a couple months later, we hear we're talking about something. My dad just mentioned in passing, like he'd skipped a meal or something. I mean, it was so minor. He wasn't saying he wasn't feeling well or anything like that. And I just had this feeling, you know, and this whole feeling came over me. The whole thing came back, and I knew. I called my sister and said, we have got to go there. I'm going to be there in 2 days, and we need to have no regrets. I just knew in every fiber of my body, even though he was perfectly fine. And I remember my partner at the time was furious with me for doing this and thinking this, because he just said, you can't, you know, this is irresponsible. You can't bury someone before they're dead. You know, like just very irresponsible. Which I agree, you know, but sometimes those deeper feelings are really important, especially when they're very, I don't even have a word for it, but like full, like they fill you in a certain way, you know, a knowingness that's in every fiber of you. So we did this, and by the time we got there in 2 days, my father couldn't speak. And he was still walking around, he couldn't speak. But long story short, you know, he lasted a couple months, but we found out he had pancreatic cancer with no symptoms. So he went from, you know, 100 to 0, you know, like, and was gone like that. But I was weirdly ready for it because I feel like in the part that I could not perceive, but I just knew, there was all of this information that was driving me, that I already had settled something with him, that I was able to take care of the family was able to handle it. I don't know. It's really hard to describe, but it changed me. You know, each one of these things has changed me. But this changed me on many levels because one way it changed me was thinking, okay, he was alive. Like sometimes people will have what they consider a visitation after someone passes, right? Or at the time when they pass. But this was while he's alive and in the middle of the day, some part of him that we might say is independent seeming somehow communicated with me. So to me, if that's true, that implies there's us, ego, self sitting here talking to each other. And there's a more expanded part of ourselves that is capable of communicating on a larger scale. And once you start to look at this and things that have happened in your life that you might not have recognized or allowed yourself to recognize, you start to really think about that part. What is that part that, you know, there's people could say, oh, it's a soul, it's a this, it's a that, right? But without labeling it, it would seem there is that expanded part of us that is communicating. It's intelligent beyond what we know. It's warning us of life changes, of major events. So what is that? And then when you go into the other modalities, so I had these things happening spontaneously, but in part of my explorations, I would go to these schools of mind and I would try all the modalities. Honestly, I've been trained in every psychic freaking thing there is, because I needed to know. And ultimately, you start to see, it's almost like with hypnosis or just relaxing into different brain states. All you're doing is you're expanding past this limited self and you're identifying with that self. It would seem, you know. And then once you identify as that self, there's more access in every direction to things. It's just, I think, the limits are what you have set up for yourself. Or what you haven't been able to take down yet because you just don't know or you don't know how, you know? And so it's experiences like that that have really driven me, and each one drives me beyond. And some of my earlier ones were more, you know, when I didn't even know what these words were, you know, like kind of mediumship things. Where so you can tell I don't talk about these much.
You're in a safe space, like a kid. You're in a safe space.
Yeah, right. So for example, being in a yoga class, and at the end of the yoga class, there's sometimes a relaxing part. You know, vinyasana they call it in some classes, and it's just, you know, you're just lying there and you're relaxing at the end for maybe 10 minutes, and suddenly. Again, one of these overlays happening where, but here I am in a situation where I'm with strangers, right? Something opening up on the ceiling, and I see this overlay of this man wearing the old sort of train hats, you know, those train engineer hats. The little caps with the little brim. They're very sort of
striped hats.
Yep. So this older gentleman, and he's looking down the track, and then there's two other older gentlemen with him. They're all looking down this track. I mean, I see this so clear. Like when I saw my dad looking down the track, and suddenly the man turns and he looks at me, and he just gives me this look like I should know what he means. I don't. I'm just observing this. You know, just all I do is I just watch it and then try to remember, you know. And so I come out of this and I think, oh, great. And I make this little bargain with whatever. I say, okay, if the situation sets up, because I don't know any of these people, including the teacher, if the situation sets up where I'm left with one person, or the teacher and one person, I will do this. And if I have not, I will not say a word, because this was not about me, because I don't relate to this at all, but it came in so strong. I've learned to trust this. When it comes in with this real clarity, it's along with the feeling of having to catch a bus. I feel like if you see something when you're around people, I wouldn't feel right to go and just say something to people, but if it comes with a feeling, is what I've learned, like an urgency, then I pay more attention and I might entertain that. So in this particular case, the situation set up, there was one person with the teacher, and I said, forgive me and stop me if this is weird or uncomfortable. And I tell her, and I had, the craziest reaction. She's like, oh my God. And it turned out her stepfather was on his deathbed. And he worked on the railroad tracks. And his three best friends who he worked on the railroad tracks with had just passed. And she felt this was the thing, because he wasn't letting go, and they were struggling through this. And she felt, for some reason, this was something he needed to know. And I never saw that person again. But if it helped, amazing. And why do these things happen? I have no idea. I think something in me has just been like a touch open. And so these things can come through. And I just want to add this. I have a million stories like this. Bring them on. Really? Or I don't know. There's so many. But yeah, it's weird, because I never would have told all these stories before. This is definitely a new place, but I'm saying them because I'm encouraging other people to recognize these things that are happening to them. And I think, Diane Powell's work is as well. The telepathy tapes are as well. And it's in, all just about 100% of near-death experiences, all telepathic, abduction experiences, contact experiences, it's telepathic. And then telepathic to me just leads to this larger part of ourselves that is using a different language. And is that our common language with everything out there, not just ET, but everything, the expanded consciousness of those that have passed. Is it all the same? Is this the universal language? Because our language is a man-made construct over top of what, And so I think, what if this is the key? This is the key. It's sitting here, and everything in the world seems to be going against learning about this, with AI and everything.
Yeah. Well, it's numbing all of our senses. It's saying, don't pay attention to your physical realm, plug yourself into the matrix. It's much more pleasant, right?
Right, totally. So I guess for me, I don't want people to lose sight of this, because I think it's in everybody's life. I don't think it's happening in anyone who's, it's not anyone who's special. It's not about that. This is about all of us, 100%. All of humanity. I was just saying to someone, have you guys seen the movie Arrival?
Yes, and the short story is also.
Yeah, I love that movie. And one day I was just thinking about the gift. Okay, possible spoiler alert here. People haven't seen it.
Oh, it's been out for almost 10 years now.
I know, it's such a good movie. I've seen it like 3 times. Okay, good. Sometimes I think about the gift that they were given at the end. They were given a gift, and the thing about the gift was that every nation was given something equal.
he wants to be
and they just couldn't figure it out, and they couldn't realize this. And I was just thinking, what if that gift, what would be the thing that we've all been given? You know, a lot of us do believe time is simultaneous and it's non-linear and all of that anyhow. But what if it was this universal language? You know, what if that was a thing that we all have that's absolutely identical? We identify with all these different things on the surface, but underneath we have this beautiful expanded self that makes us kind of all the same in a way. It connects us with everything else out there on more of a normal, equal playing field. I shouldn't say equal, but seemingly, I'll say that. I just I love thought experiments, you know, and I was just thinking, what if we have something here and we're heading in a totally opposite direction, but what if it's that, you know, what if that's what we already have? We already have
Scary person. It would be scary if I lose that kidney.
I know. That's part of the reason why I did my lecture on what I did and why I'm talking about these things, because it is going to be tempting to lose ourselves to artificial intelligence. I mean, what happens though if, you know, the sun throws off a massive flare and, you know, we lose that grid, all these things that we're used to? How do we communicate? And we've been shown many ways, and, you know, Diane's showing us new ways, and telepathy tapes are showing us new ways, that we can reach out and communicate, like, you know, not just autistic non-speakers, but we're learning that people who are non-speaking because they're in comas, like our moms, our dads, or, you know, in comas. There's all sorts of non-speaking stories. We just weren't paying attention before, and we weren't looking there. We didn't know that they were actually there, right? We're just comparing to what we've been taught on this surface level, but they're there.
I believe in that because when Lisa's mad at me, I know. She's not speaking to me, I know what's up. Katie, go ahead.
Well, that's a perfect segue. And Tracy, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for opening up and sharing these very profound personal stories. And I'm so glad that you're doing that. It takes courage, and I mean, your story with your father is so touching, and sorry that you lost him so young, and so thank you. But, you know, you bring up the telepathy tapes, and this is kind of opening the doors to this phenomenon that you and so many others kind of intuitively knew was happening most of your life. You said since age 6. And I want to talk a little about, you mentioned the nonverbal autistic children. But can you speak a little bit about, I feel, and I couldn't agree with you more, that we all have these gifts and we all can learn and train to tap into them more. But it seems to me that there are those, for whatever reason, whether it's through near death or trauma or, you know, your disassociation, when you go through some of these schools that you have, and you've been through many, and I want to talk to you more about that too. But can you talk a little bit, it's not just the nonverbal population that have to tap into these senses that, you know, because they're nonverbal, but it's this other group of people as well, this disassociation piece that seem to open up these channels. Can you talk a little bit about that and why that might be? Ooh, so many things to talk about. Okay, so why disassociation maybe? Yeah. Well, I don't know that I can talk about this as an authority at all, but it seems to me that, yeah, people who had trauma or of some sort, or, you know, including near-death experiences, it seems as though the ability to disassociate has opened an easy pathway somehow. You know, a good example is Joe McGonigal. You know, one of the most famous remote viewers. And Joe, I think, fell out of a helicopter and broke his back, you know, and he definitely had a different near-death experience that was not associated with that. I think outside of a restaurant, But and Joe is this profound remote viewer with profound abilities to bring back very detailed, accurate information. And so he's a good example, and I see it time and time again with even my own teacher of remote viewing who had multiple near-death experiences. And I think he feels this is part of why he's really good at it. It's Paul Elder in BC, actually, Canada. And I think he had 4 near-death experiences, including when he was a child. And so one of the things that can happen in his remote views is he can slide into an out-of-body experience very easily. And if you are able to do that, you can get very actionable information, clear information. A lot of remote viewers can't quite go to that level, because they can travel. And, I mean, I guess I'm getting kind of
actually, well, yeah. What's the difference between astral projection and let's say remote viewing? What are the differences?
Okay, yeah, this is a good question to help me clarify this. So, yeah, if you are going astral traveling / out of body, okay, we'll make those the same. You are, when this happens, you are no longer associating with the body sitting at the table remote viewing, right? Your consciousness goes to a place and you're not really aware of this body. When you're remote viewing, you're sending your consciousness somewhere else. You are still aware of this body. So you're writing, you're very physically aware. Robert Monroe used to call this kind of like going out of phase, and you can go out of phase slightly and get information or more. Like, and out of phase to him, I hope I don't butcher this, but it's, in a way, it's if you imagine the brainwave scale of beta in the awake state all the way down to delta, the sleep state, going out of phase with this reality being beta, we identify that as beta. Slightly out of phase might go into alpha, and you'll be able to get some good information. Theta is deeper. You can probably get deeper information. It's associated with deeper altered states, and even towards delta. Sometimes people can have some delta in there, and they're able to really kind of reach out. But all of it, if you're not going out of body, is your instead of saying out of phase, I'm going to use different words. I suppose in a certain way, you're sharing your consciousness in 2 places, but you never lose the awareness of here. So in lucid, lucid dreaming typically in theta state when you lucid dream, or is that all delta? Well, lucid dreaming is interesting because when you're dreaming, when you're asleep, you're in delta, right? Your waves, your brain waves are really slow. And your thinking part of your brain, your executive functioning goes offline. Your seeing, occipital cortex, goes offline, right? Because you're asleep. But the most fascinating thing to me about lucid dreaming, the first time I heard this, I've never been able to get this out of my mind. The most fascinating thing is, if you wake up into a lucid dream, your brain waves show faster than the awake state that we are experiencing right now, but you're asleep. And your occipital cortex, your for seeing, your vision comes back online, and your executive functioning comes back online. So those things are back online in a lucid dream. And so, just looking at brain scans,
I have a personal ambition.
There's something fascinating going on there, that it's working faster than this awake state. And that has always fascinated me. Yeah, that's why you can wake up and feel more exhausted from a lucid dream than your waking state of life. Like sometimes you wake up like, oh, like you just lived a whole other lifetime. Right, and people describe it as hyper-realistic, and this is probably why, right? Those words, you hear people use them all the time, and I do with certain things too. Even people who don't lucid dream, you know, you can have a lucidity happen in moments, or you can have a global lucidity start to happen, right? But it's there. Something is going on when, you know, we are in some kind of other state. And so that always leads me to the question of, are we accessing something? Are we? I mean, I'm not convinced that we aren't. I can't say for sure that we are, but I'm not convinced that we aren't, especially when people have precognition and things come true. You know, people dreaming. Famously, with 9/11 and a study they did on train crashes, you know, they found that a huge majority of the people on those days before a train crash, for example, had some kind of dream or warning of not to go, and they just could not bring themselves to go, right? And when they did the study, they even accounted for the days with the worst weather, and it was still fewer people before a train crash, for example, than a day when there was terrible weather. Like they were the lowest claimed tickets before major events. So something is going on. There is some information there, so I just can't buy that it's a mishmash of the day. You know, or sometimes it is, but not always. You know, not always.
You had brought up a point about seeing your dad in the backseat of a car, looking at you and smiling. And with remote viewing, we're starting to understand now that you can actually, there's no date and time. You can actually remote view in the future, in the past. You can put yourself in a room in 1956 and look through the drawers and the dressers. Like, it's crazy what people can do. But if we're able to do that in remote viewing, I'm just wondering if we're able to do that from out-of-body experience, if time is nothing. We can remote view or put ourselves in any time, time scale, if you will, of humanity, visit dreams and all that. And I find that very fascinating because I don't know if you guys can hear my French bulldog snoring. She's quite loud. I hope she doesn't come through on the mic. It's not me. I don't have sleep apnea all the week. But I find that fascinating that there's no it's not like you can only visit something in real time. It's that time is irrelevant once you step out of your mind. The only thing that is sort of slave to this linear sense of time is these bodies aging. That's it. You know what I mean? Because everything else we're starting to understand that, look, I'm the driver inside the car. I'm not the car. This car will break down and the driver will have to come out one day. And when you're talking about these experiences that you've had at a young age, or people have had these phenomenal experiences after near death, is it possible that from abductees to near death experiences, it's because they've been behind the veil of the play? Like, they realize that they're not the play, that there's stagehands behind the play, that there's props behind the play, that there's an actual whole world outside of the play. And that's what allows people to sort of realize that this reality is not what we think it is. It's not the play we're all convinced that it is. It's something far deeper and meaningful than this. So I'm just wondering, like, where does your ideas and thoughts, when you think about all this as a whole, like, where does that lead you as a philosophy?
That's a big question.
That's what I asked. Big question.
Well, I mean, I love thinking about this stuff. It's really, where do I want to go with this? Overall, you know, I feel like pretty easily conclude we're more than our physical bodies. I feel I have had experiences where I can say, even when I can't fully convince myself, a part of me knows that we are so deeply connected to each other. It also makes me think about my words more carefully because we're so connected. It makes me think about my actions more consciously, carefully. We're all connected. I'm not fully answering your question, but you can re-ask parts, and I'll
for sure. That was an answer to your question, so it was a hearty meal. So
yeah. There's so many stories that are popped up in my head that I'm like, which ones do I want to address? Michael, do you want to hone in?
Yeah, what I would say, maybe just on your lifetime, your experiences, where it's like from your own perception of the experiences that you've had, if you were to sum it up so far, what is your spiritual take? Because that's, we talk about body, mind, and soul, so I think that's very important. The spiritual aspect of this is not just the intellectual, but does that make you more spiritual, less spiritual?
Oh yeah, more spiritual. I think I've always been very spiritual. Part of that, I think, is when you feel like you're living your life and assume nobody understands, but it turns out most people feel like this, right? But for me, early on, it became a spiritual thing, and that's always been my center. It's what I default back to. It strengthened in my 30s when I had panic attacks, just on top of all of this stuff. Because I really came to the realization that even if we are connected, it can feel very low. And it's up to us to build a spiritual resilience, because as much as we can recognize that we're connected, we've still chosen to do this on some level, it seems, and we still have traumas, and we still have these individual experiences. And the only thing that I feel like I can truly control is my inner sense of self and how I perceive and navigate this world. And so I would say year after year, my spiritual core grows and grows as I recognize that. And things like, being with my dad on his deathbed, again, another deeper level, because I thought about because he couldn't speak. He went in and out of being able to speak, but again, at the end, he couldn't speak. And I just thought there were all these things that he was unable to say. He was clear. And how much it seemed to be bothering him, that he had spent his whole life planning, and this just came. It seemed like it surprised him 20 years early, And so I always try to think about my life looking back, and even if I have the most expanded mindset, I still, this is what's going to matter, right? At the end of my life, it's going to matter on two levels. It's going to matter how I navigated it on the inside, and it's going to matter how I navigated it on the outside. And so I think we simultaneously have to carry these two attitudes, the one where we look at life individually, and the one where we can have this more expanded outlook, knowing that we're all connected. And we do the best we can. We can control the things we can, and try to let go of the things we can't, and do our best to be wise enough to know the difference. The serenity prayer, right? So I try. It's a tough thing to answer, but I think ultimately that's how I feel. I love the exploration of who we are underneath it. I talk about these things because I think that's the most exciting, fresh way to look at ourselves and to look at life is by exploring the things that we have denied for all these years. I mean, it's a beautiful part of who we all are. And even though life stories are very interesting and compelling, this other dimension is beautiful. You know, it's so beautiful and it's so wise. It's so wise, and so getting to see people talk about that inner wisdom, it just really compels me in every way. So I just hope that people will start coming forward with more and more of these stories. You know, they're happening all over the place to people, and even people who think they aren't happening. I swear to God, they're happening. It's just we get so busy in life. I truly believe that we don't notice. You know, there's only so much attention management we can, attention we can give to certain things, right? Like you can't really split your attention all over the place. So a lot of people will say remote viewing is attention management. It's true. So if you want to find more of these things in your life, you have to manage that attention to be looking at those things. And I think a really easy way for people, if that's too much, is just look towards your dreams. It's the easiest in. Just literal dreams. Look towards the literal dreams and remembering them. And in doing so, in the morning, just taking the time to remember them, you are training your attention that what happens during the night is important to me. You know, I really believe if you just get up and go get a coffee in the morning, you are telling your ego day self, it doesn't matter what happens at night, right? It's not important to me. But if you actually create this sort of handshake in the morning between the night experience and the day experience, you will start to see this sort of bridging and just spending the time writing that. I think, that, at least for me, I can speak for myself here, while I'm doing that and my brain is slowing down and relaxing before I start the day, insights start popping about other things or things I remember. And I would go all over the place here. At the Monroe Institute, the debriefs after you do a session are so important, like in the Gateway Experience, are so important because this is kind of what's happening. People are sitting down together, they're telling what happened in their session. For some people, they feel nothing happened, but when they're listening and relaxing and they're in that state where they're not involved in their day, boom, it pops. They'll remember experiences that they had that upon waking they had no idea, no remembrance of, and they will just pop out. It's a thing. It happens all the time there, and I think it happens in our daily lives, and I think it's just a simple way. Like people will say meditate. For a lot of people, that's not realistic, right? I'm a huge meditator, but most people are not. And dreams is just a nice gateway in to get that attention management going, a calm transition between night and day, where you can start to examine and remember things and use the wisdom of remote viewing with targeting and intentions, and say to yourself, write it down that you want to remember some of these things that happened in your life. And just, if it's important, aim to notice more deeply in your life. Like slow things down and notice them more. And I swear, my whole life has been about this. And the mind yields. If you ask it and you want it, it might not yield at first how you want it to, but it will start to offer things up how it needs to for you, you know?
So it's personally sort of tailored.
Yes,
You know, we have the same experience, but you're trying to do this.
right, like lucid dreams are a perfect example. You know, like only 20% of the population can really lucid dream. People can do it in gradations, but you really don't need to lucid dream. You can have, like I was saying before, you can have these lucid components that happen. Or, like, if that's your intention, I want to lucid dream, I want to lucid dream, you know. For a lot of people, they want that, right? So you make that intention, you write it in your journal, you establish for yourself why you want this. That's the most important thing you can do in the psychology of change is why. Really figure that out. Why do you want to know? Because you believe there's wisdom in the night that you can use for your life. You know, is that why? And if that's so, write it down and think about that. And then if nothing happens in the first week, notice what is happening, because there could be like the slightest changes that are just, you know, in your dreams. So you want to notice, are the colors brighter, or, you know, anything. Because it could take weeks for your particular psyche to unravel to where it's supposed to be. Like for me, I wanted to have more out-of-body experiences. Drove me crazy that I couldn't. But then, you know, in wanting this for years, I discovered I had this other weird ability of something I could do, you know? And so I believe this is the case with everyone. We're all so unique. We're all neurodivergent in our own way, you know? And it's just seeing how it unravels for you. So for me, I kept looking at this thing I wanted, couldn't get it, but didn't notice for the longest time something else that was happening, you know? I'm actually really, really strong at being here and sending another part of me somewhere else and really seeing. But I was so obsessed with wanting to get out of my body, you know? Like, I didn't notice that I was doing this kind of, it's the same type of thing, and I was able to do it to quite an extent, and but it just wasn't good enough to me, you know. Like it is now. I learned that, and now I love the way. I embrace it, and I love it. I lean into it, and there's more there. And so I'm just using examples of how we want what other people have. But it might look different for us. And hypnotherapy is the same. You go there because you want to stop smoking, or you want to stop this, or you want to stop that. And I went to it because I had a debilitating fear of the dark. And I remember her saying, the psyche will unravel in the way it does. And so for me, the fear of the dark didn't go away. But what happened was I got the best sleeps of my life. That's what started happening. Because I was hypervigilant all the time, you know? And so it was unraveling in its own way and working its way there, which I'm much better. I'm not there yet, but I'm much better. So I'm going all over the place, you guys.
The fear of the dark is an actual fear that adults still have. It's not something that I've ever dealt with, but I understand the vulnerability state of, you know, people go to bed, it's completely dark, and if, you know, abductees or whatever, obviously you would have a good freaking valid reason to be afraid to go to bed at night. We got time for two last questions from Michael and Katie. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, so when you talk about these exercises and abilities that we cultivate, I find these things really fascinating. In the last year and a half or so, I've gotten pretty interested in a few different traditions of Buddhism that talk about, and all of the Buddhist traditions, they talk about these things, but there's generally this attitude in those traditions that, yeah, once you deepen your spiritual practice and that you're meditating, and meditation for them isn't just clearing your mind, there's lots and lots and lots of different varieties of meditation. But there's a kind of consistent thread that as you deepen your spiritual practice and get better at these things, these abilities and experiences will arise, but they're really just distractions. Like, you shouldn't lean into them if your ultimate goal is liberation from suffering and to help other people be liberated from suffering. If if you spend your time trying to cultivate the ability to talk to these other spirit beings that appear to you, or if you try to cultivate the ability to see outside of your mind and see other things, you can do that, but at the end of your life, you're going to look back and be like, all I did is learn some tricks. I don't know if I believe that that's really true or not, that it's just tricks and that they be valued, but it seems like you're deeply interested in cultivating the spiritual practice, and you said that, you know, the only thing that you can really control in your life is who you are and what your inner self is. So I'm wondering, as you're trying to do that, trying to deepen your life and be a better person, pursue whatever your ultimate aims are, how do these abilities fit into that? Do they really have a use, or are they really just kind of like neat tricks that you can learn to do?
Yeah, that's interesting. Because ultimately in Buddhism they could see it as an attachment, right? Which would lead to suffering. I could see that. That it would be a distraction. And yeah, that's interesting, because I've heard some other philosophers talk like that too, from Eastern traditions. I actually went and asked, you know, if you have this experience, is that normal, and what do you do with it? And they're like, you shouldn't have that experience, you should only be focusing on the void, you know. And many people follow that, and I respect that. I totally respect that. But I guess, because I did go into a lot of those things, but I guess for me, ultimately, I came back to what my deeper drive was asking me. And it wasn't happy, you know, those answers, even though I keep them in mind. You know, I learned about the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, and different areas of Buddhism and Dream Yoga, and ultimately, I felt I respected that, but my mind was offering up things that were helping me in my life. And I wasn't at the place where I guess, in a way, I would call this my version of a middle path, is to maintain the awareness that we can be engaging in things that are ultimately suffering, right? And that we can tamp down some of those things that we want, and those things that we're recognize that we can be the creator of a lot of pain for ourselves by wanting things. But at the same time, the deeper part of me was offering up information and situations where I was able to help my family through this, with the loss of my father, help other people who had lost people, and I wasn't asking for these things, you know, so I had to reconcile the idea that this was who I was, because I wasn't looking, and I wasn't asking, and it was making a profound difference. And so I specifically remember talking at a Deepak Chopra came to Whistler, Canada, where I lived, and I asked him, and this is what he talked about, you know, you should just be focusing on the void, and none of this should be, you know, a factor or part of it, right? And I thought about that for a long time, and
Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell in 1991.
I still have visions when I'm a very deep meditator. I mean, I meditate an hour a day and a half for over 20 years. And things come true. I can't explain it, they just do. Richard's getting used to this now. And sometimes there are things as simple as, I had one the other day. I have created this temple in my mind that I've had for 20 years, since the very beginning. And once in a while, like it never changes, it's always the same. Once in a blue moon, and I'm super relaxed, especially when it's been almost an hour, something will come in, and all I'm doing is clearing off, but I'm in a place of comfort. You know, I built a place that is comfortable to me. Something will come in. So just a few days ago, this strange vision, without going into the whole thing, came in, like a cloud came in, a strong, discolored part of the air came in below, and it was very strange. I won't tell the whole thing, but I wrote it all down, told Richard when I wake up, the usual. And anyhow, it turned out that day we got a massive part of the fire clouds from the Canadian fires, and the air quality went from 30 to like 110 or 120 or something like that. Went to quite an unhealthy level. And I don't know why I get that. I have weird things like that, but they've happened so much in my life that give me little pieces of information to navigate my day. Sometimes they seem so insignificant, I don't understand them. To answer your question, part of me doesn't feel like it's right to deny this part that is there. It's not harming anything. It's not, I don't think it's creating a distraction. It's actually just helping me navigate my life and helping me be aware from my loved ones, how we should navigate our lives. So it is kind of this interesting question that you ask. And it's an interesting sort of philosophical challenge, how do you navigate that? But I've always been fascinated by that. How do you navigate that? And so I suppose my positioning has always just been to navigate as best I can with the things that are coming, and to always keep that in mind, that we can and do create our own suffering and attachments. And I think that's how I navigate it. I just do my best, and I'm not an extremist in any way, so I don't go full in one direction. I've tried so many things. I've been to the Rampa school. I've done Taoist retreats. I've done this and that and whatever. And every single one, I immerse in the information. I love what I learn in every single one of them. But I always bring myself closer to center. Like I never go and full on this or full on that. I come in and I try to bring the wisdom in the way I walk through life. It's the best I can do. It's the best I can do. Long answer to your question.
That's a good answer. One thing I would add to it is that as I've gotten more acquainted with the wide variety of traditions of Buddhism, I've realized that sort of Deepak Chopra's focus on the void thing is about the most nihilistic and negative interpretation of Buddhism that exists. There are all these traditions that look at it and say, there's so much more fullness and love and goodness in the world that we're trying to focus on. And so I think if that's all that there was is just the void, then I would say, well, distract me from it.
Well, for meditation, he's saying for meditation.
Yeah, sure. But these other traditions would also say, in meditation, you don't just want to focus on nothingness, you want to focus on the plenitude, the fullness of all things. And I kind of lean towards even in meditation, saying, well, the whole purpose of the practice is just to immerse myself in a void. I'd rather just be distracted by it.
To me, it sounds like, not just focus on, it's like giving you the cars or keys to a car. Saying just focus on the keys, don't start the car, go anywhere. Just hold on to the keys. That's kind of pointless. The point of the keys is to get to a car to drive somewhere. So that's why they say just focus on, no, because what if that's the start of how you get your brain to get all all the other places. Don't just stick to the beginning, right?
Right, and that's what, for example, at the rep school, that's they talk about the void a lot. You know, you're focusing to go into the void, but the void is the full potential of everything else. You know, they would say that's where you drop your intentions, and even Deepak, because I mean, he would say in the void, that's where you drop your intentions as well. You know, the sutras, that's where you drop in the sutras. So yeah, I like that. You get the keys to the car, you want to use the keys. Yeah.
Or drive the car, don't just sit in the car with the keys, right? Katie, go ahead.
I know we're winding down here, and it might be a bad time to bring up this very deep topic, but I'm really curious to know Tracy's answer to this. I kind of believe that perhaps some of these abilities are why these secret societies, it's the secret they're keeping, because we're all very powerful and we can manifest, right? We can manifest and change our reality through lucid dreaming, through astral travel, through out-of-body experiences. And I'm curious, are you familiar with Thomas Campbell and the Big Toe books? And I want to know your opinion on, are we living in kind of like a matrix? What is your, are we in a simulation? Yes, Thomas Campbell, yeah, from the Monroe Institute. I can't say I've read his book, Toe. No. But I am familiar with some of his stories, and Thomas Campbell was one of the original explorers with Robert Monroe, right? He did some of those incredible explorations, and he was able to have out-of-body experiences, and I think he has had joint out-of-body experiences with his son, and, you know, he is a profound thinker. But to say I'm up to date on what he's talking about, definitely not. But you're asking, is it possible, or what do I think about reality being a simulation? And
let's get some Jews over
sure would explain everything. Say that just for a short answer.
Explains 2025 anyways.
I will say this. I always consider it. I always consider it just like all the other possibilities, because I do believe that if it were true, we wouldn't be able to prove it. We're nowhere near the ability to be able to know if that would be true. Some people just absolutely say no, and I respect that, but I just think we are babies in a way. We just wouldn't know if that was happening. And when I just think about where we are now, and the trajectory it looks like we're on with artificial intelligence, and how it looks like it's going to be exponential growth that we can't conceive of. And then it's so easy to trick the mind right now. You know, there's this thing called phantom limb, right? If they were to take your arm away, put a wall up, and have a fake arm, and they were to tickle it with a feather, if you focused on it long enough, it would trick your brain, and your brain would have the same sensations as though you have an arm, right? So, just based on some things like that, I think it would be undetectable, and I just think we're on a trajectory, I'm repeating myself, that's unfathomable, that is unfathomable currently. And quantum computers, the big wild card. I think we have no idea what their potential is. I just think that for me it's possible. I just see that there's a pathway. That could be possible. So I just can't rule it out. I know some people will think that's absolutely crazy, but I don't know. I just don't think we have the ability to know.
As we shall see, the kinds of economic
it's not crazy in this field of study. Nothing's crazy. Like that's why we explore every angle, every we don't. All three of us don't agree on everything. We're always with the guests, but the point is to look at everything and to collect everything. Because someday maybe something will click. And like you said, the synchronicities, like you mentioned, we all have that to a certain degree. I think yours is a lot more amped up. But let's say you dream about a red mailbox. all of a sudden the next day you take a street you never seen before, and there's that bloody red mailbox, and you're like, well, I dreamt about that mailbox last night. So we all have that. I think you're a lot more of a magnet, you're more practiced, and you're probably innately more built to receive this.
I might just be more focused on it too.
And you worked hard on it. I mean, to develop what you've done over the years, and you do a lot of lectures. The one that we were saying about how I think are we the quantum computers we're looking for, how human consciousness might actually be parallel to advanced technology. Like if we could advance our consciousness so freaking high, we wouldn't need technology. I could reach out to Michael just via my mind and say, hey, Michael, are you ready for Friday? We would have such an amazing ability, I think. But that is something I fear that AI and our current technology is distracting us from our abilities to increase psionics. Maybe they'll change. Maybe there'll be a big wave like Dungeons and Dragons and everybody's on Trebbing, a psionic or something like that. But it's great because the research is there from people like yourselves that have been exploring this for a long time, even when it was a subject that was cuckoo in the community of cuckoos. You know what I mean? Like that to me seemed crazy. Like you can't pick and choose in ufology. You have to go where the data is, right?
Totally. I just want to add, I think a great place for people to look if they're still questioning is going to be the research that Diane Hennessy-Powell is going to be bringing out, because she's looking to really apply scientific rigor to prove this with autistic savants, right? And so that will be key important research to open the doors even more for people.
It's an amazing thing what the human brain can do. I was going to tell you guys, just because I'm thinking about this now, but my father was visually impaired. His whole side of the family, all my aunts and uncles, are all blind, a whole lot. But what was funny is that they could be in a room, like my aunt could walk around and she knew where everything was in the house. She knew where people were just by the shift of energy. Like she didn't use her eyes, she would just use her hearing. Which you realize when we focus, let's say like you would be blinded for 7 days, you said you would practice that. All your senses are heightened because you're no longer depending on the one that we all depend on, as seeing is believing. I say that's bullshit. Seeing is not believing. Our eyes can deceive us. Use other things, our other senses tell us the truth as well. And you guys know this. You meet somebody, you go to shake their hand, and there's just something's not right with that person. Just their energy or the way they look at you, and you can tell right away. And I think that's part of that. There's something that tells you something about other people. Like we all have that innate ability, but again, it's less practice, or people don't trust it, which I always think is amazing. It's like,
and they're told not to trust it.
They're told not to trust it because as long as somebody says please and thank you, you'll do something. Like even if it's a serial killer, please get inside the car. Okay, well, he said please, even though when your whole instincts is like don't get into the car, right? I think this is a fascinating subject. I do think it's related to this. You were mentioning last time you were on with Michael and I think Richard was on there too, but you were talking about how the left side of the brain, if you're more left that side, you might not be able to remember things that are so far out of the box.
It was just my own little pet theory, and I remember Michael was like, I would think it would be the opposite, right?
I have not stopped thinking about that comment that you made. I'm like, she's on to something. And I've been obsessed over it ever since. Like finding out all the right brain people, left brain, it's amazing. But anyways, you motivated.
It's a fun area to sort of dabble in and think about, really, with how memories are encoded and regular narrative memories versus trauma memories. They're encoded in different parts of the brain, right? Like one part's kind of in the left brain, one's more in the emotional brain. That, along with the right brain, left brain, I mean, it might be a little bit too general, but I always, of course, what informs is your own experience, right? And that whole right brain, I think for me, was just a question I always had for myself. Like, is it possible? I called it the messy bedroom theory. I know where everything is, but would it be more difficult? I mean, clearly, they have mastership over our minds beyond what we do. right? They have the ability for cognitive manipulation,
Screen memories.
memory manipulation, all sorts of things, right? They're way beyond us. Oh shoot, what was I going to say?
About being my brain left.
Oh yeah. But so I just wondered if, you know, for myself being more on the spectrum of right, my mind thinks more abstract. It just does, especially when I have the opposite with me all the time. It's so obvious, right?
American chess grandmaster, right?
Exactly. He is like linear thoroughbred, you know, and I am like a sprawling banyan tree. And so he likes the way my mind works. I like the way his mind works. Yeah. I revere that. He reveres a few of these things, you know. But it's hard sometimes to be in the sprawling banyan tree and get your point across because there's so many thoughts going on at the same time. And that's what just made me think, like that frustration that I have in organizing things and sometimes organizing ideas into a paper or even just reading, you know. It made me question, would it be harder to control? Would it be harder to control the memories of a banyan-style brain? But would it be easier if the brain was compartmentalized and linear? And I just speculated that might be the case. But then Michael made a good point that it could be the opposite, or that you thought it might be the opposite, right? That a more filed version would be more difficult, harder to tamper with, that it might be more structured in a good way, in a protective way. But, you know, just from my own thinking, I just thought, well, you know, everyone on the spectrum reports close encounters and experiences. However, I know Grant Cameron was one of the people pointing out that a lot of artists he feels that they're higher in the amount of reports, right? I don't know if that's true or not. Well, I asked someone else who had done thousands of interviews, and he said he'd never thought of that before, but he thought that might be true as well from all the interviews he did. So I don't know, but
open to being interviewed and talking about their experiences too.
Maybe,
but it's worth looking into because that might have a huge role to play in disclosure as a whole. I was saying, like, you know, why is the general public not interested? Well, you know, what are we dealing with? Is there more creatives? Is there more analytical? And the people that I just said are apathetic or neutrals, they don't care either way. Those are probably the worst. It's like, usually when there's something that happens, pick a side, yes or no, not neutral. Because neutral just goes with the flow. Whatever happens, happens. And I think I would never be that person. I have to pick a side. Tracy, where can people find you if they want to reach out, look for your work? Where can people look to find a Tracy Garvin Dolan?
It's hard to find me, to be honest. Well, there's a new documentary that just came out by Darcy Weir. And I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be out, but I'm in that one along with a bunch of wonderful people. What's that? Psychics and the Phenomenon. If people want to find me and reach out, there's Richard Dolan members where most of the time we can keep up with email, not always, but I can be reached there. I do have a couple of social media channels, but I'm being completely honest, I am not a big social media person. It is extremely minimal. But I do have Instagram as Tracy Garvin Dolan, same with Facebook. But I'm just warning people. Because of the way I am.
I can attest to that too.
I don't have a thick skin, and I can get taken. I can take what people say very personally. I wish I had a thicker skin, but so a way to safeguard is not to pay too close of attention to that. Yeah. So, but I appreciate the support, and I do love hearing people's stories. So those are really the only places I am right now. Richard is pushing me to have a website, but I'm just not there yet. So thanks for asking.
It's pushing you to get yourself more out there, right? Like presenting your work. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right now I just really lecture and I'm doing interviews mainly because of documentary. But I mean, the reason why I do it is because I really believe that there's something here for us all to talk about, to discover about ourselves, and that in doing so, this is my personal opinion and my personal experience, it brings another level of fulfillment to life when we look at the deeper part of ourselves. So that's really why I do it. Just encouraging other people to do the same. If they're searching for that fulfillment in their life, there's another dimension there of us that is so beautiful.
You're both beautiful people. And contact all these events. I can't find anybody to say a bad word about you guys. And trust me, I've looked. I can't find anybody.
I'm sure they're there.
But no, you guys are an absolute pleasure. And your insight, seriously, Tracy, is great. And I think we all agree with Richard. You should definitely, put your work out there. I'm still going to pick your brain about the left side, the right side stuff, because if I need to read this bloody book, I'll need to pick somebody's brain.
Oh, I love talking about it. Grant Cameron and I were just like, we were having so much fun because we're all about that. So anytime you guys want to reach out and you want to discuss these types of things, even just off the record, I absolutely love this. So it's my total pleasure being here with the three of you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you, guys.
The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send Gabai to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give a get. That's the power of this incredible thing.
On this episode of UAP Studies, Katie, we have Daniel Sheehan who will be joining us.
I am so looking forward to this. I have, passed him in the halls many times at different. I've never had the pleasure to meet him personally. I don't know why. He's just always so busy, and he's doing excellent work with the Citizens for Disclosure movement and the New Paradigm Institute. So I think I'm going to learn a lot in this episode for sure. I'm really looking forward to it.
He's a workhorse for sure. I think every time we see him, he's unapproachable because there's a crowd of people around him. There's constantly a mic in his face. He's doing an interview, podcast, I think. He's constantly on podcasts and educating. And it doesn't matter whose podcast he'll go on and talk about it because that's his mission. And I love it. I think that he's definitely a pioneer when it comes down to at least the lawyer side of UAPs and what the law states, and very knowledgeable too on the government, especially the United States government, how it works, its layers. So we'll pick his brain about this, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This was an interview we were supposed to do in Contact in the Desert, but we had a mix-up at the end where he wasn't able to attend it. So I had to leave the next morning, so I wasn't able to do the earlier interview that they wanted. But we got it done, and I'm so thankful because you were able to be here as well and to be able to ask these questions. So let's get right into it, and we'll be right back with that machine. Well, guys, as promised, we have the lawyer of UAP is in the house. Daniel Sheehan is joining us on the UAP Studies podcast. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. So, my first question to you, and I'll share it off to Katie right afterwards, but my first question to you is what we've been talking about lately is just the plethora of information we seem to be getting every week, every month, there seems to be always something added to this whole disclosure thing. The government shutting it down, or they're denying things, and Congress is still looking into it. And now we have this blatant lie from the military. Oh, it's our technology. We've been kidding you guys for 70 plus years that it's us, it's not aliens. I'm kind of lost at this point, Daniel. So I'm just wondering how you're handling it from your end, especially being on the inside for the disclosure.
Well, actually, there are like 3 or 4 different dimensions, on which things are going on right now. One of them is, the first sort of dimension is the public hearings. People have heard a lot about the public hearings going on. There's discussions about more public hearings taking place. Anna, who is the chairperson of the task force on the disclosure and declassification of federal secrets, which is all a task force as part of the oversight, the House Oversight Committee. She has been trying to get a public hearing about the UFO issue to be held during July before the summer recess. We know that Eric Burleson, who is a member of that task force, a member of that oversight committee, has been calling for a hearing on the UFO issue. The problem is that, as you'll know, of the 11 people that are on that task force that are inside the House Oversight Committee, 8 of them are all freshmen. And they've been assigned to that because actually the freshmen are the ones who don't know enough not to keep insisting upon having a public hearing about the UFO. They haven't been kind of red-handed in Washington. You're not supposed to keep trying to get the citizens involved. You're still neophytes here. You still believe in the constitutional government. You still believe in having the people participate in the governing process. And so that 8 people that are all freshmen keep on saying, here, let's hold a public hearing. Well, then the full committee people who have more longevity realize that's not how things are done in Washington. You have to get permission from the leadership of the governing party. You have to get the White House to agree with it if the governing
But that's true. The only way to really
governing party in each of the House and Senate is also in charge of the White House, etc. So what's happening right now is you get Luna and the chair of the task force and Burleson calling publicly, announcing that we're trying to get hearings held, yet for some reason they don't happen. And so that as of right now, we're trying to mobilize the people through the Paradigm Institute around the country that are all citizens for disclosure to keep writing letters, sending letters to their congressmen, their congressional representatives, and to Comer, who is the chair of the House Oversight Committee, to have a public hearing about UFOs. And there have been 3 so far. That there was the original one where they called in the 2 representatives from the National Security Agency, etc., who said they didn't even know anything about UFOs. They didn't even know what was going on, which was a useless hearing. But then there was the very important hearing in which David Crush testified back in July of 2023. And then there was the more recent one with the House Oversight Committee where Lou Elizondo, among others, testified. But the bottom line is the task force is trying to hold a public hearing about the UFO issue. It's just not happening. So that is the first dimension of the news that people hear about. They're on again, off again to have these public hearings. And the information keeps flowing about what was actually said in the other public hearings. So there's that whole public hearing aspect of it. Then there's a second dimension, which is the actual legislation. And that there's the news there is very important. And that is that Senator Mike Rounds, who was the co-sponsor with Senator Chuck Schumer, when Chuck Schumer was the majority leader for the Senate, when the Democrats were still in control of the Senate. They sponsored the UFO Controlled Disclosure Act back in 2023, which passed the Senate kind of almost unanimously. Right? It went over to the House side, and they were successful in getting only 23 of the 64 pages of the bill that was passed by the Senate, passed by the House. But that was a very important thing that happened because 23 pages that were approved by both the Senate and the House called for, in fact, demanded that all 6 of our United States military forces, that's the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard, and others, Space Force, that all of them are required now by law to gather all the information together, every single memo, every single white paper, every single telephone call, every single record that had to do with the UFO issue since January 1st of 1945. And it had to be all completely gathered together and put into digital format with a searchable index. And turned over to the National Archives. The Senate bill required that it be all completed by October 20th of 2024 last year, and immediately turned over to the National Archives. So there was a whole lot of activity around that. Everybody getting very excited. We had a global disclosure day all scheduled for October 20th. And what happened is the executive branch reached out, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Department reached out to the office, the National Archives, and got them to issue a statement saying, no, it's okay to postpone this for a year. And complete defiance, basically, of the legislation. And postpone it for another year. So what's happening now, very important, is that Senator Mike Rounds, the Republican, who was the co-sponsor with Chuck Schumer of the bill in 2023, is announcing he and Chuck Schumer, now that the Republicans are in charge of the Senate, have agreed they're going to reintroduce the Senate bill, and they're going to pass that. Which is extremely important because that's all 64 pages. Because in addition to the 23 pages that made it all the way through the House, the remaining 30 pages or so of the bill, they called for setting up a 9-person review board that is going to review all of that information and would be required to release everything that's 25 years old or more immediately. And that's part of the Senate bill. And the extremely important good news is that the Senate is getting set to repass that. So Rounds and Schumer and both the Republican and Democratic leadership in the Senate have resolved that they're going to come back again and pass the full 64-page bill. And that'll be done by August 1st. So right this month, they're going to be passing that. Right? And they're going to insist that that be put into the National Defense Authorization Act when it's finally approved in December. So that bill is going to go, that 64-page bill is going to go over to the House side. And Congressman, Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia from California has agreed to reintroduce the full 64-page bill in the House. And so what we're trying to do now is to get a Republican co-sponsor of the bill in the House so that we can get someone in a position of authority, i.e. in the Republican Party, over on the House side, to co-sponsor the bill. Then what we're going to have to do is overcome the resistance of the Speaker of the House, which is Michael Johnson. He, in fact, refused to allow the full bill to go to the floor for a vote back in 2023. He blocked it at the demand of the Republican chair of the House Intelligence Committee, Mike Turner, and the demand of the Republican head of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers. They wanted it stopped. Okay, we were able to overcome that to get 23 pages of the past, which at least mandated that they gather all the information together and prepare it to be turned over to the National Archives. Now we're going to take another run at it with the full support of the Senate, now under Republican control, to pass the other 30 pages or so of the bill, so that the review board will be set up. That's an important thing, because that 9-person review board to be appointed by the president is charged with responsibility under the statute, if passed, by the House, once it's passed by the Senate, to set up for that board, that 9-person board, to create a UFO control disclosure campaign plan that is to be followed by the president to reveal all of this information over a 7-year period, but to release all of the information that is 25 years old or more immediately. Okay, now that's an extraordinarily important part of the Senate bill that we're now leaving in on. We've succeeded in getting the Senate to agree to repass that. And so now what we're doing, though, is we're organizing the people through the Citizens for Disclosure, which is organized by our New Paradigm Institute all around the country. We have 25 state-level offices already, and we're looking to have 435 groups, one in each of their congressional districts, pressuring their respective members of the House and Senate to pass this whole bill. Okay, so that we're going to be doing that to get them to contact their senators during this month, make certain that they pass that bill through the Senate, that full 64-page bill. Now, we know that the Senate is disposed to doing that already, but we want the American people to participate in this process. So we want them to be communicating with their United States senators to get them to vote for the bill. And assuming that that's going to happen as of August 1st. It's going to go over to the House. Then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be directing the attention of the Citizens for Disclosure. And we have over 2,000 people in this already that are all around the country. Okay, and we're going to get them to start focusing on their House members, because when the summer recess starts on August 1st, the House members go back to their respective congressional districts and they start campaigning, because they have to get reelected every 2 years. So when they go home for the summer recess, they hold town meetings and gatherings. They go to talk to the Kiwanis Club. They go to talk to the American Legion posts and all that. So we're going to get our citizens
Another example
to confront them in every one of these meetings, demanding that they agree to support the passage of the full 64-page bill in the House. We're going to work on them all summer, and they're going to come back after Labor Day and start meeting. And we're going to have the congressman from that I mentioned before are going to introduce the bill, and we've got to get the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. We've got to get him to agree to put it on the floor.
It sounds so complicated, though. It's a puzzle.
Well, what it is, and this is the legislative process. This is what they call the sausage making, that's going on. But the people know that these laws are being discussed by the Congress. They know that much. And that's what these details are. That's the second dimension, in addition to the public hearing issue that I raised. The third dimension that's really going on here is the behind-the-scenes operations that are going on. The problem is that the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he is waiting to be told what to do by the president. The Republican Party has completely collapsed now in the Congress. They've completely collapsed, and they are basically have become the lapdogs for President Trump. That if he tells them not to do something, they won't do it. If he tells them to do something, even if they resent it and they don't want to do it, he'll coerce them into doing it. And so Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is going to ask the White House to tell him what to do about this. So we are also directing our people in the Citizens for Disclosure to contact the president and remind him that 3 different times during the campaign for the presidency, he has promised that he was going to immediately direct the Defense Department and intelligence community to publicly release all the information they have. And he has not done that yet. So that's the behind-the-scenes operation that's going on right now. There are people Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence, has stated she wants to have all the information released. Kash Patel, who is the head of the FBI, has stated that he wants all the information on the UFO stuff to be released. There are other people in the cabinet, for example, Robert Kennedy Jr. has publicly announced that he wants all the information to be released. So what we're doing is we're in the back channels to try to get these people to reach out to President Trump to get him to fulfill his promise, so that he'll issue the order directly to Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, to get them to approve the bill. Because Robert Garcia, the Democrat, is going to introduce this, and we're trying to get the new Republican chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Crenshaw, to co-sponsor the bill with him. So that, just so you all know, all the people that are listening will know that the new Paradigm Institute is on the job. We're on the job. We're monitoring all of those different meetings that are going on, all the different machinations that are going on. We tend to share it when people ask us about it, but we have to be careful with it in kind of so much detail that they just get confused. The bottom line is the Senate is calling for the public revelation of all this information. And we're working in the House to get them to agree to do it. But in order to get them to agree to do it, we've got to get President Trump to give them the direction to do it. So that's the whole third level of this, of what's going on here, the behind the scenes activity. Now there's a fourth dimension to this whole problem, which people really realize, and that is, what is the position of the UFO people? What is the position of the extraterrestrial people? Why aren't they landing on the White House lawn? Why aren't they, intervening? Why aren't they making a public announcement that they're here? And what is it they want? Do they want this kept secret? Are they in communication with anyone trying to keep them from revealing this information? So there's all 4 of these different dimensions that are constantly operative with regard to this issue. And all that's going on right now in the citizen groups, the new Paradigm Institute, the sort of the primary because we have over 2,000 members all around the country that are writing letters to their congressmen and senators all over the place and holding meetings about it, etc. And we have the UAP Disclosure Fund, which is Chris Mellon's group, basically. They're working on this. We have the Sol Foundation group, basically Gary Nolan's group over at Stanford, working with this. We're in alliance with the fund people that are all working on this. So we're all going on podcasts such as this, telling people that they've got to mobilize and they've got to be aggressive and they've got to reach out to their congresspeople and senators. And at the same time, we're stimulating whistleblowers to go in and give more and more information, particularly to the Senate Intelligence whom we've already got pretty well mustered up here. I mean, the Senate is the one proposing the 64-page bill in response to what it is they're being told by these 40 whistleblowers. They're telling them all this stuff. We're trying to get more of the whistleblowers to come forward and tell the Senate Intelligence Committee members even more. Than they've already told them. So what the focus is right now, as most people realize, is these 2 things. Number one, our government is in possession of 1 or more non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft, and they're in possession of the bodies of 1 or more of the ET beings who are occupants of these UFO craft. But thirdly, the point is that it's revealed now that our deep state, this element deep inside the intelligence community and the defense department, are actively engaged in trying to reverse engineer the technology, both the anti-gravity technology and the superluminal propulsion system, the faster-than-light propulsion system of the UFO craft. They're trying to develop this for a weapon system on the part of the United States. All of this has been revealed to the American public. We've got the testimony of David Grush on this. We've got the testimony of Luis Elizondo, for whom I'm the attorney for him. We've gotten all that information communicated publicly now. And so what people want to know is whether the government, the official constitutional government, is going to acknowledge this now, that this is going on. And that's the big drama that's going on right now. And now there's one other drama that's going on right now, of course, and that is trying to figure out to what degree, if any, this deep state element has in fact succeeded in back engineering any of this technology. Do they have craft that are able to mimic the UFOs, that they can pretend to be UFOs, flying around and doing surveillance of our military facilities, etc.? Why in the world would they be doing that? You know, why would our own national security state people be doing surveillance of our own military sites? Why would they shut off the missiles and missile silos? Why would they completely immobilize the entire United States aircraft carrier battle group out in the Atlantic Ocean? Shut them down so they can't function. I mean, is this some kind of war games that they're rehearsing and practicing? What's going on here? Okay, now that debate is going on. We have people at the extreme ends of this debate. We have Dr. Stephen Greer, of course, the head of the Disclosure Project, for which I was, as you know, the general counsel for 20 years with Dr. Greer. He is asserting that they have effectively mastered both technologies, the anti-gravity and the superluminal flight, and that they have been able to succeed in constructing a significant number of these fake UFOs. And that they're flying all around and intentionally exposing themselves to the public to give the impression that there's lots of extraterrestrial UFOs flying all around. And what Dr. Greer is saying is that he's concerned that this deep state is planning to launch some sort of a fake alien invasion to try to generate massive funding to the military to allegedly develop a defense system, the very one they're trying to develop anyhow, to be a defense against the UFO. That's even at that extreme end of the spectrum. You have other people at the other end saying they don't even believe that they've been able to successfully reverse engineer this stuff because it's way too sophisticated. It's got such extraordinarily esoteric physics that are involved in it, and they haven't really been able to succeed in this. They may have a few pretend UFOs that they're using like nuclear powered engines and trying to fake being UFOs, but that they haven't really mastered the technology of superluminal speeds, etc., or anti-gravity. Now, our new Paradigm Institute is in the business of trying to figure this out. You know, we are sort of the preeminent citizen group that's functioning right now, in alliance with others, such as the UAP Disclosure Group of Chris Mellon, and with the Sal Foundation of Dr. Gary Nolan. We're all working together trying to figure out the answer to these questions, so that the New Paradigm Institute can communicate this through our thousands of volunteers in the Citizens for Disclosure around the country, and hold meetings with their neighbors, have coffee gatherings, have showings, go to presentations to the local Kiwanis Club. We've got one high school in Florida that's agreed to allow us to do a high school assembly. To talk to all the students there. We've done a major presentation at Yale University to the faculty and to the student body there. We're engaged in those kind of citizen mobilization activities right now. to try to get this done. At the same time, our new paradigm is doing the deep investigation. We're the one of the different groups that has the capacity to do these field investigations because we're the ones that did the Contra case, we're the ones that did the Karen Silverman case. I was one of the lawyers for the Pentagon Papers, case for the New York Times. We've got investigators who can be doing these deep investigative activities. Okay. And of course, we have the various investigative journalists. Ross Coulthard, for example, and Jesse Michaels, and some of the others. Matt, there's people at the Good Trouble. We got a lot of people reaching out and trying to cultivate other. And Jeremy Corbell in Georgia House, very important. Matt Brown, they got the fellow from the State Department to come forward and reveal the documents and things that he had seen. So the citizens are very active in trying to stimulate our constitutional government into doing its job. But the problem is the national security state people have got a throat hold on our constitutional government right now. They're threatening members of Congress, the Senate, the House, that if they go forward and try to reveal all this information, that they're going to get them unseated, at least, or they're going to attack them to say that they're mentally ill because they believe in UFOs. That this national security state is a very dangerous thing that's going on right now. And so that's become a whole other element in trying to get disclosure about the UFO issue. It's exposing the hands of the national security state and how they have co-opted the constitutional functions of our government, where they're lying, they're committing perjury to Congress, they're filing absolutely false reports to Congress saying that there's no evidence that there's any extraterrestrial presence here. They've now co-opted the Aero Office, all the main anomalous resolution office. They've completely compromised them because they're under the control of the Defense Department, the intelligence community, which are the institutions that have been concealing this for people. So this is what's going on right now. It's actually a great adventure, but it's important for people to know that there are places to which they can go and get some clear information about this, such as our New Paradigm Institute. They come to newparadigminstitute.org. You can see it at the bottom of my video. And they can just contact us and become part of the Citizens for Disclosure and be brought up to date 2 or 3 times every week. We send out a newsletter to let people know exactly what's going on here. And so that they can become involved in this. That's what we're engaged in. So all of these dimensions, including this question, the 4th dimension of this, about what's going on with the ET people. What is it they're intending to do here? What are their plans? How much information are they willing to make available to us? So all 4 of these dimensions are going on at the same time. It's like a 4-dimensional chess game that's happening right now. And our job at the New Paradigm Institute is to make this clear in kind of simple terms for people so that we know what progress we're making.
Well, that is a lot of information, and I have 10,000 questions running through my head right now. First of all, Daniel, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And, in the big scheme of things, 2,000 people isn't a lot. I feel like we need hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people behind this. And we all know, it's one thing to disclose, and thank you for the work you're doing with the Citizens on Disclosure Movement and the work you're doing at the New Paradigm Institute is really important work. But for the average person like me, the average researcher, investigator, the average person who tunes into all these different podcasts and kind of gets the flavor of the week, and they have questions about extraterrestrials and if the aliens are even out there. And I kind of lie in the middle. I have both my skeptical side, and I believe a lot of it is our back engineered stuff that we probably have. But most of us know that, the CIA and the DOD, they have been since probably the mid-50s into the 60s, into the 70s, and it goes deep into the MK Ultra and mind control and experiments on children and unbeknownst people, and these deep, dark secrets that are covered up so deeply because they've harmed, innocent people being killed over this. People think it could be demonic in nature. This where it gets deep into the cover-up side of it. And my question to you is, number one, how interested are the actual congressmen and women in the House and the Senate interested in this topic at all? Are they interested that much? Is it kind of like low on their list of even dealing with this matter? And because there's so many deep secrets in the CIA and DOD, and there's so many players like the octopus, right? There's so many arms to this whole thing. It's meant to overwhelm and discourage to where people like me kind of start tuning out, like, we're never going to get the truth. We're never going to get answers on these deep projects from the DOD and CIA. There's so many people. And who are the gatekeepers now? And you mentioned, you know, you're going to have a committee at 9, and there's these 30 pages that haven't been released. What's so important in these 30 pages, and who are the gatekeepers now? And do you think we'll ever get to, I mean, is there a way to disclose ET alien presence on our planet with protecting all the dirty deeds, I guess is a good way to say it, that the DOD and the CIA have been involved with for decades now? Is there a way to do that? Is there laws that we can establish that will protect that?
No, there are 14 questions there.
I know, I said I had 10,000, so 14.
We'll work our way back through those. The bottom line is that what's being revealed here, surrounding the massive interest on the part of our people who want to find out about the UFO phenomenon and about the existence of this extraterrestrial civilization. What's basically being revealed is that there's a national security state, deep state, that's operational, that is overwhelming our constitutional government right now. And that they have devoted themselves to keeping this secret. That they, in fact, want to have a monopoly power over this technology. That they've recovered some craft that have accidentally crashed, and they're engaged in a very aggressive, what they call kinetic program. I'm trying to bring down these UFO craft so that they can get an intact UFO craft and back engineer it to make a weapons system. That's clear. What they see their interest in doing. They want to have a first strike weapons system so that they can use the United States interest to coerce other people all around the world so that we can maintain our continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials of the whole world. That's what they're engaged in. That's what they see as their mission to do. It's perverted our entire constitutional system. So the last question you ask is it possible through the regular constitutional arms of our government, our legislature, our FBI, our Justice Department, is it possible to get laws passed that these people will obey? Well, the answer to that right now is no. You know, the fact is that they don't view themselves as being bound by the constitutional constraints of our government. They believe that they know better than everyone else, that they're above the law, and that they're going to protect the ability of our corporations to get access to the strategic raw materials of the planet, so that we can continue to have, like, of the 4.5% of the population of our planet that our United States citizens represent, that we can consume up to 40% of all the non-renewable resources on the planet every single year. I mean, the whole rest of the world knows that. The problem is the American citizens don't know that. They think that, you know, that our government is in part, you know, promoting democracy and individual rights and human rights around the world, etc. Instead of it. And the fact is, the national security state is not engaged in doing any of those things. It's just trying to maintain absolute military superiority on the planet so that we can maintain our continued privileged access to these strategic raw materials for the benefit of our corporations primarily. That's what's happening. Now, that's being more and more revealed around this UFO issue, because so many people so badly want to know about the UFO stuff, and they're getting really upset with the fact that there's the CIA and DOD plot to keep this secret. Okay, so until and unless we can break through that organization that is asserting unconstitutional control over the instrumentalities of our government, we're not going to be able to get this to happen unless we do it ourselves. This leaves open the prospect of our citizens, in each one of these citizens for disclosure groups around the country, all 435 of them, one in each of the congressional districts, also have a direct program of CE5 activity, where we actually train people to go out in the fields in the night and call out for UFO vehicles to come. And you can do it in the daytime as well, to try to establish direct citizen diplomacy, to have a direct citizen-to-citizen contact with the individual beings that are piloting this craft, so that our American people can have direct communication with them. Now, what that's going to do is going to scare the devil out of the national security state people. They're going to be saying, holy shit, we can't let this happen. We can't let this get out of our control. And so what they then are likely to do is to make more information available, to try to tap off this desire on the part of our American people to have direct citizen diplomacy, because we've lost such confidence in the constitutional structures of our government. Okay? So that's the situation that we're in right now. So our New Paradigm Institute is advocating both direct citizen diplomacy through the development and training of people to do the CE5 activities, so that we can take control of this ourselves. And at the same time, what we're doing is we're trying to utilize the constitutional structures of our government to get them to stand up and perform their obligations. The members of the Senate and the House have an absolute constitutional obligation to get this information that is mandated by our Constitution under Article 1 of our Constitution, that the Congress of the United States are the ones that develop policy and make laws in our country, not the executive branch, and certainly not the military and the intelligence branch. Okay, and so that we've got to through the desire we have to get this information about the UFO reality and the extraterrestrial civilization to know about this, we've got to break the hold that the national security state people have over our constitutional government. Okay? And that's the reality of this thing. So the sad and unfortunate answer to the final of the 14 questions is that at the present time, they're not exercising their responsibilities to do this. They're kind of futzing around the edges of it. And mainly it's a lot of freshmen people who come into the Congress who don't know any better.
So what's saying, now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last year. We've looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews. They were Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France,
people in the UFO
and Germany.
world, you mentioned some big names there. How do we educate the small group of people to kind of catch them up to speed on the history of ufology?
From the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of
some key leaders in the House of Representatives
in Western Europe.
They are afraid of the national security state.
There in Eastern Europe,
if they step forward and get out of line and try to demand that this information be made public, they're going to all of a sudden discover that millions of dollars show up in their next election against them to unseat them. This has happened in the past. Senator Frank Church, the famous church committee that began investigating the criminal activities of the CIA, his very next election, that millions of dollars showed up mysteriously in the state of Idaho, revealing the fact that he supported the equal rights amendment for women. And he also supported registering automatic firearms. And they used that to get him kicked out of office. They did the same thing to Dick Clark, the senator from Iowa.
I'm sorry, Daniel, but they use your own political system against you for disclosure. Like they're using it like. To me, when you're saying all this stuff, I'm trying to keep it in order, but it's kind of like the Tasmanian devil, when he would spin and take all the debris with them, and you're trying to make sense of what like, it's crazy that you're keeping this all in order of like all the sections. I would lose my mind, and you're right, it is for DHS, but they use your own system against you to keep this quiet. That's insane.
Because they've been allowed to do it outside of the country. Because the Congress has acquiesced to the CIA and their Defense Department engaging in covert operations to overthrow democratic governments around the world, to assassinate political leaders around the world, to smuggle massive amounts of heroin around the world, to finance secretly their operations. And the members of Congress know they're doing it. And they've acquiesced in it because they're afraid, because they know that they'll be retaliated against. Because that covert operation that they've developed in the CIA and other places to unseat democratic governments around the world, they have turned those weapons against the citizens here in our country.
Yeah, but wouldn't that, and you would know this more than anybody else, but wouldn't that constitute treason from the military complex against its own country? The way that they're doing this, like maybe that's why disclosure can't come out, because it's treasonous. Not only what have they kept from Congress, but what they've done to their own people. The CIA, what they've done to other countries, but what they've done to Americans, including the MK Ultra programs and all that, is above disgusting. And those crimes is, I think, what they're worried about, that as disclosure comes forward, all the dirty laundry comes out, and they can't control this. Well, that wasn't us. We didn't do it back in the 60s. It's a fresh group. Yeah, but what are you up to now? And I'm just wondering, what legalities and what can the government do against a rogue or a rogue military complex?
The problem is right now that it's only the government who can prosecute treason. What we as citizens can prosecute is a federal criminal racketeering enterprise, which is what they are. There's a statute that Congress had passed to give citizens the right to bring an action in the federal court systems to charge them with committing specific lists of crimes that they've embezzled hundreds of billions of dollars out of other appropriations that have been made by Congress to go and fund other aspects of our government. They've embezzled that money to finance this secret program that they're engaged in. They've committed perjury to the United States Congress. They've intimidated witnesses. They've kidnapped people and taken them into custody to intimidate them. This is prosecuted. The problem is that if you try to get the instrumentalities of our government, our constitutional government, to do anything about that, they choke. Look at what happened in Iran-Contra.
All right, let's look at
we had these people dead to rights. We knew exactly what they were doing. That they were supplying weapons to the Contras down in El Salvador, in Nicaragua.
Watershed
in complete violation of a direct order of Congress prohibiting them from doing that. And not a single person was punished for that. Not a single person was prosecuted for that. The special prosecutor came in. We got the special prosecutor appointed, Judge Lawrence Wall, and he indicted 13 of them. And President Bush Sr. pardoned all of them to keep them from revealing what was really going on. The same thing in Watergate. We tracked them down in Watergate. And what happened? I mean, Nixon resigned, and a handful of people went to prison, for obstructing justice, temporarily. But no structural changes were made. Okay, so that this national security state thing that we're dealing with is such a serious problem that we have here. And what we've got to do is we've got to mobilize the people in our country who are genuinely desirous of getting this information about the UFO stuff. And generally, and genuinely desirous of establishing some kind of a constructive, mutually beneficial relationship with the extraterrestrial civilization here, that we've got to bring all of this pressure to bear against this national security state. And we've got to try to stand up people in the House and Senate of our United States government who are courageous enough to go after these people. Okay, and the people that are in there right now are only moderately so. And so that they're doing moderate things to try to get at some of this information. But in the final analysis, they're always setting up structures that are completely dependent upon the national security state agreeing to release the information. Okay, and they won't demand subpoena power. You know, they won't do this yet. It's the House of Representatives that is the focus right now. Because we've revealed so much information to the Senate Intelligence Committee, to their staff, and to their members that they have come forward with a 64-page bill. We've got to get that passed now by the House. That's why the House becomes the battleground right now. We're trying to get enough members of the House of Representatives that are going to vote for that whole 64-page bill. And then the contest becomes who's going to be on that 9-person panel. They're going to be reviewing this and how much information are they going to be willing to publicly release. We've got to have the American people rise up and demand that people be appointed to that board who are going to do their job and not just succumb to the national security state. You know, and that's where the battleground is going to be. So, as a trained attorney and a constitutional litigator for 50 years, and co-founder of the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review, I've familiarized myself with what the structures of our government are that we can utilize to give them a full and fair opportunity to exercise their constitutional authority and exercise their constitutional obligation to do this. And if they won't, and we know how to take the steps to replace them. And we also know how to take direct citizen action by the CE5 activities of reaching out to establish diplomatic contact and communication directly with the extraterrestrial beings. So all of these things are within the constitutional framework of our government. But we as citizens have to get off the couch. You'll stop spending so much time watching football games and watching movies on 16 different cable television channels. You know, and do our job as citizens. Okay, and so the question is, do people care enough? People care enough about the reality that we're surrounded by an extraterrestrial civilization that has solutions to our global climate change problems, the sources of alternative sources of energy. They have access to information that is provided, I think, by this time, definitive answers to some of the most profound philosophical and even theological questions that our human family has been struggling with for eons. You know, are we ready for this? Are we going to insist upon getting this information? And that's the only solution. I mean, really, the rest of it is playing house. But giving them, we're exhausting all of our administrative remedies to give all the constitutional instrumentalities of our government the opportunity to function the way they're required to do. Our Constitution. And we're going to mobilize and get people into those offices, the House offices and Senate offices, that have the courage to do this by disconnecting them from major corporate contributions. Because the corporations realize that this national security state is functioning for their benefit. Okay? So that they're not going to support this. So that what we have to do is we have to get candidates that are willing to be supported by citizens movements to get them into those offices to insist upon asserting their constitutional power and taking responsibility to perform their constitutional obligations and go after this element deeply buried in the Defense Department and in the Central Intelligence Agency. Root them out, get them criminally prosecuted under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act for their acts of perjury, their acts of embezzlement, their acts of kidnapping and intimidation, and even murder of witnesses. You know, stuff like that. You know, this is what has to get done. And then that's what the new paradigm is here for, to do all of those things. and to try to establish alliances with all the other citizens organizations to raise up their commitment to the same intensity that we have, so that they're not, drinking Kool-Aid and think that all you have to do is get a law passed by Congress. And then somehow that's going to solve the problem. Because that isn't going to solve the problem.
Essentially says to
What do
these
you think
crusaders,
what do you think, or can you speculate on what you believe might be in those 30 pages that they don't want to release?
No. The 30 pages I'm talking about are the other pages of the 64-page Senate bill. It's all in there.
The whole point of this
that is the setting up of this board of review. This is giving subpoena power to the board to extract information. This has got criminal penalties in there for people who retaliate against whistleblowers. Those are the additional pages that we need to get passed. But with regard to the deeper one of your 14 questions, basically was, like, what is it that we don't even know about yet?
Civilization.
But some of the things that we don't even know about yet is, for example,
this is like one of those
the fact that this element in the national security state has been using children, has been getting children out of these schools, mainly on military bases, military families, of getting the children, trying to train them into exercising psychic capabilities, right? So that they can be trained to help train pilots to fly these craft because they're run telepathically. And it's going to be revealed that they know that they are frying the brains of some of these kids by subjecting them to stimulation, electronic stimulation, to stimulate their psychic abilities, and that they've done things like this. Okay? Now, those are more heinous crimes that have not even been publicly discussed to a great deal right now. But the fact of the matter is that this national security state has to be rooted out, and we have to be able to get China and Russia to respond by starting to disassemble their national security states as well. Because the simple reality is that the United States is the one that started this.
He would say
the United States is the one that supported the creation of the Third Reich in Germany.
Maybe
And,
a side benefit would be the fact that we
from
can
Brown
show
Brothers
those
Harriman,
unbelievers what they really
they financed the creation
by the way,
of the Third Reich in Germany to be a bulwark against Bolshevism that had arisen at the end of World War I. By ousting the Tsar Nicholas II. What this is a war that's been mounted on behalf of the capitalist economic system of corporate capitalism. And that they're making war on the rest of the planet in order to maintain their continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials. That's what's going on here. And so we've got to stand down that war machine here in our country, and we've got to be able to reach out to China and Russia to get them to respond by saying, look, they've created their entire national security state apparatus in competition with this of the United States. And we've got to get them all to stand down from this weird combat that they're engaged in over this economic system on our planet. Okay, this is what we've got to do, and we've got to do this as citizens here in the United States because we have at least access to our democratic principles here still, which they don't have in Russia, and that they don't have in China. So we're the ones that have to do this if we're going to get this done.
So do you think at this point it's probably fairly safe to assume
tremendous
that is
story about
the new Cold
being
War
involved
amongst Russia, China, United States, or any other country that have these technologies to reverse engineer. So who's going to get the best out of these crashed retrievals? And China would probably equally have as many crafts, considering how old China is, the amount of land that they have, same with Russia. So the United States has a good plan, and the fact is that Canada's been hand in hand with the States since 1947. Anything happens in Canada, we call NORAD right away. Come here, boys. United States shows up, grabs the stuff, and ships it back home. And that is the plan. It's like, okay, but you're right. Like, they mobilize globally. Something happens, and South America, they're there within hours. It's amazing how fast these people mobilize.
For example, so these are
And I think
significant
it's a new Cold War. It has to be, because now it's not nuclear bomb. We're talking about non-human intelligence technology being used against
this
humans.
is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed,
just
in
after
general,
World
but
War II.
Ashkenazim in particular,
The Cold War began right at the end of World War I. When Robert Lansing, who was the Secretary of State under the Woodrow Wilson administration, the minute that the Bolsheviks overthrew Tsar Nicholas II, our Secretary of State sent in a foreign military expeditionary force into Russia to try to crush the Bolshevik Revolution.
Fight back. What
and
happens
people don't even
if
talk
you
to you
fight
about
back?
that. I mean, and they say, oh, that must be a conspiracy theory.
Probably
No, it's absolutely unequivocally demonstrated historically that that's what happened. Secretly, they sent in a foreign military expeditionary force to try to crush the Bolshevik Revolution. And they started the war. They started to try to crush the socialist movement around the world. Okay? And our job is to try to have some form of democratic principles operating in a social democratic structure. So that the citizens our needs are actually met.
Very
But you don't have administrations that cut off all medical assistance to people, cut off educational funds and everything else. You have to have a genuine democracy function on behalf of the interests of the people.
Sources of authority and
there has to be a democratically grounded, constitutionally protected system of human rights in a social democratic economy that is functioning on behalf of the interests of the people and not on behalf of the interests of the richest 1% of the people on the planet. This is not rocket science. This is what we have to be able to do here. That's what the New Paradigm Institute is all about. It's the long-range program that has to be instituted. And we need to reach out to the Soviet Union, to Russia now, and China, and get them to cooperate. But we got to stand down our own national security state, who are the aggressors in this campaign, and have been the aggressors ever since the beginning of this. All the way back to the end of World War I. Okay, so the people need to come to realize this whole movement on behalf of disclosure of the UFO reality is the engine in which our democracy can be saved.
I think the problem, or at the core of all this, if you take the average citizen like myself, and you look at like you take the average citizen like myself, and you looked at, let's say the JFK, documents that just were released, thousands upon thousands of pages, with all these different players, nobody's prosecuted, we still don't, we have theories on what the truth is, right, but at the end of the day, it's so overwhelmingly complicated, and I think the same's going on with this whole UFO movement. Some people think it's evil and it's scary. Now, for the average person like me, my voice seems minuscule. Like I'm just a tiny little drop of water, and there's only a few thousand of us out there fighting for this. How do you give the average citizen a voice and make them feel like you absolutely can make a difference? And where's going to be like the big wave that we need to sweep over to make change? Because for me, it feels like a game we can't win. It feels overwhelming, complicated, and it feels intentional. That it's intentionally that way. So people, even like me, who's really into the subject, feels like I'm powerless against it. What do we say to these people?
It would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to fire in May of that
this is the place where the information is being distilled,
it's being
analyzed, it's being put in digestible form so that people can understand it. It's backed with footnotes in white papers and detailed information. We're coordinating with other groups such as the people in the Solid Foundation that are doing scientific white papers. We're in communication with people like Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ and others that are trying to share information, who are not sharing everything that they know, that's for sure. Okay? And what we're trying to do is get them to do that. And what we're trying to do, for example, we're trying to find all the people that have been involved in this program that are now in their 90s and no longer have to continue to keep these secrets, and that they need to reveal these things as they approach their deathbeds. They've got the information. We need to get them to share the information. We need to put it in communicable form through the New Paradigm Institute and organize on the ground. We've got to have ground forces. We've got to have people in every one of the 435 congressional districts that, in addition to inviting everybody to come over on a Saturday afternoon to watch college football, and drink beer and eat food that's killing them. What they need to do is have meetings of their neighbors, friends, and neighbors. Go to the local Kiwanis Club and American Correlation Club and the different places they come together and talk about this. They've got to go to their churches and synagogues and temples, and they've got to talk to them and say, look, this is an extraordinarily important issue for our theology, to know where our human family fits in the chain of intelligent life in the universe, and that we need to start talking about this. The answer lies with us. Well, you're just one drop of water. And you start adding 2 drops of water, then 1,000 drops of water, and 10,000, then a million of them, and you become a waterfall that just pours down on these people. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to sweep into Congress. We've got to take over the instrumentalities of our government here. We've got to call down this national security state. Bring it to heel, reach out to the Soviet Union, to Russia now, into China, into India, and the other major countries of the world, the UK, the UE nations. And we've got to stand down the national security state apparatus of our nation states. We've got to overcome this, in order to qualify to be citizens of this galactic federation. Whatever it is. We don't know exactly what the contours of it are. But we need to find out. That's what the New Paradigm Institute is here for. We've through our 501c3 organization, we've been operational since 1980 in Washington, D.C. We did the Karen Silkwood case. We stopped the construction of private nuclear power plants across the country.
Despite the fact that I'm
revealed the lies about the
very different survival strategies.
With the publishing of the Pentagon Papers,
it was inspired.
We revealed who killed Karen Silkwood. We've revealed the criminal smuggling of weapons to the Congress. We have done this stuff over the last 50 years. That's why we've committed ourselves to what is this rather bizarre subject matter of UFOs. And everybody tries to say, don't go near the UFO thing, because people will say you're crazy. Okay? We have garnered all of the goodwill that we've gathered over the last 50 years.
One of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this
project
is that
in organizing our people so that every single individual drop of water of the citizenry can come together to be a huge waterfall,
bizarre ideas
pour down on our
institutions,
our government institutions, our economic institutions, our religious institutions, and reform them,
citizens in order to send a
reform
message to the Christian world
into those that are actually serving the people, that are actually revealing to our people the kind of extraordinary capacities that our human family has, telepathic communication, of remote viewing, of the kind of capacities that the religious institutions have been suppressing all of this time to their laity, so that they can maintain control over us on behalf of the state.
More and more
ever since the Catholic Church became the state religion of the Roman Empire, they've been involved in this task. I say this as former general counsel of the United States Jesuit headquarters in their social ministry office. So I know what we're talking about here. And what we need to do is recruit people, mobilize people, help educate people, and get people to focus on achieving a full disclosure of what the people need to know about the UFO phenomenon and the extraterrestrial civilization. This is our avenue to freedom.
disguising
under
itself
this national
with a
security state
religious
that is
sort
threatening
of
the total
veneer
thermonuclear
is a much more
destruction of our
powerful
planet every
impulse
single minute
than
of the
any kind
day.
of religious thought
You know,
at the time.
and threatening the
Count
massive disruption of
Amico
our entire
is one
global
of these
economic
examples. He's one of
and
the worst of
ecosystem
the
through global
programists at
climate
this time.
change, through their
They
attachment to the
eventually
petroleum
leave, and
industry,
they make their all
because
the way
of the
down to
power of the
Hungary,
major
and they're
petroleum
considered such a
corporations.
disaster.
Okay,
That
the
Hungarian
fact
Christians
is, we've been
fighting against
successful over the
crusaders,
past 50
saying you're
years
not
in
coming
getting
into our
more
land.
and
This
more
is
and more
crazy. You come in
people
here,
to
you rape, you
recognize
pillage,
this
all
reality.
in the name
But
of
the problem is, we don't want people to become
Christianity. It's
helpless
totally
in the
not
face
okay.
of it. You know, by
So
saying,
that's
oh,
basically
the
the
more I
kind of
know, the
situation
worse
that's
I
going on.
feel.
One last detail is kind of
You know,
interesting.
that's not true.
What happens
I know
to
more
those
than
Jews
anybody here that
who
we're talking
accepted
about,
baptism
and I'm still
rather than
optimistic that we can get this done.
Then,
You know, that we can get this done, but it's going to require a lot more attention and a lot more time spent being a good citizen than people are yet ready to do.
As those of you
We've
who are
got to get people
remember
mobilized.
well,
In this particular issue,
sort
can
of trapped
mobilize.
in this ideology that
So what you're saying is, if there's enough drops in the bucket, we can waterboard the gatekeepers.
No,
and now
I'm joking. I'm joking.
sacrament, we can't take it back.
I'm a kidder.
What I would say
was
is
kind
that
of
we
like,
can
well, they're
become a
not
mighty
allowed
river.
to forcibly
We
baptize
can become a mighty river
Jews, but
flowing and cutting
now
our
they
way
did it.
through
They're Christians. We have to keep them as
into
Christians.
the natural environment
Emperor Henry IV said, no,
to
that's
sustain
ridiculous. I'm letting them
a
go back
life,
to their
a new
Jewish
life
communities,
for our
and he
people
got in trouble
that
with
live
the Pope
along the
over this
river.
because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor?
And
What
it's
right do
brilliant
you
the way that
have
you're putting
to
it, because
say
over
anything
time,
about
water
Christian
will
theology?
erode away a rock.
But even on the Jewish
pretty much
side,
anything, right?
there were many prominent
Basically,
Jews
my
at the
last
time,
question for you
largely
here is,
overruled by the
recently, I think there's a big parallel between the Epstein files
he died in
and the UFO
1104,
disclosure,
so
because both of them are like, oh yeah, well, in my campaign, I'll disclose both of them. You'll get Epstein and you'll get UFOs. And then they backtrack, and then, oh, it's not UFOs. Oh, the Epstein, like, it just, they rewind the tape and then play dumb and gaslight us, like, oh, we never said there was anything in the files. I hadn't looked at the files yet. Like, they treat us as if we're 5-year-olds. Like, something I would tell a 5-year-old to convince them what I did was not wrong, or it didn't lie to you. And that's what it feels like they're doing to us. Like, to me, it's an insult to the intellect of people like yourselves that are very well educated. Kind of like, there's gotta be times where you're like, are you shitting me? Just with the stuff that they come out, I mean, you know, listen, better said than I would say, but this drives me nuts. Is that they treat us like we're idiots? They treat us.
They're treating us like 5-year-olds. Because we're acting like 5-year-olds.
I'm not sure who exactly you mean.
I mean, we're spending our time playing with our toes, you know, and asking, getting some candy, give me some candy, you know, or rather than paying attention to learning about things and learning how to speak other languages, learning how to read and do things like that. You know, a child left to their own devices may not do all that stuff. You know, they need some responsible leadership, just like parental assistance. They need. And that's part of what the new paradigm is doing, trying to act like responsible grown-ups. And say, look, here's what we have to do.
Okay,
they are going to treat us like 5-year-olds as long as we act like 5-year-olds.
Right.
You know, that we're more titillated by watching cartoons, you know, than reading a book. You know, this is what we've got to do. We've got to come of age here. This is the coming of age of our American citizenry. That even though, as I say, we only represent 4.5% of the entire population of the planet, we have a unique responsibility, because we have access to more constitutional liberties still, at least temporarily. You know, we still have it, and if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. Okay, so we've got to use our constitutional rights right now to mobilize and educate ourselves and rise up and quell this national security state here in the United States and reach out responsibly to people in Russia and China and India and the UK and the European countries to get everybody to stand down from this ridiculous war over the natural resources of our planet, okay, and take advantage of the fact that there are alternative sources of energy, there's alternative sources of access to resources, there's all kinds. There's an extraordinary future for our human family if we're willing to exercise our responsibility as citizens. Otherwise, we're going to be treated as five-year-olds. Okay, so we've got to grow up here. This is the age of our adolescence, and we've got to grow up. Okay, and don't be afraid. Don't be afraid that you're going to discover things when you come out into the adult world that are different. Than, you're going to discover that Santa Claus isn't real. And you're going to discover, that in fact, as Jesus said, that you are going to do much greater things than I have ever done.
So you got to take this part of Jewish history class.
And until you can come to understand that the stuff of which this bread is made up of is the same substance of which my body is made up of, that you will understand what's going on here. Okay? These are theological secrets that are buried inside the churches that need to be exposed and need to be shared with the people. But we have to demonstrate that we're capable of exercising responsible control over our capacities as a human family. Okay? And that all it takes is becoming active citizens. All the radical request that we're making at the New Paradigm Institute is that people become responsible citizens and exercise our authority that we still have to gain control over this government and to gain control over the remaining constitutional structures that we have, and to quell this national security state, to put them back in the box, and get control of our government, and reach out constitutionally to these other nation states, and get them to stand down on their national security state operations, to disassemble and destroy all of the nuclear weapons warheads on our planet, so that we don't continue to threaten to destroy the entire life-generating capacity of our planet, because this is going to potentially generate an intervention on the part of the extraterrestrial civilization. I do not believe that they're going to tolerate our single species on this planet totally destroying the life-generating capacity of this planet, because the genetic material that our planet has generated over the billions of years, is such a valuable resource in the galaxy. They're not going to allow us to do that. And if we have to intervene, we're going to lose our capacity for our free will. We're going to lose our capacity to exercise our own judgment and exercise our own agency over our own lives here. Okay? This is a serious situation that we're dealing with. And that's people like the accountability, right?
What you're saying is we need to start bringing back accountability. We hold our leaders accountable, we hold our military accountable, everybody, because I think that's today's day and age. There's no accountability on anything. Nobody's ever accountable, like you said. They walk away with their crimes. It makes no sense. How is this possible? There's no accountability. It's just gone.
And I think we have to have, I don't think that we're capable anymore of holding them responsible. What we have to do is put people in to replace them who are responsible. The key to this thing, the people that are there now that are generated by this political system are not responsible. They're responsible to the people who pay for their campaigns, which is a perverted. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. What we need to do is replace them. We have to have a massive mobilization to have citizens run for these political offices who are dedicated to exposing this information, to eliminating this national security state, to establishing a social democratic system in our country that can in fact be the beacon to the world.
Even like after death. Customs like putting in your will.
A quick last question to ask Daniel.
We're going to have Daniel back on because I really wanted to go down the Howard Hughes and Mount Wilson Ranch and Bigelow and all that. So that's a whole other show.
Daniel is a series.
But I do want to say, let's turn that 2,000 drops of water into 4,000, into 6,000, and so on. And so I just want to thank Daniel for being here and sharing all this. I really learned a lot on this podcast, and I actually, I feel like I'm not doing enough. So you got to me. I hope we get to our listeners to go out there and take some action to get this rolling. I want to expose these aerospace companies too. They're just they know so much more, and they're not held accountable for anything. Another whole podcast we could go down there. So thank you for the work you're doing. Everybody get to the newparadigminstitute.org, fill out this, talk to your local officials and government, whatever state you're in, wherever you are. Take action and do that. So thank you for being here, and I appreciate all this great information.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Jason.
You are amazing, sir. Every time I see you somewhere, either convention or last time in Washington, you are a workhorse. There's constantly a mic in your face, or people wanted to take a selfie. I got a selfie in with you, but it was so quick. I was like, hey, and you were like, you're so used to it. By the end of the day, your face must be sore. But it's amazing the amount of work that you're doing, and the push that you do. You are leading the charge, especially for maybe younger lawyers that may want to take up this issue as well and start, because I'm sure that's going to come up where you'll need legal representation. And so you're pioneering that. So Daniel, seriously, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jason. Thanks, Katie.
We're dark.
See you next time.
Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of the scientists say. If you save, maybe we're seen as a divine punishment because we are too much reality. Yeah. Correct. So if that's the reason that they were influenced by the environment, it's the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening at the period of the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writings, which indicated they were circulated. You have to find a way to translate it. I don't think anyone knows.
We got a great gentleman joining us today. We got Ron James, the documentary filmmaker, and probably of the top 5 filmmakers, Ron definitely belongs in that top 5 by far. His movies are being played everywhere, and he's won over 28 film festival awards.
Okay, let's go by turn.
For Accidental Truth.
Now.
Yeah, Accidental Truth actually won 28 film festival actual awards, not just it got into the festival. So
or just to mention it, right? You actually won an award. That's crazy. 28 awards. That's
not one film festival. We won 5
categories. Violence.
That's impressive. What was the top category for you that meant the most?
Over the course of the next couple of years, sort of see when these things are developing.
We also won, Matthew Modine won 2 awards for his narration.
Try and protect them. It helped quite often that we didn't have the same kind of big massacres that we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately
was a niche for a long time. And there's not, people think that if you jump into this, that you're going to make money, or that if you make documentary films, or if you make books, or you're in it for the money. They have no understanding of the struggles that you went through, even for Accidental Truth. You and I were chatting a couple of years ago when we were jamming at Contact in the Desert, and you were telling me about the struggles that you went through with that movie. And those are all the things that people don't know. They just see the drop on Amazon or whatever. They have no clue the struggles of directors, which you're producing your movies yourself. All the steps you got to go through to get a bloody movie there, right? And I admire that, because the struggles, the fact that you're willing to go, well, screw it, I'll do another one. To me, I would have thrown in the towel. Like, screw that. The first time was way too hard. So what pushed you to make this second part to Accidental Truth?
Well, it's interesting. All UFO filmmakers all have basically
is this idea
the same distributor, and we're working with the same guy who's Tim Martin,
as the crazy theory goes.
That was a good company until it wasn't.
It's not true.
But pretty much through the
Jews don't do
process
this.
of
But,
the film's
and the church
release,
has, by the way,
all
said
of
this
us
over and
got
over again. The
completely
popes are
ripped
constantly
off for our
publishing
royalties.
bulls
They
saying,
got
no, it's not
Stephen
true.
Greer
Don't believe those crazy people who say
James
this
Fox
happens.
for almost a
But
million
nevertheless,
bucks
it is one
apiece.
of those things that is
They got
hard to root
somewhere in
out
the
of
neighborhood
the
of
psyche once
$250,000.
it
We
gets
never
in
got
there.
paid. The company
charges
basically
that
changed
Jews need
hands,
to
and
ritually
all of the front
murder a
people just kind of
child
walked us through
in
the gates of
order
hell,
to
and by the time it was over,
vicariously
they bellied up
reenact
bankrupt
the
and just had to
passion,
pay us money.
meaning
No
the
accountability.
crucifixion
No
of the founder
accountability.
of
In fact,
Christianity.
some of the people that
That
were involved
because
in it
Jews so
are
hate
still out there.
Christians, they want to do that same thing again.
So,
Specifically,
we're part of that story.
Passover. Right?
Yeah,
That's
well,
the
none of us
season
really do
of
this for
passion.
the money.
The term
This
passion
is the
refers
biggest
to that
question
whole
facing
story of
humanity.
the crucifixion.
And
so,
at the end of the day, it's
whenever
the truth
it happens,
and knowing the
unfortunately,
truth
and it does
can make all the
happen,
difference in the world, especially
young
in a
children, God
precarious
forbid, are
world that we live in.
kidnapped,
So,
frequently
I
abused,
personally
and
do it
murdered.
for
Such
that
things
reason.
happen, of course, Rahman
Not
Islam,
because
even
I'm
in our
trying to
own day. So people
Yeah,
are
well,
really
there's
upset, and they say, "Who
Yeah,
did this
there's
terrible
no money
thing?"
in it
And someone says,
whatsoever.
"I
Maybe
bet
there's,
it was the
there's a lot
Jews.
of
I
people
heard
getting
the Jews do
sponsored
this.
now, which
It
is,
is April
I
after
think,
all.
maybe the
It
next
must
step
be
in,
part of their ritual murder."
if you want to call
Story
it
goes
full,
out,
I'm
and
just
then
going to
what
call it
happens
non-human
afterwards?
research, but
Sometimes there's like a
podcasters
mob
that are getting
lynching of
funded,
Jews.
people from the
Sometimes
media
there
that
would
are
be like a
funding it.
bizarre sham
One of the fears that
trial
I
that
have,
will
which
result
I think
in
anybody
mass
like
hangings,
yourself,
and
we're all in the same boat,
it never
is
ends well
people
for the
paying
Jews.
for exclusives with
Evolution of this
whistleblowers, and you'll
charge
have
of
like
ritual
news
murder,
nation
which really
securing an
begins in
exclusive, and
1144,
or
and then it just goes like crazy.
CNN,
Everybody
and then
just
these people can't
catches
go
on
on
to
any
it.
other
It's a little bit like
platforms to talk
an
about it
urban
because they
myth.
signed an
Like,
exclusive
people for a
that
while
for
were
a
talking
year
about
and a
how
half, they'll
don't
solely
go
talk
to
to that
these,
network. And I'm
countries
starting to see like
in
the
Central
bucks
America
are going to
because
start
one day you'll
rolling
wake
in
up in a
because of that.
bathtub and you'll
Because,
find a
oh,
scar
look how
and
many
someone
viewers
has
we
stolen
have
your
because we
kidney.
had this
Right?
exclusive
Ever
with
hear
this
those
guy.
crazy stories? You
And
go
I
to a
could see
bar,
that
someone
being a
puts something in
problem
your
for
drink,
the
you wake up the next day
smaller
missing a
fish
kidney.
like me.
And
You know what I mean? I
people say,
hope
yeah,
more
that
people
happens.
get
Oh
these
man,
things
but
going forward because
how
it'll
often?
be
And I saw
contractual
when it happens,
with another
it just
company.
sort of like
But
takes
do you
up
have
way
fear
more
that
space
that
in
may
people's
be
brains
another
than it actually
great
deserves.
way
Historically,
to
that's what happens
it's about
with ritual
systems of
murder.
control.
But the blood
And at
libel
the end of
just
the day,
added a
there's a
dimension
few
of
people
crazy
out
to
there
this
in the
that made
podcast
it
realm
even more
that
complicated. The blood libel is the argument that
could be
not only
mouthpieces
do
for
Jews
the
need
narrative.
to
And there's
reenact the
people out there that
crucifixion,
are really dedicated
they
to
need
different
to
things.
drain
I'm not
and drink
naming
the
names or
blood
trashing
of the
anybody. I'm
victim.
just saying
They have to
that
actually
what
go.
we're witnessing
Why do
right
they need to drink the blood?
now
There's lots
is
of different crazy
this
reasons.
narrative
I'll
that
show you.
floated
Here's
out
like
in
the crowd
2017. There's people
how
that
many
were behind
places
that
have
narrative,
blood libels
and that narrative
after
is
that
falling
first
apart. And
1144.
so those very same people are doing
This
everything
is
they can
Simon of
as
Kent,
we speak to
1479.
regain
One of the
control
most
of the narrative.
widely
And part of
publicized
that was
blood
when we saw
libels.
these
You can see all of
ridiculous
the Jews
articles in the
gathered
Wall
around
Street
here. This is
Journal,
like a
the
part of a
the
large
reports
broadsheet,
from
like one of the ways
Patrick
that
Arrow,
one of the
and
reasons why it's so
more
popular in
recently,
the 15th century is
I've
because
been told that
that's when
some
the
of the
printing press comes out
platforms
and
are telling their
public announcements were often
distribution
made
partners
on
not to
these
send them more
large
UFO
sheets of what would look
So
like
I think that
newsprint,
there's a
and then they would
collective
like post them on walls.
effort
Sometimes they
on
would
behalf
actually
of the secret
make in Europe
keepers
you see like
to
round
reel it
pillars
back
in public
and,
spaces, and they post
we're witnessing
these
that
big
unfold.
things there. In
And
Israel,
so,
you see them
you know,
pushing
the
the
idea
dealer,
of
same kind of
sponsorships,
idea,
paying
you know, like
people, anybody that
go
wants
to
to sell their
call them
story
kind
and
of
take
messengers
it
that
to
you
the
see in
highest
some
bidder
places.
probably doesn't have a
They,
story to sell.
that's how this would be posted.
And
It
so,
was not color.
it is what it
This
is.
is a
And then,
colorized
like
version.
News
It just
Nation
adds a little level
and the
of
stuff they're doing,
vibrancy to it.
I've come
The
over
Jews
time to
here
know
now
Ross
have
Coulthard
names because
personally.
below it would be a
And
long text
he is a true
medieval
dedicated
German that most
journalist.
people could
I really
not read,
believe that
but
about
they
him.
could see the cartoonish image.
You know, News
They have these
Nation isn't
little
like
rurales
trying
here,
to
these
wrap
little
up people
badges that indicate they are Jews from year 1259 on. Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the gospel, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the common Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim.
And in a sense of saying, well, you know what, we'll sign exclusive with this person for a year, and then for a year, not only can that person only go on this one platform, they might silence them, they might never invite him on, or, you know, so then the person's just wasting their time. So there's other tactics to this, and as a chess player, my analogy is, you know, we're playing against a grandmaster, whatever this organization organization is. They're grandmasters of chess, war newbies. Most of the time,
they're grandmasters in chess. They have unlimited funds. They will stop at nothing.
There are also
if
interesting
they
thoughts that
we're not worthy adversaries. It's like I'm surprised we've gotten this far.
Subject to
but they've recently reared their
and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron.
You've been active in this for a long time. Your documentaries, like the Accidental Truth, you did the whole, back engineering programs in the States, like you really laid it all out. Have you had any encounters with anybody kind of telling you, like, maybe you should quiet down? Like, have you ever had, like, a Men in Black experience doing this kind of work?
They're not that overt anymore. They have a way of letting you know that they're watching you. And it's not like, there's not cars parked out front of my house, but my phone is constantly surveilled. I just, when you're, like, I'm the MUFON's media relations director, MUFON is completely
amazing examples of, like,
observed
Christians
because
actually trying
we're
to buy
sucking
the
in
blood
data from all over the world. They have their hands on that data, so they're watching that any way they can.
But this blood libel just
when I was putting out the finishing Accidental Truth, I would come home and I'd find things moved in my house, which would freak me out. That happened a couple of times. And then another thing that happens is that I can tell that my computer is being raped. I can pretty much, anytime I'm working on the movie that
as
night,
I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. It's crazy. You can go to the pulpit and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true, and the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint.
Dealing with these guys, and they changed their tactics, obviously, but it's still out there. There's no way they're going to leak out now. If it's in a runaway military complex, why would they come out and tell you that they have the upper hand for the next 1,000 years on everyone? They're not going to say that. And you're right, we are expendable. Phil Schneider, I'm pretty sure was telling the truth. And the way he died with his catheter wrapped around his neck 3 times, squeeze tight, that's not a natural death. And nobody knows that way.
Suicide,
Yeah, that wasn't suicide. Like, nobody was saying,
you would hope that they don't play those games anymore. But, there was another guy that was very involved in blowing the lid off Tulsi.
They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews,
a filmmaker, I can't remember his
pedophilia and things like that.
It's out there.
Nazis would make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. Here's one of the horrific
trying to do this work, especially if you get
There's
close.
another really good reason
When I put out
to start
Accidental
leaving
Truth,
Western Europe.
the whole theme was
Eastern Europe.
they're rolling out this new
the idea
narrative that
was,
isn't true, that there was nothing going on for 50 years between Blue Book and Bob Bigelow's work. But that's when a whole lot of stuff happened. And so we kind of blew that narrative. We named names. We pointed people to where they could find information. And then shortly after the film comes out, we get David Grush coming out and confirming the back engineering program. It's like anybody that has to clear what they're going to say with the Department of Defense is not really a whistleblower. They're an instrument.
And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century, and it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal.
If they give us one drop of information, people are able to go out and figure out the next 5 steps ahead.
This is the idea.
But they don't want us to be the next 5 steps ahead. They want us to be right where they are telling us. And I think one of the reasons that we're seeing so much opposition come up and so much discrediting in the field is because this new administration is going to do some kind of disclosure, but it's going to be disclosure their way. So
they've got to shut up the
ritual
filmmakers, they've
murder
got to shut up the internet,
morphs into the
they've got to
blood
let the
libel,
general public believe
makes
that
Jews feel very uncomfortable
thing is
during
just
this
a
time period.
made up
And we
thing.
could say much more about this.
EMP towers and
a
nuclear
whole
science.
semester on the blood libel,
I mean, you
the
name it.
crazy
It's
examples where,
it's just been a full-on onslaught.
for example, you didn't even have to have
front,
a body. Like the
to
Blois
prepare us
incident
for
of
what they are
1171,
going to tell us.
where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews.
And now I think their attempts are really like.
It was a crazy, crazy thing.
They used to have way better excuses than this. Now it's just they're just making stuff up. No, that was us. We are the UFOs. We just don't want you to know. In other words, it's a shut up. There's no way it's
pathetic. You know what's interesting about that first Wall Street Journal article where they trashed the whole story about the Malmstrom
advantageous to promote.
In November, at the hearings, I personally introduced Robert Salas to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
So,
I stood there and put them together.
Refers to
his
a
story.
little wafer
The word is that he was going to
part
be,
of
that he was on the
religious
witness
practice.
list for some potential future hearings.
And
so they got out ahead of that.
Part of a ritual called
to
communion.
go after
When you were a Catholic in good standing,
person
you
who
had
has
said
dedicated
your
so much
confession
to the field and
whatever
is a
penance was
credible
required,
veteran with a
then you
credible
would
story,
enter into
backed up by a lot of people, investigated by a lot of people.
the
They went
drinking
through
of a
his
little
throat,
bit of
called him an
wine
octogenarian,
and the
maybe
consumption of this little cracker. It's like a Ritz cracker.
I spoke with John Alexander about the Bob Salas situation in the journal.
This would be like
and
a very
he wrote
dramatic
that letter
moment.
because he was one of the guys who was investigating this back in the day.
In particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally
that whole
becomes
thing was
the
just
body
it's a hatchet
of
job, and
Christ.
they've gone around the whole block.
It's literally the body of Christ that
Even
you
to
are
the Linda Moulton
consuming.
Howe medal.
I know that sounds a little weird.
Follow-up article. That stuff is still being studied.
But it's somebody else's religion, so
and I just talked to Hal Putoff recently via email.
And that's like a very holy thing.
There's still anomalous things about that. So they're
the body.
picking out prime cases.
Through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol,
the sad
it's
thing
not like
is
representative of, it's
some
actually
people, a
the
lot of
thing
people
itself,
are going
mamish.
to believe that
So
article.
if it is the thing itself,
especially in John Q.
then
General
it
public,
stands to
it's
reason
not a
that
UFO
Jews would
person
want to
pays
torture it.
attention. And
Like
so
if
they've,
they're
it was a real
Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact
some
the
people
passion.
just need a
Certainly they're going to
simple
do it the way
explanation.
for
Even if they know
itself,
this full of
which
shit,
represents
they'll still accept it
Jesus
because that's what
literally.
allows them to sleep at night.
So
And
the
to say,
church,
oh, okay, well,
whereas
it
they
was
thought the
weather.
blood
Oh,
libel
it
was
was
really
swamp
dangerous,
gas. Oh, it's
they
just
put
the
it down.
government playing around.
Post-desecration
If it
actually
allows them to sleep, they'll take it.
argument
And
for
that's the problem with the general population is they
which is
just
not
assume
easy
whatever
to sell.
the newsman
So
says,
here's
that's
a-
the truth. That's my
a
opinion.
post-desecration
They don't bother
story that
really
is
looking into it.
described
And if you
from
do, you're
the
like,
German
wow,
city of Passau.
it's blatantly
also 14th
obvious
century.
that something is happening.
And it's basically
But
written,
in all honesty, as big as the UFO problem is, if we're never going to get the Epstein list,
does have the
you know what I mean? Like, which is that seems quite pale in comparison to the UFO stuff. But if we can't even get the
and the
Epstein
stories are
list,
almost all the same.
how close
The
you
Epstein
get
list
Here
is
is a
probably
Christian
worse.
accomplice. Typically,
Well,
they'll
deal
be
with
like
that
a
first.
renegade Christian in these
I
stories.
agree with you.
There's also a
But
renegade
how
Christian
far,
in
you know,
blood
because
libel stories.
in
A
November,
renegade
or
Christian
last
who,
November, when
you
we
know,
were there, you were
helps the
working on
Jews
your
find
documentary at the
that kind
time.
of thing. So here's
You
a
can
renegade
feel the
Christian.
energy in the crowd,
Goes
which
to the
never
church,
translated
and you
over
see he's
to
looking over
the
his shoulder
news
as
and
he
whatever they
steals
covered.
the
It just
the
didn't seem as. But the energy was there. Like I could feel it. Everybody was excited. We thought maybe we were going to get a really great testimony today, but that never trickles into the news. They can't portray that. And I just felt so disappointed that evening when I went home and I turned on the TV and I saw the news coverage of it. I'm like, it didn't do it justice. But there's so many people and everybody, you know, you saw names. I saw you, I saw Belinda Leslie, I saw Robert Salas. Like everybody was there. And then we had, rock stars walking in and around the whole place as well. And you think, wow,
properties of the host.
we got momentum now. At least it felt that way to me.
Actually been in a synagogue,
It always fizzles out within a day or two. And do you find that aggravating as someone who's trying to really push this issue to the public? That
and then what happens
you feel you got momentum. It just seems like it just simmers down.
Right in here, we hear like
I just think the public's not as stupid as they'd like to think.
Get
It's
rid
like,
of the evidence.
we've been there, done that. If you go out and do a survey,
and miraculously
a huge percentage of people are going to agree that there's most definitely probably not human intelligence, probably interacting with us, and the government's been lying and they're going to continue to lie. So for John Q. Public, it's a big yawn. It's like, yeah, okay, quit lying to us about something we already know. Let us know when we need to be concerned about it. And in the meantime, what's from there. Right. So we're dealing with a situation where the public's just jaded to the fact that, frankly, tired of watching lies. Did I tell you how we hacked that hearing? No. This is the coolest story ever. It's in the film because I was careful that we documented it. The night before the hearing, one of my friends had actually run into Eric Carlson. And
also hugely
they were talking about the hearing the next day, and he invited us to submit some questions. So while we're standing in line, we're writing questions to submit to Eric. So I wrote one about the first one that he asked for about what could get changed with Skip. What could you tell me to Luke sidestep? So we texted him that, and then during the hearing, it was Melinda Leslie, Danny Sheehan, myself, and another friend of mine that doesn't want me to mention her name. We were in the back live texting Eric, and when he asked Lou that question about Lockheed Martin having the materials, that came directly from us. Ask him about Lockheed, and he did, and Lou just accidentally spilled the beans. And yeah, that's one of the questions we were asking in accidental truth. What's going on with these materials that were supposed to go to Bigelow Aerospace? And by texting real-time questions and responses, we finally got the answer that, yeah, it was Lockheed that had this stuff. And that's something I've been trying to find out for years.
I think there has been a lot of stuff written on
real time.
That's kind of cool. Superstition.
Yeah, it really is. It's a great story about how independent investigators can go out there and make a mark.
Guys sitting
I was the cutoff
in
guy,
an inn telling a story.
I was the person that said, no, we're full. They stopped at me. I was like, really? Like, I was this close to making it in, this close. I was like, no, I was the last cutoff guy. I was like, okay, whatever. I got to see it anyways, and it was like a spillover room. Sure, I had to go in there and see it anyways, but it was between me and our buddy Scott. There's no way I was going to take Scott's spot. I was like, no, dude, you go. Darcy Weir was there. He was filming for us. He already made it into the room. I was good. I didn't need to be there. But the fact that, when you saw the congressional hearings, you could see you and Robert Sells, like everybody who's in the community shows up to these things, and it just shows the dedication that people have. Obviously, there's issues dealing with congressmen. I know Jeremy Corbell had some issues with the Immaculate Constellation Papers. I mean, there's always a drama going on somewhere, but they always show up over and over again because this issue expresses this. Now, I want to show a clip that you sent me for this new movie. I'll just make sure that
2016.
I think that's the first one you showed me. The one it starts with Whitley Stream.
The weirdest aspects of it
is okay. So if you're gonna show that one,
Democrats will actually
starts with Whitley. Oh, okay. So yeah, let me preface this real quick. Sure. So in between the two hearings, I went to Ohio and pulled metal samples and brought them back to deliver to Kirsten Gillibrand and Arrow. So I was actually, I left the first hearing and I went on a field trip. And this is in the movie, this whole story about these materials and bringing them back. And this is a little abbreviated version of that. Oh, no, that's the new open. So that's a draft of the opening sequence to the film. So
okay, do you want me?
Yeah, you can play that one first.
Play this one, sugar. Yeah. Let me know you can hear the sound.
Yeah, I did have to. Super crazy thing to that. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do.
I'm an accidental visitor to the show. I never could have imagined. Cryptic journeys that led only to more questions than answers. I found my way into Washington, D.C. This is the hearing that is going to change the whole course of disclosure.
I spoke truth to power. There were materials from unknown craft being studied showing that science talking about their non-planetary origin. So for this guy to say, well, we don't have this stuff is nonsense. I've delivered evidence to the world of secret programs, unexplainable technology, mysterious materials, vast cover-ups. It also showed signs that it had come in from space, and that it had come in at a fast velocity through our atmosphere. I've discovered things that led to inescapable conclusions, even deeper mysteries. This is from a different reality.
That made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carved a swath of death.
Become rarer than ever.
With a mortality rate like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would blow up, your lymph glands and things
So we
like that.
wrestle with these new truths.
Like,
They strangely echo ancient teachings.
COVID-19 caused a lot more blood and a lot more mortality.
We are coming full circle.
Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good
years from
idea
now,
about
the
how
beings
it's
of the
going to
future
spread.
will look back on this moment
Yeah,
of
they
an
don't
evolution
have a good
that is
idea
truly
about
defining.
any kind of this contagion theory.
What that future looks like is up
There
to
are a lot
us.
of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how the Jewish
Teach these
accounts
lessons.
related to this?
Share the story with whatever brave new world we create.
Well, they'll do to the break of the suit. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no
It's
basis
been
for
100
saying that
years
we
since
suffered
humanity found themselves
we
forced to
do have these
completely
arguments that,
reevaluate their
okay,
understanding of reality.
wash more
In a time of
because they
technological
wash their hands
advancement,
with bread.
the legendary
Again,
presence of
without soap,
non-human
I don't know how many
intelligence
times
in
you
our
guys
midst
wash with
was
soap,
finally
right?
irrefutable.
Wash without
The
soap.
impact of this collective
And we
knowledge
bathe more
decimated
often,
what we
like,
thought we knew
so
about
we-
time,
So
space,
that's not exactly
physics,
bathing so
reality
much.
itself, and our purpose
There's another
here in
argument
this
that says
illusion.
that it's
With the
kind of
help
crazy,
of
but
official
Jews didn't like
insiders,
dogs.
information
Like,
was
there is some
confirmed
stuff in
about
Gemara
deceptions
owning a
going
bad
back
dog.
centuries.
The Jews own
But it
cats
wasn't
instead.
enough.
Cats face
Those
rats,
who
rats
held the
run away.
secrets were going to
Rats
fight to
are
protect
fleas,
their
no
interests.
bubonic plague.
Ultimately,
But all of
it
that
took
is
the
just
perseverance of citizen
supposition.
investigators,
In fact,
activist
more
movements,
likely, Jews
and
probably
finally
died
the
at a higher
acknowledgement of the
rate
impossible
as
to
a
make
deserted
sense of the
anarchy.
unexplainable.
They're
The
living in
independent
close
filmmakers
contact
of the
with each
day
other.
became part
When
of
you
the
have
story.
a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there was a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. Well, the reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that.
Like the music?
We have a lot of fascinating accounts, but specifically from Jewish doctors describing
Yeah,
the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time,
Yeah, it's taken over indeed.
16th
Actually,
century, there's the triumph of
here's the thing. I
death.
realize I'm a hypocrite because I still use AI, even though I preach, that I'm not going to, but I still find it useful. The problem is I can see people losing their jobs right away, like Hollywood. The stuff people can make at home now. We don't need Hollywood. It can all be done by, like, another 10 years from now, the movies that people are going to be able to do with AI will be just as good as what we're getting out there. It'll be done on the cheap.
But just left out the talent, it's kind of like
Jews were poisoning the wells.
just because you can make a movie with AI doesn't mean you should. It's still going to be the best writers, the best, just because now you're mastering a prompt instead of a camera.
Yeah, so here's an example. This is
It
actually
still
from
takes
England
the
that
creative
shows
minds.
a Jew at the time.
Right now AI is not out thinking us.
They
It's
didn't
not
know
out
what
creating
Jews dressed
us.
like because
What
Jews had
we're
always
running
been expelled
into,
from
and
England
I'm sure
at
it's
the
going
time,
to change,
but
but
he's
what we're
wearing
running
like
into
kind
now
of a
is where, as an artist, you can say, okay, I see
and
this
he's holding
vision
this
in my
leather
head,
pouch that has,
and I'm going to use every method at my disposal to
he's
bring
dumping
that
it
vision
into
to
the
the
well,
screen or to a
and
piece
coming
of art.
spinning out of the
With
well
AI, it's like,
is a
give
kind
it
of
a suggestion
demon
and
that
spit you something back.
urinates
You go,
back
okay, get it
into
out
the
there,
well,
move on.
and
So we're almost
in the background, just for good measure,
we're willing
of the
to
ritual
accept
murder victim as well.
compromises from AI in what it gives us back that we would not accept were we pursuing the creation of the art through the traditional means. And I hope that, either AI's got to get better or we have to continue to honor the time tried methods of creating, or we just have to get into the AI and take whatever it gives us. And so, it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds, but I've done a lot of AI pieces, and I have yet to have something turn out exactly like I want, or even close, really. You'll say, hey, give me a picture of a man standing in front of a glowing orb, and I'll give you 5 different things. You might go, okay, that one would probably work. But if you were painting it or designing it or creating it yourself, it would be closer to what
ideas circulating. All of these things together.
Yeah, as somebody I draw, I paint, I play music. It's the approach and the person's I call it a pen stroke or brush stroke or rhythm hand. It's unique to the person. That's what makes you Stevie Ray Vaughan versus Eddie Van Halen. They had different approaches, but AI can't create something like that out of nowhere. That passion that you feel when you put those headphones on comes from that person. It's their emotional aspect that's transferring to you. I always think music is the closest thing to telepathy that we have. Because I could tell you, Ron, my wife left me, I'm losing my home. That's sad. But if I played you the blues and I'm really sitting it with my heart, you would feel my emotions. And I think that's what art does, and that's what I fear AI is not going to be able to push that through to people. When you make a movie, it's your editing, it's the way you ask questions, it's your shots, your light, everything comes from you as the artist. And I just think some cop out, especially in filmmaking, what you do, if we start putting all your clips into the system, you say, AI, put my movie together for me.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's no longer any artistic style. There's not that Ron James style to your movies anymore, I think that's the problem that I fear the most. People just delegating everything to AI and not doing anything for themselves.
As one of the most important elements of
if we do that, it's shame on us. It's like
another extremely important element.
You're right. The AI is never
important element amongst many ways.
It grows so exponentially. I don't see it ever really
being the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking.
Especially
kind of like charging
just for grins, I took a song that I've been working on, I dropped the lyrics into AI,
that rates of interest were typically
there are a couple things that were okay.
40-70%.
I've also recorded the song
how much is like
in a studio,
really bad
and the two versions are night and day.
Yeah,
the recorded version is not perfect yet. It's got a lot of work still to do.
Double that.
But the AI version
money
is just
lending was
extremely
profitable
it's never going to be what I want. It's certainly never going to be
anyone else benefit from
so
money
you
lending
can't
besides the money
replace
lender?
the artistry.
The king, exactly, because the
can only
source
come from our minds and our hands.
That's
and
why,
the
for
day
example,
that we actually surrender that
like,
to
let's say,
this
gambling
is the day we lose
or
a big piece of
alcohol
our
consumption or
creative
cigarette
soul and our
smoking,
spiritual
that
uniqueness.
governments
that
love
brings actually a good
prices
question because we talked about, we were talking with Whitney at Contact, we were talking about consciousness
like if you have a gambling
being a big part of this. This is not something we could talk really to Congress.
Gambling
Yeah, they're not ready to have that. No, and how far do you think we're away from even approaching the abduction subject in Congress? We're just at the point of admitting these things are here. Well, how far are we from talking about the really deep issues within the non-human topics that we research? How far are we from ever bringing that up to Congress?
Well, I've tried.
Let's try to understand.
I've had MoveOn itself has had over
would there be an
300
opposition to a money
Congress members.
It really boils down to
I've
the fact
personally
that the
met
Catholic
with
Church
7 or 8
interpreted
in person and told
Hebrew
them
Bible
what we know.
precisely the same
And so
way
I know
that
that they
Jews
know
did.
this.
Here's
Now
the
the
key
experiencers
passage,
phenomenon,
which is
they're not ready for that yet.
you shall
I'm
not
always saying that
lend on
experiencers are about to have their
brother.
day. But when it
Interest of
comes to
food
their
or
voice
money
in
or
the
anything
political
on which
process,
interest
it's
can
not
be
going to be
charged.
tomorrow.
You may
You start
charge
bringing that
interest to a
stuff up, you can
foreigner,
get, there's
but
reverse
not
engineering
to your
programs are all
The
nodding
Jews
and
interpret
everything
this
else. And then you
passage
start
to
talking
mean
about
a
people who
Jew
haven't
may
encountered
not
non-human
charge
intelligence.
interest to his
It might
fellow
be abductions,
Jew,
it might be this,
but
it
he
might
may
be that.
charge interest
Their eyes glaze
to
over,
a
they're not
Christian, a
ready to
Muslim,
bring
a
that
pagan,
to the
whoever.
conversation. In Accidental Truth Next, the last
I tried calling
part
up
of the film is all
MasterCard
dedicated
to find out if
to
the CEO was Jewish,
the fact
but
that
they wouldn't answer my call.
we're not going to be able to figure this stuff out
Christians read this
without
verse and said exactly the same thing, and they said, okay,
scientific understanding
Christians
and
are all
the
brothers,
acknowledgement that
so
these
Christians may
phenomena
not charge
happening
interest to other
are
Christians.
legitimate.
And that
we
basically
can't
shuts
explain
down
all of
the
what we're
economy
seeing
very
without
effectively.
embracing
Because especially if you're in an agricultural
right now,
economy, right? You buy your
just
seed,
like my little
that requires a huge upfront
character intro in
investment
the
to buy
beginning
the
said
seed.
that
You got to put a lot of
can't
energy
explain
into
the
working the land,
without
put the seed into
knowledge
the
of
soil, and then you got to
That's
wait.
a good line.
All
That's
that
a good
time
line.
between buying the
Should use
seed
that definitely in your
and the
promotional work.
harvest,
That's a
you have
well,
no
I think
income.
you're
So how do you make it, right? There's a
yeah, but I
big
mean, just that
natural
those
drop
quotes,
in
like
the
you
middle
put
of
underneath
the
your banners.
agricultural
That's a
cycle.
great quote.
If expensive, but
When
everywhere,
we were
right?
there, there
Okay,
was
if you're
one,
smart,
I
like
forget
Joseph
what her name
Cassata,
is,
you set
little
aside
Amish woman
from
in
that
this class,
first
but she
investment,
asked about
and then you've got the money to carry you through. But you know, people are not always.
I think so, yeah, because she asked about the hybridization program,
and
hybrid
also,
program,
all kinds of things can happen.
and they're like, oh, we don't know anything about that. But she asked that question because reverse engineering is one thing, but what have they done with the DNA? What have they created? Things like that's what I want to know. The tech is great, but what kind of entities do we have? Did they mix the DNA with human? Like, we know they can mix pigs with people and create a
I don't know if
happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans with really high levels of interest, but you know,
I agree,
if you're
because
living
without like two
paycheck to
strains
paycheck,
or
and all of a
DNA
sudden,
that is
you know,
alien,
your
they
car
don't know
breaks
what
down,
it
you
is.
gotta invest money
And
in
compared to
fixing
anything
it.
on the planet,
You need
it's
money
totally
to
alien,
so
but
you
it's in
go
our
to
DNA. We're the only species that have
money
it.
lender,
So yeah, I
and
think
they'll
there's
say,
some
no problem,
genetic
happy to lend you
manipulation for a
money.
long time to get us where we're at here. You're doing the Rothschild Symposium, which this year is actually going to be pretty big. I think Thomas Jane is going to be there as well. He's
Thomas is coming, yeah.
yeah, and the Who's Who. Are you doing a presentation? Are you showing anything at this year?
Precisely. This is where
We're going to be showing a
it
sneak
does
preview
not
of
come
the
from
new film.
thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from
And
thin
then
air.
also we're
But
doing a whole
the
presentation
idea
about
of the
materials
Shylock,
cases
right,
that
who's
we
a
have
character in
that are just off the
Shakespeare's
charts.
Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you ever
The
read
one Russian
Merchant of
sample that we
Venice,
talked
which I
about
recommend,
last
it's
year
a
when
very
the sample
powerful
got
play.
stolen out of the mailbox,
I
we finally
personally
got
don't
it
think
to a
that
legit
particular
lab.
play is
And
actually
we're dealing with this material
Shylock
that
is very, very
has
badly
been in
treated,
space.
and
They can't figure out
when he
exactly
finally
how it
has
was
a chance to get his
manufactured.
revenge, he
It shows
loans
evidence
money
of
to the
nanotechnology,
guy's
and
name,
it's got organic
Christian,
or crystalline
and he says, but
stuff
if you
that
fail
appears
to
to
pay
still
me,
be growing. And we're
what I
talking
want
about
to
a
charge
little
you is
sample,
not
not that big.
interest, but a
And
pound of
it's
your
pretty
flesh.
bizarre, and it came from an
I'll choose a
experiencer who
pound
said
of your
that he
flesh.
was contacted by somebody
And then,
who
of
said
course,
it
the
was
guy
a part
can't
of the
pay,
spaceship.
and then
So
there's a whole
the
lawsuit,
stuff
stuff
just
like
gets
that.
crazier and
Shylock
crazier, and it's like
loses, and it's a happy
you have these stories that are coming forth from experiencers, but now
Shylock comes
they're
across, I think, when
bringing
you read it, as a
physical
very
evidence
human
with
character.
them. And we're noticing a trend in this. It's not just somebody come forward saying, hey, I'm having communication with a non-human intelligence. It's like, I'm having communication with a non-human
that's where you get the
intelligence.
phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious,
and so that kind of stuff is happening
so here,
more
but
and more.
think
And
about it
it's
economically, right? The Jews are living a
so
very
wrong, 'cause
precarious
I'm not
kind of
gonna think like,
existence.
when it comes down
Farming is
to
not a good
minerals and
option
all that,
for them because they
is
get
it the
kicked
way
off their
that it's
land, or they
layered,
can
or
be
is
like,
it
you
the
know, evicted,
composition
or they
of
can be
these elements that should
chased
not
out
be
by
together,
farmers,
but
things like
somehow
that.
they
They
are?
can make a
What makes it
small
so
amount of
unique
living
for these
in
pieces?
small
that
crafts,
particular
things
sample,
like that.
it's not
Quite
layers,
often,
but it's
advancement requires membership in a guild,
there are
which
ways
is
to make
closed
this material on
shoes,
Earth,
just like
but there's
we
also
talked about
manufacturing
experimental shoes,
registries.
where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews can come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, you know,
and then of course you start to wonder about the
leather
origin of
workers
this
and things
material
like that.
in the first place, because they always
So
lie about
this is
where
like
stuff
a
came
field that's open to
So
them,
there's that,
and
then
they have a
minimal
monopoly
house
on it
material
because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian
being worthy of
countries.
research.
Because by a collection that she, I thought she sold it to the Stars Academy.
Also lending money and charging interest.
There's a whole backstory
when
to
they
that.
repent after they made a lot of money,
But they're
they
still
build a
studying.
church to atone
Even though the Wall
for
Street
their
Journal article
sins.
came out,
But Jews are the only official
that material,
sanctioned money.
they still can't figure out where these layers came from and how they were done. And
and Gary Nolan told me that, it's evidence of microscopic.
No. Basically, we see in this lecture that by the 15th century, the Italians said, "This is stupid,"
and so
we are going to charge this because there's so much money to be made
the
here.
material
Lots of
from
people want to borrow money.
from Benny
And
Fogg
once the Italians
has
got
been
involved,
studied for years
the Jewish
by a whole bunch of people. Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLong and Chris Bledsoe went to this guy's house and pulled samples and brought it to Hal Puthoff and TTSA. This was one of these big material samples that they did a whole show about, but nobody can tell us what the test results were from the material. And every time I talk to people about it, they're like, I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's really,
it's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of gestalt understanding, if you had a spectral that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say
Benny, I'm sorry.
So this was right after the first hearings. Because you know what, a lot of people don't know is that later that same week, Kirsten Gillibrand had a hearing in the Senate building that nobody showed up for, where she was
basically on the door
bringing
from
in
the
new leadership of Arrow.
Of those, let's say 400 who
so
were
that was
really
very
employed,
interesting. That in
probably
between the two
about
hearings,
150
I went to
of them
Ohio
were
and
actually
did
money
this
lenders.
work, and then I came back
So
and
it's
I
the
hand-delivered
biggest
samples
single
of material
chunk
to
of
Kirsten Gillibrand's office.
Not the majority
and
of the
interviewed
economy,
her
but the
later.
biggest
And
single
since
chunk.
then,
And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce.
So this is a little teaser from the film as well.
Okay, so let's go further here. This was
It is 2:45 in the morning on November 15th.
by
I'm leaving my hotel early and I'm driving to Ohio
rendered
to
into
pull some
Catholic
metal
law by
samples from
something
a
called
case
the
that has been
Graziani,
around the
or
block.
the degree of
It's been studied by Lou Elizondo at TTSA, it's been studied by Patel, it's been studied by the Army, it's been studied by NASA, it's been studied by the NSA, and the results have been classified or non-existent. Samples have been kept. We're finally going to take as many samples as we need to get to the bottom of this. I'll be turning one of these samples over to Kirsten Gillibrand's office on the 19th, and then the rest of it is going to San Francisco to Stanford.
Jewish monopoly in writing that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest.
So while we're drilling this, look at this light. That's not a special effect. This thing was emitting crazy lights while it was being drilled.
In practice of what people like to do. Like, for example, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, you drive 35, 40.
I don't.
This is what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it.
Retains elements of the consciousness that was there when it was intact, even for years, or maybe forever, for all I know. So
correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also, a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe, and as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations
pretty much who's who of
shops.
everybody in this
You could not get
documentary
in,
as well.
and you would not be allowed to
Yeah, I think the credits is like
a swords, things like that.
Yeah,
Jews
even
couldn't
our
get in, even like
co-host
dyers,
Page made it in there too.
things like
yeah,
that.
I interviewed her at Contact in the Desert, and it was so good because I really like and respect Katie a lot, and she had a couple of cameos in the last film, and so it was really great to be able to catch
One
up with
area
her.
where Jews were typically allowed, however,
She's probably by far
respect,
the busiest investigator that I know. She's always out somewhere. She'll text me like, "Oh, we're here and we're checking this out," and then she'll cross, half the country. Like, "Oh, we're here." Like a couple days later, it's just like, dude, like she is dedicated to her craft and to her work. And I always say, like, if you're gonna learn, these are the people to learn from. People are constantly doing that. And again, there's no money in this. Whether you're an investigator or a filmmaker, like there's no money involved. You really do it out of passion. And this would actually leads me probably my last question for you. But when it came down to struggles to make this movie, what were the biggest hurdles for you to get this movie done? And was there a challenge trying to get like a certain interviewee that was elusive and you really needed to get that person on their own?
Well, there's a lot of people that I wanted that I couldn't get.
getting people to sit for interviews
dark ages, that
especially
actual
when the
term
subject matter
refers
is
to
as
the period
touchy.
from the fall of Rome
It's
until
hit
the
and miss,
Renaissance.
and
It's a
I have
big
learned over
period of
time.
time.
You do
Basically
not
from,
count that
let's say, the
interview
year
until
500
you
to
walk out
about
of the
the
room
year
with that
1300.
camera, with that recording done,
This
right?
is
Because people can go
right. This is
sideways,
the high
people can
Middle
change
Ages.
their
So
minds.
this is like the very end
So
of
yeah,
Dark Ages. So the dawn
getting
is already
people
coming out.
to be willing to sit, especially now, because after Accidental
Yes.
Truth, I've kind of earned this reputation as the guy that's going to put you on the spot, but which means, it's difficult. Like,
You're absolutely correct.
in Accidental Truth, Lou Elizondo is one of the main people in it, and because of his agreements with other filmmakers, he wasn't even able to mention that film's name. His book came out, and he did dozens of hundreds of podcasts and appearances, never once mentioned Accidental Truth because he couldn't, even though he was receiving compensation, received compensation from being in the film. And so there's a lot of the whole industry is messed up, and it's being run by a lot of messed up people. And so, I learned a lot of lessons on that first film. And truthfully, the new Accidental Truth film, I'm 2 weeks away from having to show it. It's still not done. It's probably not going to be done for this showing. It's going to be another trade because, but at the end of the day, I quit beating myself up over it. I've been working on it for 2 years. It's an ever-evolving landscape. And one of the biggest challenges is the information that was relevant 6 months ago or even 6 days ago might not be relevant now. So I've got entire sections of the film where I was going to cover certain things that I decided, what's the point? Right. And so, and plus it takes 3 months from the time you create the film and deliver it to the distributor in its final form and it passes quality control to the time that it actually shows up.
You got the
3
money,
months in
and
this
write down
film
what
was like
people owe you,
eternity.
calculate what they
So
owe you
I think the
afterwards.
biggest pressure and the biggest challenge has been trying to make a film that's as good as the first one, and trying to there's always one more event, there's always one more person I want to catch an interview with, there's always one more reason that I need one more thing before I can get this done. And I'm still in that cycle. It's just crazy.
Well, that's
I probably got enough material for 5 films.
Yeah, and it's going to be frustrating for you because you're spending money trying to get to these locations to film these things. Just that, to cut them off from your movie. I mean, I can see the frustrations of that, considering how every day there seems to be something new in the news. And you're going to be this, thorough editor of your film. Now, are you editing the movie yourself, or do you have like an editor?
The king gets upset, goes out.
No, I do. I pretty much do my films.
You have muscle behind it. At least when it's going
I have
well.
like an editorial assistant, and I have some people helping me with some animation stuff.
It's like the FDIC, right?
It's like the background scenes, and that digital animation, and AI, and all that stuff is all.
Thank you so much for doing Federal Deposit Insurance.
That's dedication, Ron. Seriously.
Corporation.
Well, it's fun
means
to be
that
able
when you put money
do all that
into your
stuff. I
bank
always
here
had
in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000.
especially in artistic stuff, is because I've owned studios. I still own a studio, and so you always have
minimal
people
effort.
working
You have to be literate. You have to be literate. The vast
as
majority
soon
of
as
people are
you have
not.
somebody working for you that you can't do what you need them to do,
They're also
at
not allowed
least
to do it.
enough
Church
to get
forbids it.
along without,
But
then you're at the mercy of
Jews
the
can't
people.
do it.
So I learned how to do
legally allowed
everything from running cameras, setting up interviews,
So
writing scripts,
resentment is a big factor.
shooting stuff, doing special
Everybody
effects,
loves
doing
to
the editing,
get
doing the
along.
after
Nobody
effects,
likes to
making
pay
the
back
files,
alone,
making the graphics,
right?
making
Especially when
the
you're
art. I
halfway
did all of that.
through on your car
And
payments.
a big difference between your movie to somebody else that we all know in the community, that the movie's all about them.
If you're
The whole shots are on them talking about ufology. That's not you. You go and you actually interview people and you want to hear from them. And I'm just going to say career, whenever you watch anything career related, it's just him. The whole interview is him. The interviewees is him. And I think that's funny because that's a one-person source. There's nobody to collaborate with. When you go out in the field, you don't have people come to you. You go to them. And that's what makes you unique as a film documentary filmmaker. in a trusted source, because it's not just you talking. It's different if you're doing your podcast with and you're both on TV and all that. Obviously, you're the host, but when it comes down to documentary filmmaking, it's not about you. You're not the star, and I love that, because then that shows through your movie, and I can just escape and listen to the people that you've interviewed. And I think that's it's refreshing in this community, because a lot of people are trying to be the star. I don't know why they think they can be a star. You feel like there's nothing to be a star of. There's no experts of film rock stars. And you see them walking around like they own the place. Like, it's funny, but you're not like
this
this.
new film. There might be a little bit more of me filling in gaps and stuff. You know, I'm on podcasts. I'm on Ancient Aliens. I'm on TV. I'm in shows. And then when I do stuff, when I do sit down interviews in my studio, it's me and whoever I'm interviewing. They don't have this thirst for the camera. You know, people that, there's a lot of people that are building their entire ego and their entire presence on making sure that they're front and center in their films. You know, Dr. Greer does it. You know, we have other filmmakers that are throwing on scarves and sunglasses. I don't know what they're trying to do. But at the end of the day, it's about the information. But I do notice that there seems to be this trend to bring yourself out and make yourself more well known and become a celebrity. That's part of what you're doing for yourself. It's getting worse. I hope it stops.
Yeah, because it's egocentric, and the thing is, for me, I cannot trust somebody who has an ego. Like anything they come up with, like even now in podcasting, which is crazy because I've been doing this for 5 years. Out of nowhere, all these new podcasts pop up, and they got a budget wrong. Like, you would not think they could fly people in first class and sit them down and have all the exclusive interviews, and that's great, whoever's sponsoring them. But the little guys, that's what I'm worried about, the filmmakers, the podcasters, the researchers, and all that, they're getting lost in the mix because people are trying to be stars on the other end, which to me is just, that's more misinformation coming our way, 100%. That's coming, but you're not like that. You're a very decent person. And you're the same on camera as you are off camera. You're just genuine. You are who you are, and you make no excuses for that, and that's the way it should be. And I just commend you for doing the work that you do. I know how much time and effort that you put into this. I've seen you a few times in a lineup somewhere, and you're always talking with people and socializing, and that's what we want to see. We want to see the people that we look up to do that. You know, not like, do you know how important I think I am? You come to me. Like, that attitude is so prevalent in our field that we should start calling that out. It's a charlatan sort of mentality that I don't want.
Everybody should understand something. And my feeling about all of this is that if I've been given God-given abilities to do certain things and to make a difference in this crazy world that we're in, then that's a gift. It's not, and it's nothing else. You wouldn't have it if it wasn't for the fact that that ability was bestowed upon you. And so to let it fuel your ego instead of your work is not the historical reality. Take whatever gifts you have and do the best you can to make this world a better place and to open people's eyes as much as you want. And it's never, ever about it. It's never, you know, nothing I do is about the 17th, 18th century of Scholar, which we'll get to in a few weeks. And I like being able to trump up, you know, like, society. Okay, great, I was on a TV show, somebody might say, hey, you were on whatever, literature, alien files. This is actually pretty good. Compared to a existence, I would take a Jew's existence any day. And not just at the end of the day, it's not about that. It's fun to be able to have a certain amount of notoriety, but also be able to completely disappear and not have to be that person. So, like, I live in Sedona where nobody knows anything about me being anybody in this field. And they just know me as a guy who goes and plays an open mic, you know, so it's fun. And once you cross a certain point, you don't have that freedom to be anonymous. You're giving a segue to the now you have to live up to whatever it is people are. There's nothing worse than that. And what would happen is, like, and this especially happens as whatever it is they think they're having. And we call them the messiahs of disclosure, and that's just, to me, it's comical because it's never going to be a single one person disclosing
new civilization. That's just never going to happen. But yeah, you can see the egos in people. But I know the good people from the bad, and you happen to be one of the good ones, Ron. Seriously, thank you so much for spending time with us today.
I don't know if you read Reddit lately.
I try not to go there. Everybody's an opinion, right? So the thing is, they're just sitting on their toilets, having a dump and texting things as if they're experts. And I'm like, put yourself out there. Show me your research. And I've done that several times, Ron. So he's like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And I said, we would love to have you on the podcast so you can talk to us and educate us on everything you know.
I stepped in it the other day. I went into a Twitter space. One of my friends was in there, and she's getting herself in trouble. I've never been in one of these things. I didn't realize how they are. And it was, I mean, I couldn't believe it. And I certainly left having dropped a couple bombshells. But at the end of the day, I gotta say, these people sitting in these little basement rooms debating amongst themselves, I sat down in there, and I have never seen so many people who know so little about so much, just rudimentary going back and forth with their little judgmental attitudes, and they don't know anything about what they're talking about. And it's like shocking. Armchair experts that are so nasty and just ready to, basically
into power per se,
put you out there and
they never want to actually
personal
take
attacks
control of those
It's like, what a joke. You guys just stay in your little basements and other people doing the work.
Disapproving of it
But you're not doing the work if you're sitting in a Twitter space trashing people.
So
I live by the quote of Mark Twain. Never argue with an idiot, because they'll bring you down to their level and then they'll beat you with years of experience. And that's true. That's true. They get me every time. I have to lower my mentality to get on their level, and I just don't get involved anymore. There's always going to be an internet troll. And to tell the truth, Ron, you know you're doing something good when people are attacking you. You know that you're onto something, that you're getting well known, when people need the attention to, like, oh, look what I said to Ron. Oh, I'm so cool, right? That means you're doing something good. Ron, where do people find you? Where is the best place to locate you?
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. France. I will give you an example of South Central Los Angeles. Was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago.
And there'll be more information. And right now you can watch the original Accidental Truth on YouTube for free. YouTube Movies picked it up. If you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. Because the sequel's coming
for education, stuff like that.
When is the sequel due to be released?
And they burned
that's a good question.
of their own neighborhoods.
It's going to be finished here pretty soon for the next month. But the problem is the distribution is a little sketchy. A lot of the filmmakers are having trouble now getting their stuff out. Even Dan Farah has it right now. It's the release date.
Very few big shopping markets, like whatever Foods, Stop and Save, or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and travel 45 minutes to get to
in your field, because
or you go to a local Korean store where
like you said, you're on a deadline, because in 3 months, everything that you talked about in your movies, like now there's new stuff. I can see the frustrations behind that. But kudos to you, Ron. Seriously, you're a hardworking man, and you're always working on something. You're always out there working, but you're quiet about it, and you're very humble about it, and I appreciate that about you, my man. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're going to be back with another episode here shortly. We're trying to pump them out every Monday going forward, and we got some pretty good guests coming up as well. We'll get some new lessons. Ron James, thank you so much for joining us, and let's have you on again.
I think they're around another place. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is we have relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, you can't exaggerate this. I'm not thinking with a very broad brush over hundreds of years, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous, because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in these explosions of violence on the drums, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go. So what we got? I mentioned earlier the Italians said it was the 15th century. The Italians sort of said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made on it. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow
just like
Christians to
Pokemon,
engage in money lending? And they came up with it.
are
They called it
plenty,
the
and they must all be collected.
which means the
Right. If you
mountains
want to be the master
of piety.
Pokemon,
I don't exactly know why
Pokemon
they named
holder, I
their
don't know
banks
what you
the mountains of piety. Maybe because they are like
But if you
mountains
were,
of money,
you would have to collect them all, and that's what
by the
Jamie
15th century,
Billings
this, by the way,
talked
is
about
a
today. Katie, we're welcoming our friend Jamie Billings, who will talk about cryptids today, which is a subject we haven't really covered.
I know, I'm so excited to have our friend Jamie on. Yay! Blow my love! I am so excited to be here, and I've been wondering why you haven't talked about cryptids yet, so I actually cornered Jason and threatened him with bodily harm if he wouldn't let me come on to talk about cryptids, because I personally think that, like, aliens, cryptids, and ghosts all go hand in hand. They're all kind of under the same umbrella, and I think the more and more you research any of these topics, the more you start to realize how connected they all are. Couldn't agree more, so I'm happy you're here to educate us and talk about cryptids. Yeah, I had no idea really that you were into this for so long and studied all the different types, so I'm really anxious to learn. Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit of background how I got into it. So me and my best friend Bree used to do a podcast called That One Time I Was Abducted by Aliens, and we used to strictly just cover UFOs and alien stories, and then we met a friend along the way, which you guys all know in podcasting, you end up meeting people, and you know, someone comes on a guest ends up being a really good friend of yours, and I had a friend named Bobby who was really into cryptids, and he was like, hey, we should talk about cryptids, and I was like, let's start a little show and talk about cryptids. So we started Bobby's Cryptid Corner, and every Tuesday we would go live on YouTube and we would deep dive a different cryptid, and we deep dived something like 150 different cryptids before we ended up stopped doing it. Me and Bree don't do the podcast anymore, we do other things now.
Take that cash flow away
so
from the Jews and direct it towards the
I kind of like fell into it and fell in love with all of these different cryptids and things. As much as I love UFOs and ghosts, there's only so many things you can really look into that aspect. So it was really cool to kind of look at something else. And then as we started to research all these things, we realized how connected everything was.
Money lending actually.
Yeah, and it's, and you're right, we haven't covered it much on the podcast. I think one of the things, again, we're trying to best as possible not have our biases, and for me, for the longest time, Bigfoot, even though I live in Bigfoot country, was not on my radar, especially not when it came down to the UFO. Like, again, I personally compartmentalize all these things as being different issues, different topics, as opposed to thinking maybe they're part of the same problem. So I would love to hear more about it. First of all, though, let's start with Bigfoot. Can we start with just my question on you about Bigfoot? Is that it's normally related to a sighting of a UFO, or they appear in the same area where UFOs normally are. Do you think there's a correlation between the sightings of these crafts and these entities?
Yes, but for a different reason than people think, and we'll kind of get into this more towards the end of the episode, but I think that Bigfoot could be many different things. A lot of people think that Bigfoot is like a physical creature that lives here. Some people think that Bigfoot is an interdimensional being. So when you get into the interdimensional side of things, the alien stuff comes in with that. And then another thing is like what you were saying, like you see Bigfoots at these locations that maybe people witness UFOs, so then maybe a portal is in a certain area, and it's not necessarily that the two coincide with each other, but that they're using the same kind of pathways to get here to Earth.
So ironically,
about that. That's been talked about for a while. I mean, we have a whole section on cryptids. I haven't done a deep dive like you. I mean, you know, I've had that experience at the Rocky Mountain Ranch, and that's part of the report, part of the experience, but something that I just didn't dive deep into. And there's many different types, and I can't wait to ask you some questions about certain cryptids that have been seen in Colorado, and if you've heard other stories or looked into it. But this book here, you know, Stan Warden's The Pennsylvania UFO Bigfoot Casebook. So, you know, this is a bit older of a book. I'm sure you're aware of it, but they talk a lot about Ohio, Pennsylvania, and in the northern states. Just what Jason's talking about and you're talking about. But I've never really heard it explain that maybe they're using just the same doorways or pathways to get in, and they're maybe not necessarily connected. That's an interesting. Exactly. I think that a lot of people, they assume that like, oh, they have to be connected to each other. Why is it like
you see a shitty Chevy Tahoe driving on a freeway and a Ferrari. Just because they're using the same freeway doesn't mean that they're connected to each other in any ways. It's just two separate people and they're two separate vehicles going places.
Substantially improve their reputation.
Okay, so I have a presentation that I'm going to share, so we can get right into this. So, what is a cryptid? So cryptids are mysterious animals or humanoid beings whose existence has yet to be formally recognized by mainstream science. So I want to make that very clear. Cryptids, in the sense, are physical creatures or beings here on Earth, but we just don't know what they are. A lot of times people, when they talk about cryptids, they kind of chalk it up to, oh, well, it's a misidentification of something that we already have. That is a huge possibility, but there's also just things that we haven't looked into yet. Like, I always think about, like, our oceans. We've explored, like, 10% of our oceans. We have no idea what's deep down inside of them, and even today, they're creating new means of looking into the ocean and finding new species and creatures. So if we could do that in our oceans, why not above the ocean as well?
So we think we have it pegged on what's on the surface, but we probably are missing several species.
Exactly. So cryptozoology is the study of this. It seeks to investigate and document the elusive entities, many of which are rooted in folklore, eyewitness accounts, and indigenous traditions. Cryptozoologists believe that the natural world still holds undiscovered species and that cryptids are just awaiting formal discovery. Exactly. So what is not a cryptid? Okay?
Go ahead.
Vampires. Why? Because a vampire is a human that was turned in to a vampire. Therefore, not a cryptid. Ghosts, not cryptids, because they are dead humans or entities that are like spirits. Unicorns, not a cryptid. You would think that it is. It is not. And also, surprise, aliens, not cryptids because they are not from Earth.
Right now.
What about fairies? Are fairies cryptids?
Feudalism?
I think fairies are cryptids.
Yes, Mr. Blaschka.
Some people might argue with me on that, but I do think that that is another version of like a humanoid being here on Earth that we've yet to identify. So I think that that's a huge possibility. That's why fairies are not on my what is not a cryptid list. So we're going to get straight into the juicy good shit. We're going to go to Bigfoot. So Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, is a large bipedal and hairy creature said to inhabit the dense forests of North America, particularly in the Pacific Northwest. But Bigfoot has roots in both America and Canadian folklore. And I think that that's really an important thing to talk about because I think a lot of people don't understand. They think like Bigfoot, they think like Oregon or like, you know, Washington State, but like it's not. It's just all of North America and it bleeds up into that Canada area. It's just that wilderness area.
Trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion.
So there's a lot of evidence for Bigfoot. People like to say that there's not, but there's photographs. We have the Patterson Gimlin film, which is right at the bottom of the screen. We even have Bigfoot casts that are out there. There's tons of different ones. There's not just like one famous one. There's tons of Bigfoot casts out there. And then we also have tons of video. We have this little one playing right here where you can see kind of in the background, kind of the foreground, a little face that kind of goes here. There are so much evidence. And I think that when it comes to Bigfoot evidence, it's a lot like UFO evidence. No matter what we show people or what we put in front of people's faces, they just can't come to a conclusion that it's real or not. Everybody is like, oh, well, it's fake. Oh, it's photoshopped. Oh, it's made with AI. And we just live in this world where even if we have the best evidence in the world slapping us in the face of something, we refuse to acknowledge it. And I think that that's a huge problem in the Bigfoot community, the cryptid community, the alien community, and the ghost community in general.
Willful ignorance.
For sure. So Bigfoot is worldwide. It is not just an American and Canadian thing. Just like other animals that are out there, there are different quote-unquote species of these kind of things. So we have Bigfoot, Sasquatch in, you know, the up of North America. Oh, I love that. The north part of America and into Canada, that's what they call it. But like down in Florida, they have the skunk ape, which is literally the same version of a Bigfoot, but the only difference is that it lives in a swamp instead of in the mountains. And the skunk ape has like a horrible, horrible smell to it. That's like something that's like attached specifically to that. Then you have like in Nepal and Russia and in snow countries, you have the Yeti, exactly, which is just like a Bigfoot, but a different color, right? So like you think about bears, right? You have tons of bears all over the world, and all these bears have different species depending on the different like climates that they live in. Some of them have white fur to blend into the snow, some have dark fur to blend into the forest and things like that. We also have the yowie in Australia and the urine in China. So this isn't just something that's dedicated to like America or Canada. Bigfoot is everywhere. It's not just in one place, and I think that that's a really important thing to think about when we talk about a species that's not been identified yet, because we have clear evidence right here, just like we have of other creatures, that there's like a family of them, and depending on the climate where they're from, they're slightly different.
Just like we are, because based on our climate, where we're from, I see.
As feudalism evolves, the church
So
is also
then we get into kind of another famous one here. We have the Loch Ness Monster, which is
sometimes the king gets the upper
one
hand.
of my favorite cryptids, and the reason it's one of my favorite cryptids is because you have this picture right here, this surgeon's photo, the most famous photo of the Loch Ness Monster. A lot of people think that this is a picture of a whale's penis.
You would have to be familiar with that to know, but
well, no, and the weird thing is like I don't recommend Googling a whale's penis, but if you do, it looks kind of like this, and that's fun to me.
Well, see, ever since I was a kid, I always thought it looked like a guy with his arm like this, searching out of the water. Like, that's always how I interpreted it, because based on like the waves around this Loch Ness, allegedly, like the waves look almost sizable to the size of his neck. Which, if it was a dinosaur, there's no way the waves would be.
Yeah, so that's something a lot of people say specifically with this photo, is that the way it looks inside of here is that it has to be a lot smaller than we think it is. Like, there's no way that the waves would be that big for the lake that it's in. So the Loch Ness Monster is also known as Nessie. It's a legendary creature from Scottish folklore believed to dwell in the Loch Ness, a deep freshwater lake in the Scottish Highlands. So what's interesting about Loch Ness is, and the freshwater lakes is, kind of going back to, we haven't explored our oceans. You want to know what else we haven't explored? Fucking lakes, right? So way back in the day, when dinosaurs were around, and the big asteroid hit us, it wiped out like 90% of the species when it hit, right? Which is why we don't have dinosaurs anymore, and certain things went extinct. But you want to know what didn't die in that explosion? Things that lived in water.
And we'll see that playing out.
Very interesting. Not a lot of fish got killed. I mean, some of them, don't get me wrong, close to the impact, but I believe that there's a huge possibility that underneath all of our lakes and oceans are giant tunnelways and caveways where all of these things can hide and interact with each other. I actually think the Loch Ness might be a lot of different other lake monsters that have been identified out there. It's not that there's like multiple of them, but that they're using these underground tunnels and cave systems to travel, and they can kind of pop up anywhere.
So I was under the impression that the Loch Ness, that the person who created that photo said it was a hoax, like a more of a thing. It wasn't that a whole thing.
So yes,
people write it off.
Yes, and so that's something unfortunately that happens a lot in the UFO community as well. Is you get people who have these incredible pieces of evidence, and then like years later they're like, "JK, we were just kidding." I feel like it's so twofold, because like it could be it really was a hoax, it wasn't real, or maybe they were strong-armed into saying that publicly. I mean, we really just don't know, unfortunately. We don't know people's motivations for any of this stuff. But like, if you were to take a weird picture of the Loch Ness Monster, realistically, what are we getting out of that? Other than like a little bit of attention, you know what I mean? It's not like that person made millions of dollars, or it's not like, you know, there's some famous person and a bunch of movies were made about them. I just don't know when it comes to that kind of stuff. I think that there's a huge possibility that people do fake stuff, and that's a real thing that happens out there. But I also think that it's maybe just possible that somebody got to them.
Yeah.
in a different
And you're
class,
right,
maybe
there's so many
chimpanzees
reports
can
of
grow up on
freshwater
mountains and have longer tongues.
cryptids or creatures,
Also,
the Great
is
Lakes out
huge
there,
for Jews. This is a
Michigan, and
fascinating
even
map
with UFOs
that
going in
shows
and
you
out
the
of these
trade
freshwater
routes
lakes.
of a
So
mysterious
exactly
group
interesting.
called the Rabbi
Yeah.
Knights.
So we have worldwide
There's
lake
no
monsters.
Jewish
Lake monsters are
records
not,
about
again,
them.
just confined to
At
one
least they're
area. We have
directly
Champ,
mentioning them,
who
although it's
is
possible
in
they
New
are
York and
used in
Vermont.
a
We
few
have the
12th century
Gloucestershire
documents.
sea serpent,
But
which is
we
in
have
Massachusetts.
two
Massachusetts, I
Arabic
can never say that word.
geographers who referred to this
Campbell
unusual group of
Membrane,
Jewish
which I
traders
always
in
fucking
the
say that name
840s.
wrong, is in the
And
Congo
the
River
blue
Basin. And then
lines
out in Canada
represent
for you,
their trade
Ogopongo,
routes.
which is
I
in
mean,
the Okanaga
amazing.
Lake.
Look at this. This is
So
like in
I
the
truly believe if you
800s.
look at a lot of
The
these
blue
things,
lines
they
are
all
where
look
Jews
incredibly
are
similar
known
to
to be
me. So I
trading.
think that we have
The
two different things that it could be.
the
One,
Arabic
it could be the same
geographer
creature,
Ibn
and they're just kind of
Khaldun,
popping up all
he
over the
mentions
place
that they
because,
speak
again,
about
these
12 languages.
deep underwater tunnels and cave systems that they can use to travel literally all over the globe.
Pink
Or
lines here,
we have the
or
same
violet
thing
lines,
like how
represent
Bigfoot was.
the extended
You have more than one
types
species of it,
a trade
and they're
that
all
goes beyond that.
slightly
So
just
they
a
may
little
not
bit
put
different
all the way
depending
up
on
to
the
Iceland,
location
for
that they're in.
example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the
Now,
Frankish Empire
this
and
is
send it
a
all the way
lake
up to
monster
China. And he describes the many
adjacent one.
different
This
things
is a
that
very
trading back
famous
and
one
forth.
called the Loveland
It's
Frog,
really an
and this
amazing
is
thing.
from Ohio
Mr. Friend.
folklore. The Loveland Frog is a
Yes, the
legendary
Silk
creature
Road is
said
like
to resemble
out
a
here.
humanoid
They're
frog
definitely on the
standing
Silk
about
Road. I'm
4
not sure if they
feet tall.
started it.
And in 1972, how this case really
You
got
are
famous
absolutely
was
correct.
a Loveland
So
police
the
officer
Tara, which
claimed
would
to have
be
seen the
right
animal
about
matching the
here,
description
more or
of the
less.
mysterious
That's where
frogman who reported it to a fellow officer.
That's where
Now,
we've
there
actually
was
found
other
some
sightings of it
documents that may be
beforehand.
associated with the
It
Rabbi
didn't
Knights.
get really picked
There's
up
a
too much, but it
sleep
wasn't
hut
until this
in Rothschild
police
Cathedral
officer,
that was
which is
discovered
another
here
thing
in
you
the
see
9th
inside of
century.
UFO lore as
Fascinating
well.
stuff.
It's like once
The
you have a
word
person of
Rabbi
authority
Knights
who says that they've
in
seen it,
Arabic,
all of a sudden
Rabbaniya.
everyone jumps on
We're
board and
not
they're
sure
like,
what
oh
it
yeah,
means.
this is
There are
real.
a few different
And this is an
theories.
actual
One
photo
theory
that
is that
somebody
this
took
is
of
on
said
a Persian
frog
word
in the lake.
know the way. I think it's a little
So there's a
stretch.
chance that
There's
Teenage
also a
Mutant Ninja
region
Turtles
of
might be real.
Iran that
This is what you're telling us.
1,000%.
called the Raza.
1,000%.
As an 80s kid, this means everything to me.
Donatello. So, one of my favorite cryptids in the whole wide world is the Fresno Nightcrawler. So, both of these videos are a little bit sped up because they do walk very slowly. So, what you guys are seeing on the camera is like them kind of like running. They don't run that fast. But what's interesting about these is these have been filmed in 2 different places, but they look fucking identical. Like, how weird are these? The best way people describe them is a pair of walking pants.
Early example of how
Yeah, almost like people that go on stilts. And they walk. So it looks like the lower part of the legs of the stilts, but no upper part.
But no upper body.
Yeah.
That's what's really weird about this. So a lot of people are like, oh,
So
it's somebody in a costume. Where's the rest of their body then?
Why is
Who was like kept talking to him like, hey, do you want to
right?
go out and just start walking weird with some...
And like, what weird things to dress like? Like, you could dress up as Bigfoot, you could dress up as an alien, but like, to be an entirely other creature is insane to me. But what I love about this cryptid is that there is a lot of video evidence of it. And again, it all goes back to people not wanting to admit that any of this stuff is real, and oh, it's faked, it's someone in a costume, this isn't real, this is Photoshop, this is AI. I don't know about this, man. These are just like cameras that were out because the first one in Fresno was somebody's like security camera, and then the Yosemite one was an actual Yosemite camera that was out there, like in Yosemite. So how people just know where these cameras are?
Eventually,
I don't know. That was a fun one.
And they wouldn't travel like hundreds of kilometers and miles away from each other to, hey, let's go get this hidden camera.
Exactly.
See, that makes it on the news. Like,
Exactly. So then we have the chupacabra, which is another one of my favorite, aka the goat sucker. So chupa literally means sucker, cabra literally means goat. Its name stems from the creature's alleged habit of attacking livestock, draining their blood, specifically goats. Descriptions of the chupacabra vary by region. It's typically portrayed as a stocky reptilian creature with alien features about the size of a small bear and lined with sharp spines down its back. And in the southwestern United States, however, it's often depicted as more of a canine appearance. Now, when it comes to the chupacabra, a lot of people say that the chupacabra is just a dog with mange
he's like
And
my
if you've
age.
ever seen what it looks like, they do kind of look like a chupacabra.
But
But I like to live in the world of make-believe where anything is fucking possible. So I believe that there could possibly be something out there that fucks with livestock. We've seen it happen before. Katie knows about this with Snippy. There are creatures out there that are doing things to livestock that we cannot explain or understand with modern science.
And there was a weird track, and that chupacabra just made me think of it because this track, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, was found near Snippy, and it's not a Sasquatch, and it's not a bear, but it could be a chupacabra. So, interesting.
1,000%. Now, this picture didn't show. So the Jersey Devil, aka the Leeds Devil, is a cryptid said to dwell in the Pine Barrens of southern New Jersey. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it's most commonly depicted as a bipedal kangaroo or wyvern-like beast with a horse or goat-like head, leathery bat wings, horns, small clawed arms, cloven hoofs, and forked or pointed tail. Some accounts also describe it as having an unusually elongated body and a thick, muscular tail. The Jersey Devil is also said to move swiftly and is frequently reported to let out a piercing, blood-curdling scream that echoes through the woods. So the picture didn't load on here, but it literally looks kind of like...
Typically just
You know, like in
so when you
medieval folklore, they would like throw a bunch of different animals together. Like, you know, they have like the lion, the bear, and like something else. That's really what the Jersey Devil is. It looks kind of like a kangaroo on top, but then it has bat wings, and it kind of looks like a horse on the bottom. Like it's very mishmash of different things. A good one though. Then we have good old Mothman. Mothman is a winged cryptid tied to a series of eerie sightings around Point Pleasant, West Virginia during the late 1960s, often described as a large humanoid figure with expansive wings and glowing red eyes. Mothman has become a symbol of mystery and foreboding. The creature is most famously linked to the 1967 collapse of the Silver Bridge, an event that solidified its reputation as an omen of disaster. Now, Mothman has a little bit of controversy around it. The reason being is because a lot of people think that the Mothman was actually an alien and not a quote-unquote cryptid, and that it was a creature coming down to warn us of some bad things that were happening. So it kind of teeters the fence of, is it a cryptid, is it not a cryptid? We just don't know. All of the descriptions of it are just of a dark being with wings, and there's no other, there's no, like, people didn't get close up enough to say that it had leathery skin, or it had like no mouth, or its nose flared. So the Mothman is kind of one of those ones where I think it's probably a cryptid, but there's a huge possibility that it can also just be an alien.
Yeah, and another time, 1967, again, Snippy incident. And you would be surprised,
and you want to sell things, you want to like
UFO
sell on
reports
credit.
that
person says, "Wow, I
look
love
and are described as something very similar to the Mothman." Even here in Colorado, we had a couple these dark, bat-like cryptids flying over like the highway. It was a really good, credible report that I had maybe 6-7 years ago, but it was very much described like Mothman.
So and that's another one. Because we don't have better descriptions of it, and because it's just this large dark being with wings, we kind of can't put it inside of any category at the end of the day because we just don't have enough information about it.
Sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them. You can see whether.
Then we have the Dover Demon. This one's one of my favorites because I really like its fingers and toes. It creeps me out in the best way possible. So the Dover Demon was reportedly sighted on April 21st to 22nd in 1977 in Dover, Massachusetts. Because I can never say that word. There were 3 teenagers, Bill, John, and Abby. So Bill and John saw it kind of back to back on the same day within hours of each other, and then Abby saw it the next night. Look at those balloons. So they reported seeing a strange creature with a large melon-shaped head and glowing eyes over the span of 2 nights, different parts of town. So it's not like they were going to the same location and seeing the same thing. Like, one kid saw it, he was like, driving in the woods, and then saw this weird creature, and then a few hours later, somewhere else, 2 hours down the road, somebody saw the same thing, and then the next night somebody saw it again. Then of course you have a whole flood of people coming out with stories of, oh, I've seen something like that, I've seen something like that, but there was never any physical evidence or pictures or videos or anything like that of this. But this is just an interesting one that you have multiple people seeing something within the same time span. Was it the same creature kind of going all over the place, or are they seeing different things?
And this is an advantage.
And it looks kind of alien to me.
This one also looks very alien to you.
Has like a golem look to it too. Right?
Yeah, very much, very much. Now, what's so important about cryptids is indigenous folklore. Almost every single cryptid has roots in indigenous folklore one way or another. It's hard to find a cryptid that doesn't. Among the most well-known are like the Wendigo, which is a cannibalistic spirit, the Skinwalker, which Katie knows a lot about, the feared shapeshifter from the Navajo legends, and Sasquatch even has a big giant root inside of indigenous folklore. They also have a lot of lesser-known beings like the Pukwudgie, Mothman, Chupacabra, and each of them are kind of shaped, their stories are shaped by the kind of their local belief, which is very indicative of how I think a lot of these cryptids are the same thing, but just different species of them, depending on the local areas that they're coming
from. You guys
from.
live in a very special bubble because
so the big question is what the fuck is really going on with cryptids? Like, really?
All Jews in America,
obviously there's something here. What in the world could it be that we're all kind of running into when it comes to this kind of stuff? So here's my 2 cents on it all. I think that our brains are so incredibly powerful, and that we truly really don't understand them in any capacity. Like, we don't know a lot about our brains. I truly think that we create our own realities, whether we realize it or not. And I think that collectively, if people start believing in something, it becomes real, whether we realize it or not. So I think a lot of times when it comes to these cryptids and people saying things like, oh, well, we couldn't find their den or their nest, or there's not a lot of physical evidence, I truly think that if enough people believe in Bigfoot, Bigfoot's gonna fucking pop up somewhere. I think if enough people in communities believe in something, then it becomes real. Just like in people who like live in their own reality, right? You guys talk to a lot of people who have, you know, UFO experience and alien experiences. And when you talk to these people, you don't think they're lying to you about what they saw or what they experienced. But you can say that you believe their reality, that they believed it happened to them. It maybe isn't real in your reality. And that's what I mean about the mind as a powerful thing. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not real and it's not out there. And I think that we just don't understand the functions of our brains yet. I mean, our eyeballs aren't even looking at the things that we're seeing. Like, people don't understand, like, your eyeballs aren't like cameras hooked up to your brain. They're like pictures. Your eyeballs take pictures every few milliseconds, and then your brain fills in the gaps in between of what your eyes are seeing. So you're not even seeing a full picture of what you see in front of you. So who's to say that our brain couldn't manifest these things, right?
Yeah, I'm having an epiphany. Oh, sorry, Jason.
No, go ahead.
I was just having an epiphany as you were speaking, Jamie, because Jason and I have talked a lot about this disassociation piece and trauma and near-death experiences, and we all know that heightens the paranormal, but what you just said just kind of, whoa, because I totally agree that would explain a lot why aliens are so different, why UFOs are different, why cryptids are different. And for people that have trauma, we by default, and I'm putting myself in this box, by default we have to kind of create our own realities for safety. For our own self-perseverance to go forward and continue living. And that would make so much sense to me. That is why we see an increase in UFOs, aliens, cryptid, the paranormal with these types of folks, because we are manifesting and we're used to living in our own little creative, and it ties in the music part, the art part, all that creativity part. Wow.
And I also think it also goes, it's the same thing about with like UFO sightings and things like that. So like For a long time, when I saw a UFO, I saw a metal object in the sky. And at some point, I stopped seeing metal objects in the sky, and I started seeing more plasma-like beings. And I don't think it's necessarily because I was seeing two different crafts. I think that I was able, at the time when I was seeing physical, like metal-like craft, that's what my brain could understand. So that's what it was interpreting it as. And then as my journey went on, and I understood more and more, I was able to see the more authentic version of it, which is the more plasma stuff that people are seeing. So I think our brains are just so incredibly powerful, and we don't understand what they are capable of at the end of the day. And then you also have the flip side of all of this is it's not your brain creating these things. We're not these powerful beings that can do anything with our minds, but that the world is full of portals and we're multidimensional, and that there's a huge possibility that the creatures that people are seeing and then disappear out of nowhere, and then we don't see them for tons of years, are literally just taking a little vacation. They're just popping into our universe, hanging out, going hiking, having a little camping session, and then hightailing it, and then go away, and they just poof, right back out. That's also something that happens if you guys ever watch any of the Missing 411 stuff with the kids stuff that happens, where these kids straight up disappear and then magically reappear somewhere. That's another use of those portals, maybe multi-dimensions, and maybe we as a species have not yet quite mastered how to use those means of travel, and hopefully one day we will. And that's why these other creatures and beings are able to come into our world, and why we're so confused by them is because we don't understand the methods that they're using to get here.
It's so weird though, because I always feel like we are the odd man out. Because these entities can come in and go as they will, plus the UFOs can come and go as they will, but we're useless. We can't do anything. We need cars, we need airplanes. You know, you hear like, oh, they pity us because we have so much potential, we can't tap into it. But then help us. How do we get there? Give us a roadmap. Why are we left in the dark?
So I think that's the problem right there, is the fact that we as a species are constantly looking for answers to things. And I think that that's, I stopped looking for the answers to things, and the answers to things started coming the minute I stopped asking. So when you, like, I think a big part of why we haven't leveled up as a species as a whole, and this is going to be very controversial to some people, but I think a big part of it has to do with religion, unfortunately. I think that we are so tied up in having to think that we are special and that we were created specially, and that there's a being out there who made us all and we're special. And I think that because society as a whole has that idea that that is the reality that's being projected out there, so that's the reality that we live in. And until we are able to strip that back and understand that we are so much smaller and so much less special, we can't be accepted into the galactic whole of things because we are just selfish at the end of the day.
If I was a Sasquatch and I saw humans and how they behave and act, I would not want to help them get access to my tunnel or road, because I wouldn't want these a-holes around me or my little Sasquatch children.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't.
And maybe these cryptids and aliens and all these things that come visit us, one of my favorite kind of conspiracy theories out there is that we are like a zoo, and that people come and visit us, and like they're like watching monkeys in a cage. And that's what I think of when I think of Bigfoot coming here and like visiting and walking around and kind of all that nonsense. Is I bet you they're just here like laughing at us and being like, look at these dumb fucking humans who don't understand anything. Look at them with their little tools and their wheels, and they think they're so smart, but like we're not. Yeah, but we think we're so special. And so I think that that's maybe Bigfoots and other things that come down here, like they're like, if it was me and I was a Bigfoot, I would take my family to Earth and be like, see, this is what you don't want to be. Don't be like these people. Be smarter than the dumb humans. Look how dumb they are. They think we're bears. Like, how stupid are they?
then you would have an untenable situation.
Well, the thing is, it's humbling because we're the ones making that realization of like, oh, actually, we're idiots. But I think it's a good part of history for us to realize that we're idiots. Because then we can progress. The first step is acknowledging it, and then you can, evolve from there. But for so long, we've had the arrogance of saying, no, we are the top of the food chain. There's nobody like us. And the thing is, honestly, even if I hear that stupid debate of whether a girl would rather be alone in the woods with a bear or a man, which to me is just so stupid. Like, you talk a high game about you choose the bear, but when you are in front of the bear, even if it's a grown man, that thing is a natural killing machine that no man can do anything against. And that puts things in perspective to realize our place is actually not at the top of the food chain. We're only at the top of the food chain because we've got weapons. But if we take the weapons away from us, we're less than a tiger.
Like, did nobody watch Planet of the Apes? Like, what happens when you give monkeys weapons? Like, exactly. Like, we become the bottom of the food chain at that point. It's not because we're special or because we're so intelligent and so smart. We just have figured things out over time, and we've become the dominant species. It doesn't mean that we're always going to be the dominant species.
Right, and we're influencing populations of animals, known animals. Like just today, I've lived here since forever in Colorado, and Facebook feed somebody locally. The bears are out right now in Colorado. I thought they were brown bears. Colorado only has black bears. 70+% of black bears are actually brown or whitish hair. And then I'm like, did Colorado ever have grizzly bears? Well, yeah, until the mid to late 70s was the last known grizzly bear. And I'm like, why did they disappear out of the Rocky Mountain, Colorado region? Because we hunted them out. We intentionally wanted them out. And now we have no grizzly bears in Colorado, which personally, I don't mind the black bear coming and getting my hummingbird feeder juice. They're very gentle most of the time unless they're protecting their young. We have, we've made species go extinct just by our own, the buffalo, for example, is a great example. I mean, we're getting them back slowly, but so we can control animal populations and hunt them to extinction. And I'm wondering if some of these cryptids, that's maybe the case, and they went underground, make themselves. Yeah, and my question I have for you, Jamie, is just like at Rocky Mountain Ranch, there are reports of Sasquatch beings there. When I was little, my mom described them as white fuzzies because they were white, gray-haired, and when we filmed Beyond Skinwalker, we saw these tracks come up as if they were curious because nobody goes behind the ponderosa pines of the ranch house, and yet here we are in a blizzard with cameras, and these tracks come out of nowhere, disappear, come up, and disappeared again, as if something was just curious, like, what are these people doing out here? And maybe they're living underground. But I want your opinion on this. During those ranch years, they were seen in connection with the UFOs and the orbs that were there, but also the ranch cattle mutilations, and it's like, it's been said that perhaps they were the ETs themselves, where they were bodyguards or workers, and these Sasquatch can lift heavy animals. Were they working with the mutilations that were happening? What do you think of that theory?
So I think that that's a great theory, but I think it's just one of many. You know what I mean? I think so. My personal opinion is, so like we as humans, we go down to Africa and we go on safaris and we go hunting, right? So who's not to say that Bigfoot hopped on a ride in a UFO and came down to do some hunting? Yeah. And so maybe that's part of it. Maybe, like I was saying earlier about these portals, it's not that the UFOs and the Bigfoots go hand in hand, but they're popping up in similar locations. You're seeing sightings of these things because they're all using the same means of transportation at the end of the day, whether it's wormholes, portals, underground tunnels, whatever it is. So I think it's a possibility. I personally do not think that Bigfoot are quote-unquote aliens, right? I don't think that they come down in UFOs and they're like friends with the Greys or something like that. I think that there's a possibility on a galactic scale that all of these different kinds of things, aliens, cryptids, and whatever, can interact with each other, because I think that if we as humans mastered space travel and were able to go out there and really look into the universe and see things, we would interact with these things, right? Like maybe we would give them a ride somewhere, but it's not like we'd be best friends, like hang out living with each other all the time. And so I think that that's maybe part of it. It's like the same thing, like let's say
You have
UFOs are like cruise ships, right? It's like it's a vacation, and everyone signed up to go on the UFO. People from all over the world go, and they get on this cruise ship. Nobody knows each other, but they're all going for a vacation. That could be a possibility that happens.
Cruise ship, that'd be a great one to crash land. That's such a great movie plot. It's like a big ship that crash lands. Turns out it's like a cruise ship for the internet.
Yeah, and they just go. Instead of like here, we go to like little different islands. Instead, they go into planet hopping. They're like, oh, we're gonna go see Trash Earth. Oh, we're gonna go see Mars. Oh, we're gonna go see this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that explains why you see so many weird people sometimes downtown. They're just like, I bet you that's an alien in disguise, and that's probably it.
And that's another thing too. Is like, what if all of these things, like, okay, if you are on a different planet and you've mastered space travel, I would imagine that you've mastered other things as well, right? So, like, maybe they are wearing these outfits to make, because they're trying to fit in here, but they don't quite have it right. You know what I mean? And so that's why a lot of these things look super humanoid, or they kind of look like a dog, but not a dog, or this mishmash of like different creatures put together, like the Jersey Devil is. Like, they don't really know. It would be kind of like, you know, me showing up to like India and like wearing traditional Indian garb. I would look fucking out of place because I don't really understand the culture. I don't understand what you're supposed to wear or not wear. I would just like see something on TV and be like, oh yeah, they wear stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, it does open up for me the mind of possibilities, because if non-human intelligence is a thing, then cryptids have to be a thing as well. You can't have one without the other, or vice versa. It's either all or nothing. So if we have intelligence from another location coming here, then it doesn't necessarily have to be the top of intelligence that comes and visits us. It just needs to be capable of being able to do so. And then it can come and visit, come and go as it will. And I think that's the scary bit about this world, is that we're bound here to these five senses like you're talking about. But they're not. They're able to have another sense, or multiple senses that we don't have. And this is where we're at. We're sort of left going, wait a minute, why can't we do this too? Like, why are we stuck here trying to figure out what happened in the past, what's happening now, what's the plan for the future? It's literally what ufology is. It's just us trying to figure out the past, the present, and the future. So looking at cryptids is one of the things that, well, for you pre-studies is about telling me we definitely take a good look at it. Katie, do you have a final question for our guest today?
Well, I have about 10, but I would like, have you ever personally had a cryptid experience?
Yes, I have been Bigfoot hunting before with the guys from Finding Bigfoot. So, me and Bree's like my little partner, we do everything together. She has a friend, Chuck, who knows the hunting Bigfoot people, and they have certain locations that they go out and they go Bigfoot hunting on. And so, she was offered to go out with them, and she was like, you coming? And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm coming. So we went out to the Sierra Nevadas in California, to the literal middle of nowhere, top of a mountain. When I mean the middle of nowhere, I mean like we drove up this mountain for like 4 hours. It was not like somewhere, there's no cell service, there's no nothing in these areas. And so we went, the first night we were there, we were doing a little star watching, because when you were out in the middle of nowhere like that, and as high up as we were, you can see the skies so fucking clear. I mean, it is like literally you can see the Milky Way galaxy kind of shit. Like the stuff like people see on telescopes, you can see with your eyeballs. That's how far up we were. And we were all watching, looking up, and we saw the biggest, brightest UFO. And it was this big white orb that was about the size of a football. Now, when I go sky watching, something that is constantly with me is my phone, and I have an app on my phone that shows me stars, celestial bodies, satellites, or anything like that. So best believe when I see something weird, the first thing I do is I pull that phone out of my pocket. I don't have the mindset of taking a picture, but to figure out, okay, am I actually seeing something, or is this something I'm not seeing? And my app did not tell me it was a satellite. It did not tell me it was the ISS or anything like that. This thing was way too bright, and it flew just right over us, kind of stopped, and then disappeared. So that kind of started the night off of being like, okay, all right. Me and Bree see a lot of UFOs in our life. It's not like out of the ordinary for us to see something like that. The Bigfoot guys were a little like, whoa, what the fuck was that? And we're like, this is normal. This just happens to us. We just see things when we look up in the sky. So it gets a little bit darker, and we start hearing this like noise in the forest, and we have our little campground. It's like a flat area, and then like the road we came in on is right in front of us, and then right on the other side of that little road, and I don't mean road like a paved road, I mean like cars just drove there enough that it's like the road. And there's like a big mountain that goes like straight up. And we all of a sudden start hearing something kind of walking through the side of this mountain, and we're like, what could be over there? And this is like October. So it's not bear season. It's not like the middle of summer where bears are running around. It's very cold outside. Most bears are hibernating. There's also no bears in that area. There's not really a lot of wildlife in that area in general. Even when it was like the daytime, we like didn't hear birds. The only thing we saw was one squirrel, and it was like, it climbed up a tree and just started screaming at us, which we later maybe realized that it was like kind of warning us of the things that were going to come. I have a video of it. If you guys ever go to our YouTube channel, that one time I was abducted by aliens, talking about the multiverse, same thing. There's a video of the squirrel up in this tree, literally just screaming at us, just like, and like staring at us. So we hear this weird noise, and then all of a sudden we see these like two eyeballs off in the distance, kind of walking. And the walking sounds like it is literally like trees are falling over. Not like somebody like crunching on branches. I mean, like some heavy shit. Like this thing wasn't like a person walking. Something like 10 times heavier than a person, like an elephant almost, it sounds like, is walking through the forest. And I will admit at this point, I got a little scared, and I was like, I don't want to know what's over there. Bree, on the other hand, is like running fucking towards us across the road, like, let's find out what it is. Because she's, to be fair, we were drinking a little bit, so we had a little bit of alcohol in us, but she was like very brave with it and was like, I want to find out what this is. And as soon as she tries to go right towards it, it like takes off. And we're like, okay, that was really weird. We don't really know what it was, right? It's like, we have no idea. Well, later that night, we all get tucked into our little beds. Me and Bree were sharing a tent and a big like air mattress. And I'm all cozied up, and I pass out almost immediately because I like to sleep. And Bree's still awake, and all of a sudden I get shaken, woken up by Bree, and she's like, Jamie, there's something outside of our fucking tent. And I'm like, no, half asleep. And then I look up, and you can see this like towering thing over our tents. Our tent's probably like 6 feet tall, okay? And this thing is like, you can see the shadow over the tent, and it's like breathing. We hear like,
you can always make money. It's definitely good. Mr. Rubin,
and like, then it starts kind of doing circles around the tent. So this thing had to be like at least 7 to 8 feet tall.
That's not a bear walking
and
around.
That's, again, not a bear. If it was like a bear, I could see like a bear on all fours sniffing around the tent. But this thing is like
upright,
kind of over our tent, and not smelling, but breathing.
I think that's true.
Really
yeah,
heavy. And it circled our tent for a good like 30 minutes. Me and Bree were terrified, like literally in the middle of the bed, holding each other, freaked the fuck out. We were like debating on whether or not we opened the little window zipper to like see what it is, but like we're too fucking scared to do anything. Like as much as people like, it's the same thing with UFOs. People are like, why didn't you take a photo? No, you don't understand. Something just like takes over you, and you don't know what the fuck to do in that sense. Could I have grabbed my phone and started recording? Absolutely. Did I think about it in that moment? Absolutely fucking not. I was terrified. I thought, originally, a bear is over us. Well, how I know it wasn't a bear is at our campsite, because it wasn't bear season, we didn't put all of our food and stuff up into bags in the trees. We just left everything out. There's like literally like hot dog buns, bags of chips, like a cooler that you could open and take, hamburger patties out of. None of it was fucking touched. If this was some sort of an animal that was just looking for food, why is it standing over our tent? And why did it not go look at the literal smorgasbord of shit we had sitting out on the table for it? So to me, immediately, I was like, this is not just an animal. This is something trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. And I think it originally did the little drive-by, where when we first originally saw it earlier in the night, Bree kind of maybe spooked it a little bit by trying to run towards it. And then later, once we all settled down and were sleeping, and this is like, 2 o'clock in the morning kind of vibes, it worked up the courage to be like, all right, let's go figure out what's fucking going on over here.
You're in their territory. So they're trying to check it out. What are you doing in my territory? Right?
Exactly. So that really, I've always been like on the fence about Bigfoot, but when I experienced that myself, and I can still hear that fucking breathing. And then there was one point earlier in the night too where we were hearing some noises of some things in the forest, and I would like make sounds, and whatever was out there was mimicking me. And we have recordings of it mimicking. So like I'd be like, and you would hear back, like it was insane. Like you would almost think that it was like the sound of like an echo. Like that's how fucking similar it was. Yes, and I would. That's another thing. Maybe it wasn't a Bigfoot. It could have possibly been a Wendigo. I have no idea because we're too fucking terrified to like go out of our tent and go figure out what the fuck. I wish I had the courage to be like, fuck, let's go, and like let's go out there and see it with our own eyeballs. But like, I don't know, what would I even do at that point if I opened the tent and looked at it? I'd probably shit myself and pass out and die.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody talks big game about it, and there's somebody that I've been telling you in that situation, and you've actually been exposed to that fight or flight, and especially in your case, you're sitting ducks. So you got the fight or flight, and you can't move, you can't go anywhere, you can't talk for half an hour. The half hour must have felt like 14 days.
No, it did. And then like, so the people who we were with, they all had like lots of guns and stuff with them. So like we felt safe. They were all passed out. Not one of them were woken up by this, and we don't believe that whatever the creature was went to any other tent other than ours.
Have you all females?
So here's the thing: one female and two. This might be TMI for people, but that same morning I started my period.
Could be related.
So I think that maybe it smelt it.
Could be related.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. So I don't know what the fuck that was, but that opened my eyes to there are other things out there. Like I've always been an alien believer. I've always been a ghost believer, but that solidified my there are creatures out there that we do not know about because there's no possible way this was a bear, this was not a deer, this was not a cow, this was not a bird, this was something big. And it was trying to figure out what we had going on.
An example that I could keep on.
I'm never going camping again.
But let's say,
oh my God, no! Please, let's go. I'll take you to the Bigfoot location.
Just RVs only going forward. JB Billings, thank you so much for joining us today, talking about cryptids. And let's do another part 2 of cryptids because I'd like to learn more. Again, I should maybe start picking up books at my local bookstore on cryptids as well, and not skip it this time like I've always done, but start looking into it more and more as well. Katie, you are, I just want to advertise this, but in August, you're doing the Snippy, the horse. It's a convention, isn't it, in August?
Yeah, there's an event, August 22nd through the 24th. You can just Google Snippy 2025 event and learn more information about it. But just like Jamie said, it's dark sky territory, so we always see unusual lights in the sky that, at first you think, oh, we're looking at, no, they're not planes. I don't know what's going on there, but just for sky viewing alone, it's a wonderful event for people, so check it out.
Yeah, we did a fantastic episode recording with Katie and Tony from their newest book. Unfortunately, half of the interview disappeared because when I sent it over to my editor, he forgot to download it for a week. I cleared off some space on my Google Drive, and half the interview was gone. So now we got to read it all over again. But it's fantastic because it's like one of the biggest, cases in the world of animal mutilation.
And there's a cryptid involved.
And you know what I was thinking about too, Katie, is I got the book now. I was the first one to buy your book. So now I have it on my end to be able to showcase it too. So it was meant to be. I don't know. I am going to read it. I'm in between 3 books right now, which is beautiful. Guys, we thank you so much for coming on or listening again to the podcast. If you remember to like and subscribe, if you haven't done so already, please do so before we send the Man in Black after you. And we'll be back with another episode of UP Studies podcast next week.
They've got books to collect. And that kind of thing, the better condition, right? So in the case of the rabbi, you step out into the world, make sure that people don't step out of line along the way. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that just of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Ralphina cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme. You don't see too many examples of that, but you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering floggings, and you have the floggings take place. Floggings with a whip. You're with people.
We have a great guest today, actually. We have Alan Steinfeld, which is joining us. And Katie, we spent a little bit of time with him at Contact.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Alan years ago. You know, you make friends at these conferences, and he's one of those guys. And he's such, what I love about Alan is he's been investigating and researching and then talking to just, you know, all views in this UFO community. And he's out there just kind of lifting everybody up. He's always such a joy to talk to and see. So I'm really looking forward to our conversation with Alan today.
Very gentle man, very intelligent too. And you can always tell because, you know, intelligent people really take their time. So it's like, okay, well, and I got the luxury of introducing him at one of his lectures at Contact, which I got this also on, you know, just officially, you know, I had to have something because I drink all the time on the podcast. So
the alien, the UFO, and Sasquatch on there.
It's all combined. Actually, they did a really good job. Yeah, it's that was a great kind of stood out to me when I saw. I was like, I need that for my drink on the table. It goes with my little
definitely.
Mouse pad.
You need it to say UAP studies.
I know, that's why we should do some merch.
We need to promote more.
We should do some merch. So we're not going to do a great conversation here with Alan. We're going to talk about consciousness. Since consciousness is something that is, I was saying, increasingly more prevalent in this whole issue of UAPs and non-human intelligence, it's great to talk to a guy like him who's been researching this for over 30 years. He's had over 3,000 interviews. Yeah, I cannot fathom that.
That's exactly
right. So we're going to get into that. And I want to dedicate this episode to a new friend that we made at Contact in the Desert, Joshua Johnson. He was awesome. He hung out with us the whole time at Contact. He got me drunk. He was a good guy. So I dedicated this episode to him as well. And guys, don't forget to follow us on not only X, but we're on YouTube, Instagram as well, and of course Spotify, which is our main hub. Katie, are you ready for this interview?
I am ready.
All right, let's rock it.
Extra legal powers that they can simply enforce because they have
Well, we are back with Alan Stein, of course, which is Steinfeld, not Stein. I keep saying Stein for some reason. But Alan Steinfeld has been somebody whose contribution to not only consciousness, understanding consciousness, but also thinking outside of the box is huge. Like over 30 years, and you've interviewed, of course, over 3,000 people. So Katie, is quite an honor to have him on.
Absolutely. Alan and I think the first time we met was in San Francisco, perhaps.
Yes. And I had you on my show, too.
And of course, in UFO conference worlds, we bump into each other all the time, and we got the pleasure of seeing each other again just at this latest Contact in the Desert, J72. So it's good to see you on. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It is a small community. You get to see the same people. There's only about 500 people really interested in this stuff, but no, there's much more. But you see the same faces everywhere, and it's kind of fun. It's like a family, you know. It's like, you hang out, dinner, see them. Anyway, I'm happy to be here, and this is a passion for me. This is an obsession for me. UAP studies, whatever we want to call it these days. So let's dive in, folks.
Love it. Well, again, we were going through questions we were going to ask you, and the thing is, when you've had somebody like yourself that's interviewed a plethora of people, and you've been asked so many questions and done these interviews so much, that it's hard to say, hey, I'm going to pin a great question, on Alan today. I'm going to run it, and it's hard to do. Now, I cheated, and I went to Brock and said, look, I'm having this guest, and I need questions he's never been asked before, and it's assisted me in this because I was like, okay, talk about this, ask questions on this, and it's brilliant. So I think for podcasting, Brock is amazing. It's a free plug for X. I'm sorry, but it's helpful.
That's good to know because first I love that he asks questions I've never been asked before. Also, I do a lot of interviews, so I'll rock that.
Oh, it's amazing. I preach against AI all the time. Katie knows that, but for some reason, I'm like, oh, it's brilliant. Go and try AI. I'm horrible. I'm a horrible person. Yeah. Also,
Brock helped me write my job resume. I mean, I've been using it more and more, so maybe we could talk about that in the podcast. Where AI, I'd like to go there at some point.
Well, let's do it actually right now since we're on the topic.
All right, let's do it.
Grok is first. Tell me, Grok is on X. If you have X, you get Grok.
If you sign up for the check mark, you get access to the whole Grok free, whatever it's at, but it can generate images for you and great questions, especially for podcasters, small media like ourselves. It's a great tool to have because we can't afford to have all these editing and software and all that the bigger media platforms get. Right? So.
Great. All right, go ahead. Ask me those Grok.
For example, the most important
Katie brought up a great point about the AI. Katie, I'm going to throw it to you first about the AI question, but I have one to follow up on that too.
Right. Now, like my middle son uses Grok. Like he travels a lot for his job, and he'll just have these conversations, almost like somebody sitting in the passenger seat about talents he's going through. And tell me more. And you can have these intellectual conversations. And I guess my question then for you, Alan, is how does this help in ufology and opening up the conversation of consciousness? Are we going to find answers? Can we rely on the information we get from any Grok type, Google answers? Can we rely on
the problem with AI, it only knows what it knows. I mean, it only knows what's been put in there. We are being confronted with a situation that's beyond what we know. So anything AI, Grok, ChatGPT comes up with is only based on the information of the known. What we're asked to do as humanity right now as we face the UFO situation is go beyond what we know. This is not like anything we have cognized before. I often ask in my lectures, what's the difference between recognition and cognition? Do you know, Jason? Cognition versus recognition? Well, recognition means to recognize something. You have to cognize something, and cognition means to have an awareness of such. So awareness is the cognition of something new coming into your reality. Recognition is the, oh yeah, I have that awareness. So right now, we have no cognition of really what this phenomenon is about. We don't know. Yes, it has certain hallmarks. It seems to have a quantum physics approach. There seem to be beings, and I'm sure there are beings. It seems to be multidimensional. It has all these aspects that's right beyond what our world is made of. We don't know anything. Not the government. Maybe they know a little bit more. Not Gary Nolan or Chris Mellon or Lou Elizondo. Those guys may be a little bit more helpful. They might have a little bit more, but really, this is so big and so huge and in a way incomprehensible. We can't depend on AI to even guess what's going on. We have to find this way inside ourselves to formulate new realities. I call my podcast New Realities. And New Realities is the creative expression of the unknown as it emerges in human consciousness. There's no creativity in a sense with AI. I mean, yes, it seems creative because it's able to put together in new ways things that we may not have thought of. There's what makes humans different, I think, is there's a constant flow. This is what I teach in my remote viewing courses of forever into our cognitive awareness. Like, where do your thoughts come from? Well, they haven't been programmed by AI. They are new each moment if you can drop into the unknown. So we can't rely on any crutch to tell us what's going on. We have to find a creative way, and creativity is something I really love to talk about and specialize in. Creativity is to make known the unknown. It's to find a way a new way of expressing something that is coming into our cognitive awareness so other people can then recognize that. You know, Terence McKenna, I'll end here. Terence McKenna says, if the artist can't find a way, the way cannot be found. So that's us. We are the artists of imagination, of creativity, and possibility. But it hasn't been written yet, the script. I think Whitley Strieber gets closest to it of all the people I've met, of meeting the unknown. But what's happening here for all of this is incomprehensible, I think. At this stage of human evolution, yes.
Yeah, because there is sort of this aspect of there's metaphysical and then not metaphysical, and yet they're all combined. And if we had the ability to reverse engineer some of this technology, there's probably an aspect of consciousness that we haven't reached that we can't use that technology yet, which brings me to my question about AI. So maybe AI cannot help us on that aspect. Maybe it's something that a soul has to experience on its own while it's in this body. But could AI help us with reverse engineering of alien tech if it catches on to patterns, or maybe like if we're talking like a super AI that could do the mineral testings and samples? Could that eventually help us understand another civilization without actually meeting them?
I think so, but again, AI only knows what it knows, and you can only test. When they do experiments and test it, you test for what you expect there. So
very good.
I don't think there's the creative impulse in AI to formulate new realities. It can put together information in new ways that seem new and creative, and it is. It's inspirational. You ask, okay, how should I talk to this interview? How should I write this composition? It gives you ideas like a fantastic editor. I use it. I should use it more, but something about human beings that is different than machines, and we're closer to the phenomena that way. AI is an alien intelligence in a sense, but it can't go beyond the means it has, is my feeling. So this is sort of the same answer that Katie said. But yeah, it can help us understand what we already know. Yeah, we run it through crash retrievers, through AI, and see, like, calling out what's here. We'll know that, yeah, it has all the hallmarks of an alien craft or a UAP, whatever. But it won't tell us anything that we can have yet to imagine.
Right. But maybe they're writing, like if there's writing on crafts or a tablet, maybe AI can help us decipher maybe what that is based on multiple sources of information, maybe within the Immaculate Constellation program, who knows, but maybe in those aspects. But I agree with you. I don't think consciously AI will be able to help us. That's on our
Yeah, I just want to say, if there's no sample of writing, such as these ET scripts that seem, then you will have no reference for analyzing it. So we'll only guess, and maybe it will not give us anything accurate if it hasn't been, in my feeling, programmed. Some people say, yeah, AI is an alien intelligence here to help us. I have a hard time with that one, but it is helpful. But yeah, Kate.
I was going to ask you, I mean, it seems logical, and I would like to know your opinion on if you feel some of these more advanced civilizations, because let's face it, there must be more advanced civilizations out there that probably went down this path we're going down now, and maybe merged with AI, and AI took over, and you hear this, and the Greys, some of them are very AI-like and robotic. Do you think that's what the appeal is? Because we do have that creative drive, and if so, in these crazy times, I know, in your wonderful book here, Making Contact, like, we can't deny the existence. Do you feel like that's maybe what they're looking for, and do they have a stake in the game for us as humans on where we go now? Are they watching us, in other words? Do you think that's happening?
Yeah, I think, there's so many sightings around the world. You just go out with some night vision goggles. You're not just looking at satellites over and over again. There's something else here. I think we are being watched. I think we are being coached in a sense, so we don't blow ourselves up. I mean, we could make our own little wars, because no one's going to save us from ourselves. We really have to work out. It's like going into a marriage and trying to say, oh, we have to work this out for ourselves. We created a huge mess. We created weapons of mass destruction, which is awful to even think about. We polluted the planet. We have to figure this out. It's like, so your question, I think they are watching, make sure we don't just totally annihilate ourselves, because if consciousness is not local and we're all connected, then our consciousness is part of a greater consciousness, right? So we are connected somehow on this conscious level to these ETs that I think they probably want the best for us. But we are very ignorant, and we're very ego-centered, my country, my political party, my baseball team, everything we use externally to identify the self. And we'll fight for it, we'll fight over words in a book that were written thousands of years ago. It's like we have more to fear from each other than we do ETs. So, yeah, I think we have to clear up our own mess, and they are looking out for us. And I think, some people talk about the gifting fields. I don't know. I think the technology has them there, but until we come together as one planetary civilization, without country, John Lennon, Imagine, it's like a theme song that is just like, that should be a universal anthem for the planet. But we have a lot of problems, and I don't understand war. I don't understand why countries over ideology or religion I think we have to do away with all of that to be free.
Must be really important that it was issued by some community.
But I agree with you. It's always rich men, powerful men that send other people's sons to go die for their causes. And when you hear about all they came to a truce, okay, but what about the hundreds of thousands of people that died, and young men that died for absolutely no reason? It all comes about to the same thing at the end of the day. I don't understand that. But there is sort of a theme that even listening to some of these lectures and the psionics capabilities, especially this year at Contact, was huge. The demonstration that they did with the telepathy tapes. Yes, impressive. And we're realizing that we have these capabilities that were numbed out at some point. And, even Katie and I, we were talking to Whitley Streamer in a previous episode. And he was saying about maybe it's something that we forgot, something that we lost. It may be something we were capable of in the past, and we know that there's a part of history that just disappeared. Like the Great Flood almost, happened, and then everything got wiped out, reset, and then all of a sudden then we started writing and discovering all these things all over again. So do you think this is an innate capability that everyone can do this, or that certain people, a state of consciousness, can achieve this?
No, we all are actually working with the same basic equipment, just don't know how to operate it. And of course, if we listen to the matrix or the culture, we've been dumbed out, we've been dumbed down, I mean, when I teach remote viewing, and I'm doing that coming up on the SHIP network, maybe you can promote that, but everyone can see beyond this limited time and space. It's miraculous. When I teach it, people can do this. I don't know how they do it, but they can extend their consciousness beyond their local reality and see a target that's not present with them to their five senses. We can do that. It happens over and over again. You know, I talked to Hal Footoff and Russell Targ, and I even do Nico Swan. These are the three people who started the SRI remote viewing program. They don't really know how. They might say the subconscious, which I don't think it is, or the right brain, but where are we receiving this knowledge from? Yes, we have the equipment, the brain, but who we are is not limited to our physical body. It's like if you open up a radio, you're not going to find the announcer and the musicians in there. We are, this is a receiver and center of consciousness. We're not in the body. Deepak Chopra says, we're not in the body's in us, whatever that means. But I do know what it means. That consciousness is the field, and I actually hate using that word now because it's been so overused. Consciousness, it's like, okay, let's explain what that is. And no one has a satisfactory explanation, but it is sort of this field of awareness that transcends the body. That we can use as an app, as an application. We can send thoughts, we can remote heal, we can remote sense, we can change the weather, we can get into people's heads and read their minds. There's so much, yes, that we, I think it's even the Bible said, if they ate of the tree of knowledge, and they'll become like us. It actually says us somewhere in the Old Testament. It's like, yeah, so something has put humans in a very limited box, and we think we belong there. We think we're, I say we're infinite. I say we are part of something so much bigger. And one of my favorite lines is by John Mack. You know who John Mack was, Jason? Oh boy, do I ever know. So I had met John Mack, and he became a sort of friend. I didn't see him that much, but he said, UFOs, General, are like an outreach program from the cosmos for the consciously impaired. That's us, the consciously impaired. They're here to wake us up to who we really are. And it's not about hardware. I don't care what MUFON is investigating. I understand I'm hosting the next MUFON conference in Cincinnati. I'm honored to do that. But it's not hardware, it's the software, it's the consciousware that they really want us to activate. That's why Whitley's book, The Fourth Mind, is valuable, because he talks about that like no one else in this field. So anyway, does that answer a question?
It does. So I know that when you remote view, you can remote view back in time. They did that on the Rocky Mountain Ranch, but can you remote view past lives? And do you believe we all have past lives? And how does that work with the population expanding? Are there new souls and old souls? And are we stuck on this earth plane, or can we choose? And is it our choice to maybe incarnate somewhere else, like on the Pleiades or something like that? I'm curious.
No, those are really great questions. I love talking about that. I mean, if we are just energy, then if the vehicle is not working, if the energy doesn't die, the energy takes up. If your radio breaks, it doesn't mean the signal has stopped. You get a new radio, you turn it in the dial, the vibration, which is the frequency, and it picks up the signal. So we are using these vehicles to pick up the signal of this non-local consciousness that then takes other forms. Yeah, I think we do reincarnate. I do, you know, I mean, can I prove that? No. But I think Krishnamurti says reincarnation is true, but it's not a fact. Meaning, like, do I have proof? Well, there are proof. Ian Stevenson did work at the, I think, the University of Virginia about that. So I think I know what my past life was. It wasn't a picnic. It was in World War II in the concentration camps. I mean, like that just triggers so much for me when I watch movies about that. Maybe for everyone, but I feel really connected to the harshness of those times. I mean, I didn't expect to have those reactions. I thought, oh, this is just a movie. But anyway, so I believe we don't die. The body may, but the body can also not die. Also, that's a whole other conversation in a sense. But we are forever beings. We really are. And what consciousness is, who we are, what the soul is, or the Akashic records keeps the memory of all those lifetimes. And we can incarnate on other planets as other beings, and I think we have, and I think that's why, you know, people call themselves Arcturians or Pleiadians. I don't really go along with that, because, like, let's call ourselves human first, because here we are, and so people tend to escape the human field by giving themselves, like, special names, which is, okay, people want to do that, but our home is the cosmos. Earth is a beautiful, beautiful planet, Jason. Don't forget that.
I mean, I throw out my trash in the backyard because I just gave up, but yeah.
Well, they do that in India, because you know why they do it in India? Because you know it's all God. It doesn't matter. But anyway, it's good to I mean, that's just my own observation. But if we're forever, and we've had these adventures in incarnation, which is really what's fun about being a consciousness, you get to experience physical reality in many forms, then we have to break out of the matrix. We have to realize that we are connected to other beings, other planets, that consciousness is the vehicle of communication, that we're all telepathic, we can all see beyond time and space because we're not confined to time and space. Like I said, time and space are things that we measure reality by, but they're not actually real, because where's the time and space now, in this moment? So we have to reformulate our notions of reality. This is what I think the ETs, whoever they are, whatever UAPs are trying to help us with. You know, we are running our world on Newtonian physics. You realize that. And, you know, Newton said you put energy out, you get energy back, you burn fuel, you push the car forward, or the plane, or the train. This is 400 years old technology. We have not progressed since the 1700s, or even, you know, Galileo. So we need the new science for the new time, for the new society, for the new mind. We're not going to understand the new technology until we understand how these beings think. That's the problem with just collecting hardware. So we need to think differently as human beings, and not in the old boxes.
And that brings about a good point, because everything that we have in this world, and you're mentioning, you know, NASA still using Newtonian physics, so we have progressed, but that's allegedly because I'm sure that, you know, these military complexes have progressed very far. We don't need fuel, we don't need the push momentum, we just sit down in a chair and consciously go up. And what I think that brings about is this technology, this change. One, there's no money. Like, what if you buy a vehicle, a saucer? Let's say for your first one, you're a billionaire, and or a trillionaire, and you spend $1 trillion on one of these crafts. You never need to fuel it. You know, maintenance must be fairly low, I would assume, because of the way it's built. But socially now, you can't charge people for gas, and our whole industry, our whole world is run on fuel and making fuel and lighting the pockets of pharmaceuticals, which, you know what, we discovered through these entities with the cure diabetes and cancers, but we don't want that, because that's trillions of dollars in billionaires' pockets that they don't want us to have. So the whole problem with this is the hierarchies of the trillionaires, billionaires, the elite, and the people underneath who will be trampled on with this technology. I'm just wondering what your thoughts is on this.
Well, those are my thoughts exactly. This is not about are there aliens or not aliens. Who really cares about that? They care about the money. They care about that. You know, if you there's no need. These craft are not filling up their gas tank to get here. So you know, I had talked to Hal Puthoff about that years ago. He said, yeah, there's a slow program of this integration of the new technologies into the old, you know, I guess corporate mindset. But we need an acceleration. The planet is, we're killing the planet and ourselves by fossil fuel. I don't even think it is fossil fuel. That's another lie. But whatever it is, that is gasoline. It's yes, it is all about money. When you get it, when the government, military gets a crash retrieval and they give it to private industry, someone's getting a kickback in the military for that technology that they're developing, and that is highly illegal because that property belongs to the American people. I know you're Canadian, but it belongs to the American people. Sorry, world, really, I think. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. Well, no, it belongs to everyone. But someone is making money off of the military is like industrial complex that has an in with private industry that they're hiding from probably presidents and Congress. So something's wrong here. Like you know, Justice for All, that movie with Al Pacino, and he's in the courtroom and he's saying something's wrong here. Something's very, very wrong here. That's what we're dealing with.
But I think we all feel that innately, that there's something wrong. I mean, I've been feeling it more and more through the years, but there's something terribly wrong. And it feels like it's just looming in the background, and I don't know what it is. We keep hearing about 2027. I don't care, but right now it's more like nuclear war. It's more on my mind. Pakistan and India, and then you got Iran and Israel. It's like they all have nukes. This is not good. But I think we all feel that, and maybe it's a sign on power. Maybe it's, you know, the extended consciousness. You're picking up on the vibes of other people, and I think that's what it is. And when there's so much evil and so much selfishness, that vibe is very prevalent. It's palpable. I can feel it. I don't know about you guys, but it seems to be, you know, an emotion that, galactic emotion or global emotion. Right? Yeah.
I want to take this to a more personal, almost kind of, not necessarily selfish, but it's something that I think I struggle with and others struggle with. And you bring up this great point, Jason, that these are very scary times, and at the end of the day, we all need money to survive. So, you know, for 15, 20 years, I'm learning about consciousness and manifesting and coincidences, and if you just think positively and put out good vibes and love and light and that, and do what your passion is, whether it's music, art, or in this small field, you're going to make it. But then reality hits you, and the bill comes in the mail, and you're like, well, I can't. It doesn't balance for me. Like, one reality, it sounds great and wonderful, and I try to stay in that, but then reality kicks in and it throws us back into the materialistic, selfish need to survive state. And how does one balance or believe? Because I want to believe all that. I want to believe we can manifest and bring love and light, and our planet's going to be okay. But then this other, you know, then you look at the news and you look at, you know, your mailbox. And it's a whole other game. So how does one balance that in our lives and use it to better humanity, I guess?
So let's say, well, that is the, first of all, that's the conditioning of the corporate bureaucracies of keeping people enslaved, so they have to work to survive, and they have to keep up because, you know, that way they don't have time to think about the big questions. I mean,
so in that kind of bizarre situation,
our survival should be ensured where we can thrive and not survive. And so you could do it two ways. I think you could follow Bashar's advice, which is you follow your highest passion, and that leads to your greatest gifts and talents. And, you know, there are artists and songwriters and painters that get rewarded for following their passion because they followed it to the utmost end. up there, and somehow they're delivering a higher message for humanity that people appreciate.
But there are always these crazy.
You can take the slow route and say, okay, I'm going to work, make enough money so I can support my UAP obsession and see where it all comes in. So I think we have to overturn the system altogether. We have to reward people for their creativity, for their passion, for their obsessions with new knowledge, and you know, we want to know what this world is about. We want to know what's going on. And getting back to Jason's point, we have been lied to. We know something's wrong here, and we're not getting answers, not from our politicians, certainly, who don't even want to ask the big question. The big question, okay, who's giving you, Luis Elizondo, orders not to speak? Name those names. Why is that not being asked by Nancy Mace or someone in Congress? Like, name names there. Who's pulling the strings? If I knew that, the house of cards might fall. Yeah, and then we'd have to have, you know, pull the bodies out, pull the craft out. Let's pull the technology of free energy out. Let's give humanity a chance to go beyond survival and thrive, not survive. And we're at a really critical point in history. I mean, closer than we've ever been, closer to the truth, but in some ways further away because those forces just are doubling down. Like, if you saw the article in the Wall Street Journal, did you see that one about saying, oh, these UFO, UAPs are government, secret government programs to distract people from, you know, secret weapons we're building. I mean, that is an obvious counterintelligence program into the Wall Street Journal. They are being fed that to feed the public, to take the pressure off of those guys. I mean, you can look it up on the Wall Street Journal. Danny Sheehan writes about this.
Too little, too late, as far as I'm concerned. Like, the genie's already out of the ball. Too little, too late. Nice try, but we're not drinking that Kool-Aid anymore.
But some people are. Some people are drinking the Kool-Aid because that's all there is to drink for them. They're not looking at the alternative. So I think we have to keep pushing for public disclosure, citizens activities, you know, marching on Congress. I don't know how this is going to change because, you know, Lou Elizondo, Chris Munn, they've been out since 2017. That's like 8 years now. They've been out, and we've gotten maybe a little more truth, but we're not getting to who's holding the cards. Who is that? No, but there's more people asking that question. So it's like how we stopped the war in Vietnam. Enough people protested to finally say, well, maybe this war is not about communism. Maybe it's about, I don't know, control or heroin production. I don't know what it was about, actually, but a lot of people were killed and a lot of people suffered because someone wanted to make money on selling weapons. So, you know, we have to reevaluate who our politicians are. Yeah, even if they think that they're having transparency, they're obviously not, because we still don't know what the drones over New Jersey were. I mean,
and that's certain too, though, right? Because was it Paula Luna? Yeah, she was threatened. Yeah, she was threatened by Men in Black.
Okay, well, that's part of the job. If she's threatened, then come out on national television and say, look, I mean, how come, what's his name? What's the guy from Area 51? The main guy, Bob Lazar. How come Bob Lazar could come out and say these things? And I believe Bob Lazar. I think he actually is telling a little bit of truth because he's protected by, you know, coming out in public. So why are we still getting politicians and liars that are covering the truth? You know, I think the guys that are coming out are trying to control disclosure, and this is uncontrollable, and it is frustrating, and we know we're being lied to. You know, Mark Twain has a great saying, this is from the 1860s, it's easier to lie to people than to convince them they've been lied to. But I think more and more of us are convinced we are being lied. I mean, if you follow UFO, UAP studies at all, you know, it's deep. It's a deep well.
It's an excellent point.
And it all leads back to cover up. I mean, not all of it, because we also don't know why they're here and who they are and where they come from and what they want. So that's the big question. If we can get together as a world population and ask those questions, first it may unify the world to show, well, there's something bigger than our small-minded, Stanley, what's his name? Stan, who's a major UFO guy? Stan, the old guy.
Stan Gordon?
No, the old Friedman. Stan Friedman. He used to say,
I know my ufologists.
Yes, you are. Ufologist.
You have to invest in real estate.
Stan Friedman says, who wants to be friends with a bunch of apes whose favorite pastime is tribal warfare? Well, we're having the tribal warfare, and it's put it there in place to keep us distracted from asking the big questions like we're asking, you're asking, about how do we change the planet in a very positive way, and why aren't the UAPs helping us? Why aren't they? If they're there, why aren't they just coming forward? Because we have to grow up. It's all of us are contributing to war somehow. If it's war in our reality, it's somehow in our mind. So,
but it's also are able to transform much.
I was going to say, you brought up a point earlier about, we were talking about the military. The one thing that, we heard from the Navy, military, Air Force, who we haven't heard from is Space Force, which we know has been around since the 80s. They're already up and we hear nothing. Nothing. Do they have ships? What's their jobs? Do they have satellites? What do they know about these UAPs? Because obviously if you're Space Force, it's not just to defend what is on the planet, but what's coming from outside, which, again, we've heard nothing. Since 2017, Space Force has been silent. Nothing's coming out of it, and all of it trickles back down to them, because even if they outsource this material to, Bigelow or maybe Skunk Works, who profits in the end? Space Force, because it's them that's going to be operating these vehicles. And my biggest worry is, if we're as a civilization just slowly going up, but the military complex is spiking up really, really fast, at what point do we meet, or do we not meet at all? And that's my scariest scenario for disclosure, is that we have a runaway military complex.
Well, Eisenhower said that in 1960 in his last speech to the American people of the military-industrial complex, and Richard Dolan's talked about the breakaway civilization, so I think you're referring to that. But I don't think it's as breakaway as they would want, because I think the phenomena itself is somehow on our side, at least some of it. I think it's for the people and for our evolution. So I'm not worried about a breakaway civilization, because where are they going? I think it's a collective struggle that we're in, that we all, I think what you guys are doing is great. We need to have UAP studies, and Space Force, well, it's another way of keeping secrets. I mean, but who's the keeper of the secrets? And what is, in my next book, I talk about the secret behind the secret. Okay, the secret is there's UFOs and they're here, but what? I don't think it's just money. I think it's the genetic hybridization program. I think it's so far outside of the credibility of most people that if government would come out and say, yeah, we've been abducting people since the 1960s or we would say, what? How do we have $1 trillion military budget that can't defend against, beings coming into your home? And I do think that's what happens. I mean, Whitley Strieber got 200,000 letters after communion, and those are from people with no connection with each other from all over the world. There's something happening. John Mack talked about that. John Mack really understood there's something so outside our paradigm. So, in order to understand the UFO phenomenon, we have to go to the most extreme consideration and work backwards, in a sense. This is happening, and what's true and not true of the reality that we know, and then how do we evolve so we can get to the place
where that is somehow. So we can't wait for the government to do that. There's brilliant thinkers out there that are leading the way with new considerations of the nature of reality. I think Jacques Vallée is really brilliant. He said this is a psychic and technological feat. So you talked about the craft before. I think these craft are intelligent where your mind, somehow connects to the craft itself, and we stare these things by the, and that's how I think the ETs do it. The craft are somehow alive or neurologically connected. I think that's how the psionic stuff works. They're tapping into the intelligence of the craft and talking to that. This is what Jacob Barber's testimony was about. It's so complex that most people are just being busy with such mundane stuff like, are they real or are they not real? I mean, we have to stop asking that question. That just keeps people stupid. There's something here. With that prior. It's already done. It's established. Exactly. It's my frustration at the Contact in the Desert where they kept talking about telepathy. Well, that's a fact. Let's go on. I just interviewed one of these telepathy kids, and it was so deep and spiritually open. Like, I didn't even ask him about telepathy. This kid already knew that he was connected to all time and space. He says, I am a sentient being right there in the interview. I am an old soul. I mean, that's where those autistic kids, not speakers, have an element of truth that we need to know. And this whole idea of consciousness is changing, and we have to realize our own potential, and we can't wait for government to spoon feed us garbage because it's not digestible.
That brings a good question up for me, and you mentioned it at the top of the show, that this is a relatively small community of like 500 some people, yet we're seeing hundreds of new podcasters coming in, these young people. Why is it a small community? Why isn't this millions and millions or hundreds of thousands of people really clamoring to communicate and really dig? Why do you think that is?
Because of the question you asked, Katie, how do you work a job and get fed and go? So we're being kept so preoccupied with survival, or even if you're beyond survival, like you're a millionaire, you're still worried about your money. You're worried about investing in it. You're worried about, how we're going to keep the money and inflation, the economy. It's like, even if you have money, you're tied to survival. I mean, some people, there is like Robert Bigelow. What's that? But, that's why we are brought up in a culture that is based on that level. I mean, it's nothing wrong with having money. We need that. But there is enough to go around. I mean, I know that's idealistic, but why? I think if people had the freedom to just sit back and look at the world without having to worry about, the crime down the street or the war in the Middle East or things that have been going on for a long time that keep us so preoccupied with this day to day, we start to think about the bigger questions, That's why it's on the front page, but we have to make life livable for everyone and joyful for everyone, so we can sit back and tap into the grand intelligence that we are. We are these incredible intelligences, and most people, don't even touch a quarter of what their potential is because they're working those 9-to-5 jobs, which sometimes you have to do.
Yeah, do you think that's intentional then? That was an intentional.
I think it's totally intentional by the power elite that makes its money on weapon manufacturing. And, there was a book in the, I think, 30s, my grandfather had it, War is a Racket. Every 20 or 30 years, the country goes to war to make money for the industrial, corporate, military industrial complex. And
we have to break out of that cycle. We need leaders that are not wanting to put on a military parade in honor of themselves to show up. I mean, that's what's frustrating, Jason. That's what's is that we don't have any leaders anymore that are standing up for the people. I mean, like Dennis Kucinich, like Bernie Sanders, I like some people who come forward, but you know, with these Democrats, Republicans, it's sort of all the same. It doesn't matter who's president. It looks like it matters, but it really doesn't because we're not getting of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Well, yeah, they're all bought and owned by corporations or pharmaceutical companies, and they're all making money on the back end. I think it was Robin Williams that said, I believe all politicians should wear their sponsorship badges on their suits the same way car racers do, so you know exactly who it is you're voting for, right? We should bring that and pull it back and tell everybody it's true. Even, corporations, they'll put people in place because it doesn't matter how much you have to pay, because in the end it benefits them and it crushes the people. And you were mentioning about all these nooses that we have around our necks. Yes, you need to go to work to pay your bills. You need to pay your medical. In the States, it's atrocious. I'm sorry, but it is atrocious when you guys pay for medical insurance just to get declined because it's a pre-existing medical condition. It's insane how much you're getting robbed. And I know Canada's not perfect by any means, but I was put in the ICU twice, which in the States would have cost $10,000 per day. I walked out of that hospital twice with zero bills. Zero. I went back home, I went back on my couch and enjoyed my life. If that happened now, I would have lost my home. So you have all these nooses around your neck from pharmaceutical companies, right? They want your money. They're not going to heal you. They're just going to find, temporary medicine that you have to take for the rest of your life. So that's a customer for life. For instance, I'm diabetic. They would keep me forever a diabetic because they make billions of dollars every year. The Canadian doctors who discovered insulin and started healing people sold the rights for $1 because they believe everybody should have a right to live. These guys will sell you a vial of insulin in the States. It's $360 or something to the effect. $30 for Canada. So when you realize how much control, the land of the free, my ass, nothing's free in the States, I'm sorry, but it's expensive there too, as much as it is anywhere else. And that's the control that they have. It's not the physical control. You're physically controlled on everywhere. But you're tethered to all of these companies and dependent on them as they're dependent on you. So this whole cycle, and we're talking about changing our mindsets for humanity, the way they think, probably if it's a hive mind or like telepathy, somebody sick, they all focus on that person and make them good. They wouldn't tolerate making profit. It's insufferable because they'd be hurting themselves. We need to find that source again. That selfishness needs to go away because that's what wrecks us. That's what prevents higher consciousness. Is constantly thinking of myself. What am I going to do? I worry about me. Why is my podcast not doing as good as this guy's podcast? Is stupid. We really focus negatively on things, and that doesn't elevate our consciousness by any means. My last question is for you, Alan. I just went off on a tangent there. I'm sorry.
I like it. I appreciate that. You're so right. The problem with Canada is that no one's lived there. I mean, there's like 20 people there.
Yeah, and no military whatsoever. We have two guys with
one tank. Thomas Jane goes Canada. You're one tank.
Because we have one submarine. Canada, I think, has one. It's like from World War II. So everything's refurbished from World War II. But the West Edmonton Mall has 3. It's just like the mall has 3 submarines and our military has 1. Like that's not proportionate at all.
We don't need it. Canada's right. I mean, but it would be. I think we could have national health care in the U.S. Why not? Because doctors are
because next to the change that, right?
Yeah, I guess. No, but it's awful. I agree. It's
Thank you very much. Yeah, and like I said, I see people suffering as prisoners, basically in the States, and that's the point that I'm like, that's what we're not addressing. So you got diabetics, they're skipping their insulin shots because they can't afford it. In the United States of all countries,
the best country in the world, but these people are suffering. So our ideas of, America, it's like, or Canada, or Russia, it's like, okay, but really, what are the defaults in your country? What's keeping you tethered there? And I think this is all part of the mind shift. You write that, you talk about it, just about escaping what we know, or looking into the unknown and making it known, because that might lead us to a different path of just basically piranhas eating ourselves at this point.
It will lead us to a different. That's why the UFO situation is so coveted, because to have that revelation leads to more questions. What do you mean you've been lying to us? What's the technology? You have to keep that under wraps so that people can stay in place. If that's out of the box, who knows what's coming next?
I'm not looking forward to it.
I am.
Yeah, well, it's just a change in people. I think, fundamentally, I know a lot of Christians or people that just live on what they know. They don't want to know anymore. They're willfully ignorant. They don't want to know, right? And then they look at you like you're a weirdo for looking into it. And I think that's starting to stop. I think people are starting to go, maybe you're onto something, right? When it came down to making the book, so making contact, of course, guys, we're going to make sure we have the Amazon link in the description as well for the book. And you can also visit the website as well, which is newrealities.com. But in this book, you are curating the book, and there's a lot of people like, Linda Moulton, Restream, John Mack. So when it comes down to curating what you're going to use for the material, how do you go about that process?
That's a really good question. First of all, I think in order to really understand the UFO phenomena, the UAP studies, you need multiple perspectives, because everyone has a little piece of the elephant, right? And no one has the whole thing, so you get Linda Moulton with the, Academy, you get John Mack with the psychological understanding. I mean, that was a previously unpublished essay that John had spoken. It was actually a speech that was transcribed. It was just on his website. I talked to his archivist and said, hey, I'd love to put this in my book because it's so perfect for our time. It's like evergreen. It's like what John said was so insightful that it still reads as a contemporary piece today. And that was 20 years ago. So I picked the people that I had met at Contact in the Desert. My favorites, I mean, I did ask Richard Dolan to write an essay. He was too busy. Matthew was too busy. But everyone else that I thought were really the top of the game, blended of 40 years of research. Grant Cameron, loved his insights as a Canadian, he's probably the leading Canadian researcher. Nick Pope, he's the only one that didn't mention telepathy. That chapter, which I open up the book with, because I go from the exterior to the interior. I go from what the government's doing and why. Nick talks about why we don't need disclosure, basically. And he his first sentences. Every book has to have a villain. Well, that's Nick. He's the guy that's not all for the secrets because he lets them out one on one. But I needed that perspective too. At first I said, do I really want to put Nick in here because he's a great guy, he's a friend. But my thing was to get to deeper truth, and of course we need that because that represents where people are. So I pick people who are multiple levels of perspective. So I go from the researchers to the researchers. First I start with like the hardcore investigators, Nick and Grant, and they go to the researchers like Linda and who else is there? JJ and Desiree Hertog, and then they go to the experiencers and the different types of experiencers. Really, there's the contactees. That's how I divide it. There's no formal cap. Those are contactees who have like a really pleasant visit with these, and then there's the abductees, the people who have a little more dramatic, traumatic contact. Okay, that's a good point. Could you repeat that for me? That was a great. Well, there's the contactees that say there's light beams, I'm feeling a lot of love, and it's beautiful. And then you get the hardcore people who had real PTSD from their contact.
Traumatic aspect,
yeah, dramatic. And actually, it started with like people like Whitley Strieber. That was a dramatic moment and as an awakening, but it was dramatic. I think my contact was a bit of a trauma too, because I don't even remember all of it. and I had a little mark on my body. And I also felt somehow uplifted, and that was in 1987 where it became, I wanted to know everything about this topic. That's when, I watched Star Trek, I used to read science fiction, but when that experience happened, and I happened to meet Buzz Hopkins in 1987, who was really the godfather of alien abduction. I said to Bud in some of the scenes, what do you think this mark is? And mark is on my leg. And I said, oh yeah, that's an abduction mark. So that put me into, oh my God, real panic, but also it did two things. It repulsed me and attracted me. So it's like, I went totally down the rabbit hole with it. I went to every conference since then. I got to know Bud pretty well. I got to know John and Whitney. These were in the 90s as a kind of being involved. And, I'm still obsessed with this because I don't have any answers. So, the book is a survey of all the best people I knew that had researched this topic to the nth degree and came up with their own conclusions. So when the reader looks at these perspectives, Carolyn Corey, she's the closest thing I know to a real ET, So, and Mary Rodwell, who's looked at the young children. So these people were friends of mine. You go to enough conferences for 20 years, you hang out, you go to lunch with them, they become friends, you call them up. I call Linda, she talks to me for 3 hours. Linda worked it out. Linda, I love every minute of it, but I do have to take another call. But it's like, these are great, fantastic people who are so passionate about the subject, whose lives are really devoted to understanding it. Those are the people I look at. And of course, there's a lot more than 11 of them in the world, but these are people I resonate with, and I didn't have to agree with everyone in there because I wanted a broad perspective as a curator. You didn't want to nick sort of the
opposite side is overwhelming.
That's all you're saying. I've been hanging on that one the whole time you were talking about it.
I'm going to use that on next time I see. He's actually very funny.
He's a good guy.
I have a last question for Alan. In these times that we find ourselves in, and it feels like it's getting more intense and more intense. How do you, Alan, stay positive and hopeful in your quiet moments? Like, you're out here speaking and advocating to opening up, but in your quieter moments, you can't help that's overwhelmed. How do you do that? How do you
I don't get overwhelmed because how I do it is kind of drop back into myself. I'm learning that. I'm getting some personal coaching there. No, I drop back into myself. I drop back. It's like, it's chaos out there, and it's always been that, no matter when you live, what time, what space, but if you can come back, and it's what I do, take a bath, drop into a quiet place, it's like, the illusions of the world will continue, whether you're deeply involved and worried about it, or you just drop into a quiet place. In a way, not saying I don't take it seriously, but I don't take any of it seriously. It is serious, but I don't. I take it all in. Like, I'm out there taking it all in, but I'm not attached to any of it. I believe what I think might be true, and of course there's a lot of people that are not saying true, but the people I tune into, the people I trust, it's like, okay, we're on to something, like you guys, we're moving the ball down the field a little bit, we're searching for truth, and
history is kind of a
beyond all that, we're citizens of the universe, we're in our own consciousness field, we're interacting with the cosmos every day. So whether the ETs show up in your door, or in your bedroom, or up in the sky, great. We are cosmic content. We're connected to that. And if we know ourselves a little more and trust in
because the way that
this outside the matrix understanding of the self, then we could just relax home into your chosen vehicle here of being, and And none of it's that disturbing. I mean, it's interesting. I find it
you
all
suffer from it
fascinating.
more
It is
than
the
most
most
generations because
interesting
of the
thing
influence
happening
of
on planet. I don't know why. You're right.
postmodernism
This
that
is not on the
essentially
front page.
says things
Why
like,
isn't
well,
everyone
this is my
obsessed with this?
truth,
Because
what is
it
your
has
truth?
no
And we
answers,
can
first
both
of
be
all.
hit by the same
Everyone's
power, but I have
game
my
is as good as
experiences, not
anyone
your
else. Like,
experiences, my
I'll
lived
tell you one
experience.
story.
Your
After
lived
the David
experience will be
Rush
totally different, right? That's like
thing
kind of
came
like
out, we were all at
21st
Contact in the Desert 2023. So I had a round table discussion with Danny Sheehan, Steve Bassett, Richard Dolan, Linda Moulton Howe, and JJ and Desiree Bartholomew. We were sitting around after the conference was over, and I saw everyone was looking at this latest revelation from their point of view. Steve was looking at, Steve Bassett was looking at it as this next thing he could, lobby for, and Danny was looking at it from a legal point of view, and Richard was looking at it from a historic point of view, and Linda was looking at it from her investigative point of view, and I was looking at it from a kind of philosophical way of understanding the nature of reality itself. Something had just shifted for the planet, and it's like, how does the, what do they call it, sort of the modality of reality, I think I call it, has just changed, because we got someone coming forward saying, we have bodies and craft. Of course, we already knew that, but we got that live at Contact in the Desert, right? You were there, I think, Katie, and it's like, wow, we just got the next shoe to drop, and how we're going to digest this in reality. Probably just shifted there. And so these revelations are really exciting because it chance to see the world differently, which is what we're moving through as a civilization, is coming online to solve those problems of why can't we all be abundant and have free energy and just sit back and create art and love everyone and ourselves, because we're getting closer to that. I'll leave you with this one quote from H.G. Wells, who wrote War of the Worlds in the 1890s, the first. But in 1938, he said, because he had written other books about the future, I think he wrote something called The Global Brain. And he said, at some point in history, people will look back at old newspapers and articles and think, was there ever such a world?
I am so
where we would let people starve, or we would drop bombs, or we would,
I am so happy to be
kill each other for whatever reason. I mean, was there ever such a world? Is the vision I hold for the future for humanity to live into our greatness and love and joy and the embodiment of this amazing vehicle that we're in, that we haven't even touched the potential of. And if the UFO UAP studies are here to wake us up to a little bit more of who we are, I think that's a good thing. I think they're for us.
Man, I love it when somebody has a great,
I can't believe you're actually
I want to say ending, but just a great thing to leave on. Yeah, it's kind of like church used to do. If somebody had a great sermon, yeah, you're driving home, like, yeah, that was right. That's how you feel like church here, Jason. Well, Contact in the Desert for me feels like church. I spent, 18 years in the church. But when I'm in Contact, it feels exactly the same. You see people, you hug them, you care about them. If they said, hey, potluck, Saturday or Contact, everybody would bring their potlucks. Like, it's that preaching to the choir, which is wrong with that church. Well, yeah, and I understand that. But the great thing is it's starting to become bigger and bigger. And, for me, Contact in the Desert really means Contact in the Desert, because I get to contact you guys and meet you in person. And I get to see the person behind the interviewee, if that makes sense. If you're always on TV and stuff, you get to actually see what the person is like away from the camera. And that to me is huge, because you can see who's really sincere, who's really in it for the right reasons. And I was honored to be able to introduce you with a Contact, and again, just to be able to play a role and meet you guys in general. Even with Katie, I'm amazed that Katie is my friend and she's my co-host. It's amazing how life moves, and I'm ever so grateful. And I think being open, loving, that's what guides you, and not to approach anything with any selfish intent, because that never leads you anywhere. And
you'll be rewarded in full, and it's not going to be what you like either. Time for you to plug yourself, Alan. Where can people find you? What you got coming up?
Well, I have this remote viewing 7-week course on the Ship Network. I'll send you the link there. That's going to be really exciting because we're going to go into how people can actually access their non-local right. How do we know something beyond our 5 senses, which we were taught all there was? So it's obvious from years of teaching that everyone can do this. We all have a right brain that's connected to the infinite field, the quantum field, as Jonas said, and we have access to that. That's something I'm really plugging. I'm hosting the MUFON conference in Cincinnati. You're going to be there, Katie? I won't miss next year. All right, well, I'm hosting that. We have Barbara Lamb supposed to be there. Gary Nolan's supposed to be there. I'm happy to meet him. I haven't met him before, but because he's a major player in this field, I mean, he knows absolutely more than he's saying. A bunch of other MUFON types, they're a little bit stuck on the hardware, but we're going more into consciousness. I hope to take MUFON there. I'm doing the Psy Games in Charlottesville. Are you going to be there? And the psychic games where we're going to. That's going to be great. What's his name? Hakeem Isler is putting that on. Really great guy.
Happy birthday. I think he has birthday tomorrow. So oh, good. That's good. I'm going to text him. I'm so interested in that topic. So I think that's so cool, Alan, that you're going to participate in that.
Well, I've been teaching remote viewing, and I think the whole non-local consciousness is connected to ETs because they are communicating with some of us anyway, and if consciousness is non-local, then those beings are equally non-local. So in a sense, you could say, Jason, we are the ETs right here because consciousness is not local to the human being. It's something we are, but that's not all consciousness is manifested as. We can incarnate in many forms. So anyway, we are the ETs, and consciousness is there, and consciousness is a kind of the thing we're learning to navigate. It's an app. I talked about that in my lecture, Contact in the Desert. So I'm doing the Psy Games because we're here to really activate. Like, did you see the demonstration with Nilu? And did you see her see through her blindfolds? It was totally insane and totally real. She wasn't like faking that. I've done parts of that with remote viewing and also doing exercise where blindfold for 3 days. You start to see through your blindfold. I did a practice staring at a deck of cards face down by candlelight, and you start to see the cards kind of float up towards you. You can tell, first you can tell if it's a picture card or a number card, then you can see the suits, and then you can start to make out the letters. It takes a lot of work. It's like you're staring at this deck of cards for like an hour or two, but we are phenomenal creatures, and we haven't been trained to understand our power. If we started out in kindergarten with training people how to see through blindfolds, I think we'd solve a lot of the world's problems because the field is talking to us all the time. So anyway, I think the Psy Games are a good thing happening. I'm doing something in San Diego in September. I'm doing this San Diego Transcendence Retreat. I am, but it's really fun because I'm just talking about what we talked about here, our favorite topic of trying to understand the nature of reality. And
doesn't feel like work for you anymore, does it?
This is an exciting time for truth to emerge. So I only know what I know, but I want to also be at conferences where I can learn things and share and write another book, which I'm working on, and there's so much that is going to unfold, and some people always fear the future, but I think we can look at the future with excitement because it's the unknown. People only project the known onto the unknown. For me, the unknown's full of possibilities.
So we always fear the unknown too, so it's good to maybe not fear it this time. Right?
You're fearing it because you're projecting what you know onto the unknown. The unknown
very, very important.
is not known,
This is
so
really
there's
what we're
no
going to see for the first
reason
time.
to project what you think it is.
Yeah,
It's
we
best
also
to
see
make yourself
in India too,
available to wonder
what is a
and be
charter?
in that wonderful
What
place.
do we
So
mean by a charter?
that's what this whole thing is coming to a head about. This whole UFO. It's going somewhere. It really feels like the train is on the rails and it's heading downstream and it's building momentum, and we are part of this movement, and
excellent.
It's going to arrive at its
Government
station
at this
at some
point is a
point.
fairly mushy term.
Well said. We just got to prevent all the cowboy train robbers from
cities
jumping on and distracting us.
We don't have a lot of breaks on that because, you know, the government doesn't want to do it on their time when,
local lore,
I don't know, we have to challenge that. So anyway, we have to keep doing programs like this.
Yeah. Well, this is important, and learning from people is, you know, how you progress, and not coming at with any biases, but listen to everybody. And, you know, work together. Like you said, you don't have to agree with everybody, but you remain friends and you have grace and love for one another instead of like the Twitter mentality, which is like, you made one spelling error, I now no longer believe you. It will no longer, yeah, right? It's like, nah, I don't need that drama.
I want to say, having discussions like this with friends and people, intelligent people like you both who've studied this, you're not just asking, well, are they?
Do you think they're here?
So we have to go deep into these questions, feed off each other, and develop a dialogue of inquiry so we can ask the bigger questions and stimulate these ideas in each other to go beyond what we know and see what's really going on. I think it's a group effort. It's a collective project. And, I'm all in.
Yeah, I think we're all in at this point. And we're all in it together, so there's no point. Let's just go through it, right? Thank you so much, Alan. Katie, any final words for our guest today?
I just wanted to thank Alan for being here, and thank you for your decades-long pursuit of answers and truth and consciousness and all of it. Like, it's so important, and you're such a valued member of this community. And so thank you for all your work, and I look forward to your next book.
Me too. Thank you, Katie. Always great to see your smiling face. And great to meet you, Jason. I mean, our first meeting was my introduction, but I appreciated that, and I appreciate your intelligence in it.
If you say that to my wife, actually, Lisa, I'm joking.
He's actually a good guy.
He's not as nervous as you think he is.
He knows how to play guitar. I'll also say I love your intelligence too, Katie. You're also compassionate.
So, yeah.
I just
By the way, English charter.
I know you do. I know.
Awesome, guys. We'll be back next week with another episode. And don't forget to like and subscribe. I know I should probably say that at the beginning of the podcast, but I'll say it at the end just in case you made it all the way here through, which I'm sure our listeners do because they love us and they're awesome. Awesome, guys. We'll talk soon.
Let's say, for example, that you have a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case of Eastern Europe. You certainly do some restaurant with a little inn. We certainly had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. And let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some samahon here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poritz, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poet says, no, I don't understand that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was the Israelis who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the poet can't read it, it's got the document. And that can be a temptation for forging stuff. Yes, right of property ownership. This is a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter. It's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember the son. So Charlemagne was a hugely important European king.
Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went to finance? Yeah, maybe it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle of here? Mr. Grants? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday, because I don't want the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons. But yeah, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story. Very good. Mr. Likely. Literacy depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite great. That's how it was. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. Is probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I got to write in Yiddish. I thought you only had Russian, for example, but 60%, and peasants had like 15%. So there's a big gap. Mr. Franz, I like your things, but you got to raise your hand. Go ahead. Yes, precisely. Fishing it's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rate than female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't know the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period. I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute. You'll tell me what you think. Okay, there's the BS right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and you can see it's actually become especially important. Really good. So we looked at it in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Gid Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even buy the spine; they just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and remove the Gid Hanasheh. Spartan, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Gid Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shkita, like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shkita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community?
keep them separate. And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blackburn? Well, drugs. That's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice, Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto kind of a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of early Jewish communities that people would get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are these synagogues, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very early church documents, and even printed in Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Archos means leader, and that archisynagogue is served as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frankly, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of Chris, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where things you want. First, we want safety and security. Then we want like community. Then we want like financial success. We want all these things, and so you'll have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too, and it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich. And selling you okay. So these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but it's very great. He was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his name originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume big medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. The building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies. All the records were lost, and Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. You say it's like the tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume German law. Now, in particular, mine is relevant if you study the document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. Makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel is mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz?
I think so, yeah, but as to what they do,
Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Glasgow will answer that. Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the idea. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law primarily because we've inherited the revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halacha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kodesh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis will make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's essentially, it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion, generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed and what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. It's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with someone's ox gores somebody else's child, and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word Spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of things happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leutke's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words, and so they have to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. And if you're studying pre-med, it's biology text. So many big words. Just give me a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, Leo Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration. 900 years old from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it was actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Royalty. Crown, right? Long hair. Yeah, could be. No, not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. And these gestures are, what does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. And okay, who are these people here?
my opinion,
Yeah, look, first of all, it's kind of nice. There's a smile. Let's break it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. So who's this guy here?
That seems relative.
Exactly, another mendicant order, right, with the Oscar haircut, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, I don't know if you watch this. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long figure. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of a rapper named Mr. Black? Yeah, so I'm sort of like, like social media friends with him. And we have done a couple of things together, like a podcast type thing. But I happened to see him at the Omaha one, so I was there with him. I was the same time he was at the Omaha. And he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Mason Black. And Mason Black, he just puts his finger out like this. Felt so good. Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two? I think they mean genital clouds. Women. Yeah, all women. You could put a plural. All women. Right, you have a wife, you have two men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of a class, gender of women. And who's this guy? You, right, okay, not Gandalf. Yes. Right. What? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people's beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened 1215, all Jews are required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, and it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. Sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin. Or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that's a photo. But it's meant to label for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we'll look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I'll get to it in a second. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on it. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society. A Jew is clearly a character. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz, Mr. Gertz, Mr. Parents, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews, in that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, he's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German, in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of the document. And if you ever forget, you can flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Strimal originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat. It's kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? But why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, it just was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. They were banned with the black hats. But, you know, we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. You know, to get you a beard. Mr. Edwards. Two separate cars that talk about So I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice base there, it's the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother. A lot of times she used to say, Besser Rabbi on abort, the abort on Rabbi. Which I'll translate for those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, that's what the Saksha Spiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're all women in their status, but they are there. They should be protected. Mr. Loiki. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, as a king, in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do this? Well, look at the Saksha Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the Mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Saksha Spiegel is actually very This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. I'm sorry, Mr. Koslevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, we saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So the English tax roll from about the same period. Okay? This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing a uniform. Right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron and Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. Here's Demon's book. Shofar is something like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellis. I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of the demons. I think. This is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Kurtz. So he's information, real information. No. Give a guy a set of coordinates. He starts. Yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. How the hell are you doing that? Ah, good. Army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like King isn't a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, which indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to help some of our, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any notes on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, but you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Because these guys all have pipes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pipe? Oh, wait a minute, we should count it. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think either. I think it's a pipe. But what you want to say that the Jew has the pipe, but this guy doesn't? Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pipes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's as well. Here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how hilarious this art is. This is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blashman? Right, very good. Obviously, the cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the Judenhut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other pictures. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got straight on? That was interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting him to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. Well, what about? How often do you see a driving horse? But he just wants to get it on record. Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys or there are some exceptions that are allowed to ride side saddles. They can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's a gentle sword for sure. Not as long as a pipe, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Anderson? Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi, exactly. If you are not Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms.
Separate them in different buildings.
Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, this is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and says, please, bring me out this auction spiegel so I can see what we do with auction. And they'll take it out, and they'll flip through it, and say, is there anything about Jews here? And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously, they can carry swords, but that's what it says right here. Black and white. Is it Mr. Yampo? One. Yeah, with your head up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. We're not sure if that pipe picture says they're not allowed to carry pipes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pipes, I'm still not sure. These guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay. That's really. Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. And it's been a while since I actually read Guido Fischer's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay. So, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, we started a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters, when you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Right. Very fair, very good. Very nice. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. It's not invariably so. Mr. Anderson. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. The general population is overwhelmingly rural peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate?
yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no like kind of, I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, chuck it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. You look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for then using their Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from, 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazi Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws that simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate. Right? They could do math. And so in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true, the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that probably a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it? No, I didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin.
and he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens? Or do we have to treat you as enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife, and I'm not giving her a gift, I don't care, you can just walk away, because the French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, it's so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Australians. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call masculine. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like non-traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It's very, very religious. Yes. They're very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's on 9 volumes. So they had some thumbs on it too. And he very carefully threaded a needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you see Napoleon, Emperor and Bourgeois, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. On the other side, what is going on here? This is his Grand Sanhedrin, has the years when he sat. What is going on here? Is this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Moshe Rabbeinu. That's crazy. And here, what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes. What does that mean? He's portraying that. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Abdel, Ellen, Alfe, Abdahos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get Shlomo Haskama. It was the police, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist. He loved his heaven. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, my humble opinion. But I'm going up to the decision to interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So. But it's also indicative of the slavish attitude a lot of Islamic took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called Napoleon means Bonaparte means Pelek Tov, and there were Jews who were saying he's the Pelek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. Stop with it. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, the hard Jews, Ashkenazi, the good at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word, is over here in Bereshis, Perikut, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible. And it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz. And then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography. And more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. And, sorry, thank you. Good, you are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, very small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with the people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century full map. The world as known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here is the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic. But it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, which would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which of course is Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not new students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Shugos Hagemonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical count in the Chumash, it just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, so probably, if we guess that those three places, Rabbi and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rav Haidon, writing in Pumbedisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes, from all the lands, from Yemen, which you know, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukhara, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them, between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Loiky. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about?
What are the commonalities? What are the differences?
Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Haidon, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of this particular tshuva, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. We're going to find this one. Mr. Russell. You think so, right? Yeah, there's such a bit of a divide. You're Ashkenaz, good South Africa. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different passage altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes, "Hu sheleg b'loshen Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Uveloshen Kanaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is in fact the German word for snow, snow. And in the Canaanite Slavic language, which is also the reference for snow. So we have a concept of the Russian Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from that. That's the case of German word, and that's what the Ashkenaz is. Yes.
Hey guys, welcome back to UAP Studies Podcast. We are honored that Restream for joining us today.
Pretty good at
podcast,
things, right? Snow, snee,
we've been rocking it.
Great. Could be the words changed over.
Running. Busy. Over 2,000 people here today. It's just
It'd be
amazing.
hard to press this. No, but not terrible. Maybe not terrible. English is derived from Anglo-Saxon. So.
It's cool in here. That's why my jacket's on.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian. I'm not used to the California desert heat.
Yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon.
4 outside, 76
or at least
inside.
Saxon.
You go from one to the
So
other.
we're getting closer. But by the way, guys, the number of times the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like
because the buildings are pretty far apart. Yeah,
right? It's like when you throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever, but when you drill down, it seems to get German. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get into the Valley Coast, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off which is identified with Spain. That goes to Hudson and Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it is well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than South France, proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular,
Northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's early settlement. Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but the fire one remains. There's smaller towns that do so. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Teheran. They called it Teheran because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time. Teheran were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slav, it's glory. Like Slava Ukraine, like glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe. And later, they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Lloyd, yes, so you're not. Okay, Mr. Franz?
Just to know what was going on. Now, I know somebody who was actually experienced a couple weeks ago in Los Angeles.
And Yiddish, basically, German with phlegm.
And during the beginning of it, she talked to herself, oh my God.
Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this conference for the rest of the hour. It's usually fascinating stuff. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary
and she finds herself dragged up to the ceiling, and then she's got 2 hours of missing time. But there was a time when that would have been so traumatizing that you just wouldn't have been able to.
I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's more, I don't think a lot of Jews would say. That sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews.
I would like to just know what's going on
today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5.
There's no.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Wait.
There's no shock anymore. At least not.
Yes.
The initial shock and the big light. I mean, that's.
I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It was very soothing.
It's a little heavy
by your bed.
But the giant light when she wishes something up is a classic example of their sledgehammer wit. But it worked. It did calm her down, and she felt a sense of, they know I'm scared, and they're trying to help.
Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who is a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city, Aachen. And I read on one side, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other record indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews. But we definitely have his son shown here, who is the pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have
like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Afghanistan at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very tall. His courtier down here looks a little bit unhappy. Is much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Kranz.
A great deal of alcoholism.
Yes.
Unwillingness to face the sense of being in an inferior place in the world. Destroyed many of these countries.
Yes. There's an interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian. Well, there's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by
with the autism on the rise and different sensory abilities getting stronger. Do you think that humanity in
Vespasian
this ideal land
says that Vespasian, in his cruelty,
open and able to communicate nonverbally with one another? Do you think there was an intentional shutdown or calcifying our ideal because we were unable to manifest and communicate telepathically with each other? And do you think we'll get that ability back?
Also in France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux, although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean, so they would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actual good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these, this period of these 3 things, kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement. Meaning, the kings want the Jews there, and they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You have the right to settle here, and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments, is I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for you? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family, I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They're becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic? What can we say about these genetic? Here we're getting to me saving 5 bucks. I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different.
Because when
I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Jews as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Carrefour, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out. Here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a
But
psak
now
that
what the
it
black
could
man
be done.
insists of
And
is
a whole bunch of
charcoal
Jewish
bits
geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this.
and
We
this whole
want permission
process
to
took
analyze the bones
During
of
that
these 14th
time,
century Jews,
prior to that time, I think that I go into
including among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive three-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, and he ruled that under these circumstances where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery,
plunged into the
they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into your teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not?
We begin to have to function individually.
Yeah, well, finger bones can also be
I think that's
dislocated.
where the ego
I'm sorry?
came from. And
Yeah, they're not so
we are
permanent.
not.
We don't like it. We listen to it. We don't
Will
fire
we
fairly,
get
right?
back to what
On the other hand,
in this long journey here in this
area. It's kind of weird use of deep freeze, but
where we can live
enjoy.
beyond
So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same procedures with regard to teeth and both things. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and then also, of course, the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was done. That was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Center in the English city of Norwich,
came out in
which
this
was the site of a
exactly
terrible
the same
pogrom
time
in the 12th
no
century
knowledge on either
associated
of
with the
our parts.
Crusades. When they were digging the foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 2 dozen skeletons. Men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to the well, or as a result of the fall. In fact, some of those bones, which were back to scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are 2 reconstructions of an adult child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair on them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about the outside of. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Adler,
no longer understand one another in their age languages.
Well, here's the thing. The story of and it's very interesting you bring that up. And I'm looking on we're telepathic right now. I'm serious because I've just been thinking about it. It's not the story of the destruction of a universal language. It's the story of our loss of
okay, but
that's what the Tower of Babel is all about.
Because why would you need languages not to understand one another? So men can no longer understand.
Correct. Right. So you're saying 2 different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews who have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern Jews. Right? If it was Emach or Ain, Habach or Al for generations, we probably would not look like we look in this room. But we're not defined by our genetics. There are sort of like divergences for the bodies. So that's that. Yes, precisely, because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it right there. So that's the point. What is a Jew? This really speaks to the question, who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure, a Jewish
much rather have gods.
We have
we can
a wide variety of genetic.
The fact is that
Mr. Siegel,
what happened to this planet that destroyed our telepathy and gave rise to the story of the Tower of Babel was not anger at the gods because we built the tower to heaven. It is simply
I bet you the vast majority of us in
that
this room have a significant chunk of genetics
and the
that
fact
are
that
not
the supernova went off
And there are
30,000
tons of
years
people
ago
who
is
listen
also
to
just
genetics who are not Jewish at all. Too.
and the fact
In
that
other
the
words, they're
planet
not
has grown up
necessarily.
is something known
You
to
can't define
cosmologists as
Judaism
the
by
local
genetics.
bubble. It's just a matter of chance. This is a bubble in which there is an exceptionally large number of supernovas.
I can't put a number on that,
It's
but
just
I would
chance that
probably
we're here.
suggest. Well, Ashkenazi Jewish, so you shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when we, I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, and get to the bottom. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery. So we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews apparently, from the literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but I want to visit this. Okay. This is how it appears from the genetic records Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top is time, right? This is long ago, this is the present day. And this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews in ancient Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, you have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible. Antipater is the father of Herod. They join the Jewish people, they attach themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. When we read about her in Sota in particular, Queen Hilmi, she's Malka Hilmi from Adiabene, which is Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves in the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who is writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations. They're mixing with South Italians again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology.
I know one family
of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century. We know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time, around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jews. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that
I think it happens extensively in the black community.
One of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of, God forbid, disease the person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that. You can also calculate backwards.
That's not going to really help.
Figure out
so they keep their
when
mouth shut.
did this come into this person's system? How many generations back does it go? That's why amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome, a feature on a Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind-blowing. It doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many babies back as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So, what happens to your age? Yes, please, I've forgotten your name already. Tell me again. One more time? 2 minutes. How can I forget that?
10 in Spain. Culture by culture,
genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it.
You'll find lots of
we do
people
find, however,
will
with
say
the
the opposite.
Ashkenazim, and also
Because
it's
it's a
very
different,
difficult to
it's like,
do a
you know,
proper
it's much
data set.
freer, more
But
open
when you
culture.
study
And
Ashkenazim,
of course, in the United
there
States,
is a
anyone will say
Levites in
anything about
particular,
anything. So yeah, we're the most of them all.
46%
That's why we
of
hear
people
more in the
who are
United States, and
Ashkenazim
thanks to
and
Ancestry,
Levium
5 years ago, I found a half brother who was
I think
African
they're called
American in
Sarah,
Chicago,
Rachel, and Leah,
and what's
but
really
no,
cool, I
4
got to
women
meet him
who
and his
lived
family,
around
and what was
year
amazing
800
about
in
that
northern
is
Italy.
he had a long
Non
history and was
Jewish
so
women,
interested
right?
with the aliens
Italian
and
women
abduction, and we
are
didn't know
the
each other.
mothers
And I'm like,
of
wow,
people
there's
called
a
Celtics.
really cool case of that.
So,
You know?
It's gonna be a very human thing.
Yeah.
Well,
And very
right?
much
A lady could marry a Bjork. Right, so a
And
woman
that's such a
converts,
good thing. Because we know about something you can contribute.
yes, if you can.
Do you think ET's
And what is
interested
then
in
so a massive question
the
which is
human
not for us today,
race
but what is
because
conversion?
we're so
Right? We have a basic
bipolar
idea
in a sense, I don't know a better way to put it, but we're roller coasters and we're creatives.
So,
And do you think
what if her daughter
that may
goes to
have
the
lost a little
mitzvah
bit of
and
that?
is a couple of
Here's my
if her
theory.
mother wasn't properly
Remember,
converted.
I'm
There's
theorizing.
some really
I
interesting
do not want to be taking
Moshe.
this.
Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the church side of the college.
I'm just
ask about that though.
trying to be
So what
very
exactly
careful
is conversion?
in the way I talk.
What we do know is
But
genetically
here's what I believe is
half
probably
of
the case.
Ashkenazi
I
Levium
know
are
they
descended
have
from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the
In other
Urfa
words,
and the
they are
North
telepathic.
remains,
They are
and
all together.
amazingly, they are
They have separate
remarkably consistent
personalities,
with
but
other
their mind is
and
basically
modern
kind of
Ashkenazi.
universal.
In the
People
study of the
say
Urfa
hive
Jews in
mind.
particular,
That's the wrong
the
word. It's not a
researchers,
hive mind.
which
It's
were
much more
French
complex
Hebrew
and
University,
subtle.
were blown away by how incredibly similar
We
on
are
a genetic
different.
level
Each one of us
modern
is a separate
Ashkenazi Jews
universe.
are
Because
Jews
we're
living
not,
on Earth like 700
we're
years
not
ago.
unvoiced like they
How did
are.
that happen?
We're
That
not
Ashkenazi
telepathic
Jews
like
are
they
so similar after
we
700 years?
speak in the air,
Constant
and each of us is
endogamy,
completely separate
constant
individuals.
over and over again. This tiny thing, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who
They
move
see
here,
themselves
maybe
as
200
essentially
people,
one person
very small amount,
with many
and they're
different
always cousins marrying
aspects,
cousins,
each
marrying
aspect
cousins
being
over and over
one
again.
of bodies.
That's why
But
we
they
have a
see
lot
us
of inherited
as millions
diseases,
of different
lactose intolerance associated with
different
Ashkenazi
persons.
Jews.
And I
Tay-Sachs
have a
is a good
feeling
example.
that they're
My own
kind
parents
of
are actually, I think, third
and
cousins
terribly
with each other,
interesting.
and that's in the
And not
they
only
were
that,
married
the
in the
planet is
20th
very
century.
rich.
It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed
And
based on the genetic
we
record.
are amazingly complex.
That's the
I think that's
bottleneck.
their interest here.
Which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a
So
Yemen
it's
Jew.
more like an
But
infinity.
he did the other thing. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this?
It's more of a hive mind. And I was even thinking about the Egyptian pyramids. And everybody's like, how did they do it? It's so perfect. Yeah, but if you're all one collective, you all think
Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews?
I think that we lost that. And a
what
lot
happened?
of the debris
No,
from the
we're like
distant past
really
that we
close.
can no
Like we
longer
could be
explain.
beside them today.
Neanderthal,
People would
the Carolinas,
right in. It wouldn't look weird. Things like we look a lot like similar
gigantic
complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like
nearby. We know where
astounding.
the core is.
You know, we
And
tend to look at
moved
each other
to
and we
this
look at the
place.
huge diversity. But when you look at the huge family of peoples,
The
the remarkable
fortress at Saxaphone, all of those huge stones moved up from far below on a mountainside. Back with the huge
right, so we
stones.
had a bottleneck
The planet
based on a
is
very small
littered
origin
with the
founder
debris
event, and then
of fallen
constant endowment for the
civilization,
last 700 years.
the nature of
I give you the
which
citation.
we do not know now,
Mr.
the powers and abilities of which we no longer understand. understand we need to face that in order to get back to what we have lost. And I think that the advent of the younger dryas is what caused that. At one point,
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read.
450 feet. If that happened now, we would lose every major coastal city on the planet
They're right here. Like let's say 800 so on is when we start the counter event, and then I probably should not make these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down.
We have done absolutely almost no.
What is great thing is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in.
Serious underwater archaeology in the world.
And
but it's almost
and then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like moved on from Africa. And
so we have no
let me show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those 4 brothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East. And there's huge dispersion of them in the first century.
I feel like we can manifest
a certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you'll have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier by the way from the Rhine. You begin to see archaeological evidence of Spain in the first century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happened here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome and eventually migrated up to the Rhineland in Germany, and later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, and Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean one after another. It refers to the people who trace their origins back to the
artifacts on the moon and Mars have
and then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenaz and Spartan after their entire 1492 exploration program. That's basically the genetic hint. Now, here's a question that you might be wondering about. The DNA of those barefoot Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with
artifacts that were visible
Middle Eastern DNA,
but
45% is Italian.
They're hiding our truth.
Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less
once you do something, and all of a sudden everything changed. Like it just a refresh button, and all of a sudden and it sounds like this phenomenon of what we're dealing with is not just a discovery of what's out there, but what we
sort of look like Italians.
Yes,
right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter.
Someone
but
does
more
not
like Italians than Jews, like let's say Palestinians or Syrians or
and it's time to do that.
So that's the genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary vector that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Absalomist family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic vector. They confirm each other. It's a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well.
Phenomenon, and then it seems that throughout our lives, as decades we grow, it somehow shifts, and a lot of experiencers see it as a more positive.
Well, again, we had about 20 different people to look at. It's not a massive, not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest of them, German, French, or whatever we would associate European.
Maybe this isn't such a terrible thing. It's such a delicate discussion to have with a child. Do you have any advice?
I don't think I said it quite like that.
How did you deal with that?
we definitely have. Well, what does a Jew? Right? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far. Yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say,
he never felt on the spot. He just
Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either. I can't say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or converts to Judaism.
And the result is that now as an adult, he's forgotten all of these wonderful experiences he had as a child because I didn't reinforce it by talking to him.
Well,
and so
as far as we can tell, goes back to the
very happy
fourth millennium before the Common Era. It goes way back to
like as well. I think very gently talking to the child and saying, "Oh, gee, that's fascinating."
But it gets very hasty there because we don't even know what to do. We don't have like big samples of other people also. There's a huge amount of people moving around different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on.
Find a place to catalog.
Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because yes, they're buried in Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of a well. Good chance they were Jews.
With the result, when the visitors showed up in 1985,
but
they were surprised.
It does make sense to know there was a program there at that time. So it's entirely consistent.
That I think is well in the.
Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want to hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians.
And he noticed a change.
So what do you know about Khazaria?
And he'd heard that before when he was helping people that had
there's a book, yes, Khazaria. You're going to see that in a second. What is the Khazaria all about?
He said, how old are you? And to my, in hypnosis, you're not out. You're very much present. To my astonishment, I heard my little 12-year-old
we're going to lose this.
Say it with a Texas accent in those days. 12.
I'll have to get Nathan to figure that out.
What am I saying?
The story of
Khazaria was talking to me as a 12.
Which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century. Whether there was a particular king, Mulan, who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him, Christianity to the Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on, and he decides to hold a debate between the leaders or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to Khazaria, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened.
Talk to me about this after.
Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion. How broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Khazaria is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those two faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which you could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who are very active in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion and religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, we know from many sources, non-Jewish, are they're active here in this large tributary, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now. The war with Ukraine is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Netherlands Kazakh, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. They were definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. By the time they receded,
Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major person living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but with lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Castell de Peru. None of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. So he's a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out saying, can anybody please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is, we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want to tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Kuzari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll walk a little bit. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza, which is this massive treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jewish living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petach.
He was very sweet and very helpful. Just me to an allergy to give me allergy medication would prevent me from having an allergy attack.
But petach with a coup. And it's like a...
oh, God, yes.
Someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door, asking for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah, and usually a story of how he fell on hard times. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be
there is evidence
Khazarian. And there's the sick, usually when you see these petach, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically what do you look for at the bottom of the petach? What do you picture of whom?
And that brings me to another question. So,
right, saying that this is for real, it's not.
You mentioned the
And
grays a
they
lot.
have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkish room. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time
do they have
could not even write his
different reasons for being interested
as if,
in
you got a petach from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew or English. His name is, I don't know, Christopher Robinson.
Subspecies. Can you speak
It's
to
weird.
that?
So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of the community included rights to Hebrew representing the Jews.
In three forms. Ones that are about 5 feet
Yeah,
tall,
this is the way you always
ones that are about 3
it's a
feet
Hebrew
tall,
document.
and others that are dark blue and more
Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign up, if you were an aide on a kasuba, would you write Mr. Lloyd?
I don't know how.
No, you would
But they
write
work.
Hebrew, right? In
Seen
Hebrew. Yes.
I have seen two of the tall whites and one of their children, and I have interacted with one of them.
Triangles and stuff
That's
like
what I
that.
know. I do not know
But
anything
these are
about
this actually
reptilians because I'm
letters.
not aware of ever having met one.
What about Sasquatch? Do you think they're ET species or what was
So,
that?
well,
You know, my brother's really interested in Sasquatch. I haven't done much research. He thinks they're interdimensional beings, and he thinks it's an interesting idea that they have evolved a defense mechanism that enables them
it's definitely
to threat
it's definitely it says we have read it. And then there's a
that they
signature
can
here.
parallel
So it says,
I think that's a really interesting idea because something is wrong with
exactly,
this
because
picture.
he's an important case, the president of the
There's
Jewish
no
community.
spore, there's no
It's the
evidence
president
of
of the
their
Jewish community.
presence,
Can't
and
find
yet
any Hebrew.
there's
You wonder
nothing,
what's going on there. And it tells us something about the
pin
nature
down,
of the Judaism.
and yet there's so many
We also have
witnesses
Arab
and
historians
even a few
who
fairly
write about the Khazars, and they have
And
no
I
problem
think that
with
they
the others. These Jews living in Middle Central Asia, they don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document called the Restream is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev.
We've all been pushed
back in the 980s. And amazingly, the Russians have actually really saved Ukraine because it's happening in Kiev. The Russians claim this is their too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khazari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, who was worshipping trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 9088. I'm already almost the year 1000 in the modern era. We have to choose the monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. They invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says we're not going to become Muslim, everyone gets fine.
Something's not right. They're up to something that.
No.
And I think,
you know,
for us, it's a violation when we find out exactly
what do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's what they call haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our cause. So, and then there's a little comment, which is probably added by Christian monk afterwards, saying, and also they smear their beards with us. Which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. He says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, unfortunately, we have the exile from our homeland. He says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely.
What happens is,
can you
they
imagine?
say, okay, we'd like to, this is my idea of what might have happened.
That whole part of the
We're
world
here, we want to understand you.
And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and the Orthodox Christians, and that's how they became Orthodox Christian in the year 980. But it's identical to the story of the Khazari, although with a very different, outcome. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Joe Stonker, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asks three basic questions. He asks, like, why would they, in the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khazars seem to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning
even though they're very close to the Dome and places like Babylon, we don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Caesarea. Probably because maybe they had Karaite unions, something like that. And so what ended up happening to them? What happened to those guys, thank you so much for watching. So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion of where we're going to there are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great part of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time we get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, pseudo-scholars, a lot of Jewish scholars would say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand, who is one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic era, writes a book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it once again. You're speaking way too fast for me. You already speak English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people.
You guys, on this episode of the UAP Studies podcast, we have a scholarly person who's joining us. I love that name, Katie, because in the 80s and 90s, there was always a company somewhere, the police stations or something like that. So his name really stuck out to me because I'm like, that's, it reminds me of the 80s. I love it.
Detectives.
Which one?
Yes, he is actually a detective. He's doing something that's going to help us all